Close your eyes for a moment and imagine the world before the world we know, not the world of maps, borders, highways, airports, glowing screens, and cities that never fully sleep, but an older world, a slower world, a world wrapped in mist, where the oceans seemed wider, the stars felt nearer, and the first memories of humanity had not yet hardened into history. Imagine standing on the shore of an ancient sea, long before the names we now use for continents had been invented. Behind you, there are forests breathing in the warm night air, mountains dark against the horizon, and rivers moving quietly through valleys untouched by written language. In front of you, the ocean stretches into darkness, its surface silver beneath the moon. The waves rise and fall with a rhythm older than memory, and somewhere beyond that black water, according to legend, there was once a land that should not have existed. Its name was Lemuria. Lemuria is one of those names that seems to belong half to science and half to dream. It does not arrive in the mind like an ordinary place. It feels distant, soft-edged, almost underwater. For some, it was a lost continent in the Indian Ocean, a vast landmass connecting Madagascar, India, Africa, and perhaps the islands beyond. For others, it was a vanished motherland in the Pacific, the cradle of an ancient people whose descendants scattered across the world after a great catastrophe. And for still others, Lemuria was not merely a place at all, but a memory of a different kind of humanity, a civilization that lived in harmony with the earth before conquest, greed, and forgetting changed the human story. Unlike many lost worlds, Lemuria began in an unusual way. It was not first described by a priest in a temple, or by a poet singing of gods and heroes, or by a philosopher warning that pride brings destruction. It began as a scientific idea in the 19th century, when naturalists were trying to explain why certain animals appeared in places separated by great distances of ocean. Lemurs, those strange wide-eyed creatures associated especially with Madagascar, seemed to suggest an ancient connection between lands now divided by the sea. Before modern plate tectonics explained the movement of continents, some scholars proposed that there must once have been a lost land bridge across the Indian Ocean. Because lemurs were central to the puzzle, that hypothetical land was given a name, Lemuria. At first, Lemuria was not a kingdom, not a paradise, not a civilization before history. It was a missing piece in a scientific map, a possible explanation for a biological mystery. But ideas have a way of drifting. They leave the hands of the people who created them, pass into books, lectures, spiritual movements, and popular imagination, and slowly gather new meanings. A land bridge became a continent became a lost world. A lost world became the home of ancient teachers, forgotten wisdom, crystal temples, drowned cities, and a people said to have understood the hidden energies of nature long before modern humanity learned to measure, divide, and conquer. This is how Lemuria entered the borderland between knowledge and myth. It was never only one thing. It was science before it was legend, and legend after science had moved on. It was an answer to a question about animals, and then an answer to a much deeper question about human origins. It was placed on maps that no longer exist, in oceans whose depths have now been measured, and in the imagination of people who felt that history, as commonly told, was too narrow to contain the whole human story. Tonight, we are not entering Lemuria as a courtroom, demanding that every legend prove itself beyond doubt. We are entering it more like a dream, or like the ruins of a dream, with curiosity, caution, and wonder. Some parts of the Lemurian story belong to outdated science. Some belong to esoteric traditions and speculative history. Some belong to folklore, longing, and the human habit of searching the past for a golden age. But the persistence of the story is itself meaningful, because human beings do not keep returning to lost worlds for no reason. We return because they speak to something unresolved in us. Again and again, across cultures and centuries, people have imagined lands that came before our known civilizations. Atlantis beneath the Atlantic, Shambhala hidden among the mountains, Hyperborea beyond the northern wind, Mu beneath the Pacific, and Lemuria somewhere in the warm and ancient seas. Each of these places is different, but each carries a similar question. What if the world is older, stranger, and more mysterious than our surviving records can show? What if civilization did not begin exactly where the textbooks begin? What if, before the earliest cities of Mesopotamia and Egypt, before the first kings carved their names in stone, before the first alphabets and tablets and temple accounts, there were other peoples, other memories, and other ways of being human? The story of Lemuria asks us to look toward the ocean and wonder. The ocean is the great keeper of secrets. It covers most of the earth, hides mountains taller than those on land, valleys deeper than any canyon, volcanic ridges, drowned plains, ancient shorelines, and landscapes no human eye has ever seen directly. It has swallowed coastlines, reshaped islands, erased settlements, and turned familiar ground into mystery. When we stand beside the sea, listening to waves fold endlessly over themselves, it is not difficult to imagine that something has been lost beneath them. The water seems to remember more than it reveals. Perhaps that is why Lemuria feels possible even to people who do not believe in it literally. The sea makes absence feel alive. Every horizon looks like a boundary between the known and the forgotten. Every tide seems to arrive from a place older than language. A vanished continent may not appear on modern geological maps, but the feeling of a drowned world remains powerful because we know the ocean has taken real places, real shorelines, real homes, and real human memories. It does not need to hide a perfect lost empire in order to be a keeper of lost history. In the later legends, Lemuria was often imagined as a gentle civilization, less concerned with conquest than with harmony. Unlike Atlantis, which is frequently pictured as brilliant, proud, powerful, and ultimately punished for its arrogance, Lemuria is usually softer, quieter, more inward. Its people were said to live close to nature, to understand healing, vibration, thought, dreams, and the subtle connections between all living things. They were imagined not as warriors building empires, but as guardians of an older wisdom, a wisdom rooted in the earth itself. Their temples were sometimes described as places of crystal and light, their communities as peaceful and intuitive, their knowledge as spiritual rather than mechanical. To modern ears, much of this may sound like fantasy, and perhaps much of it is. Yet legends often preserve something other than literal fact. They preserve desire, they preserve grief, they preserve the memory of what people fear they have lost. When people speak of Lemuria as a world of harmony, they may be speaking less about an archaeological reality and more about a longing for a civilization that did not separate itself from the living earth, a longing for a society that did not mistake domination for intelligence, a longing for a time before noise, before fragmentation, before the sacred became distant and the human being became a stranger to nature. In this sense, Lemuria is not only a lost continent, it is a mirror. It reflects a question that modern people often carry quietly inside themselves. Could humanity have taken another path? Could there have been a way of living that was slower, wiser, more connected, less hungry to consume the world? Whether or not Lemuria existed as described, the idea of it continues to breathe because it gives shape to that question. It allows us to imagine a first world not of machines and armies, but of memory, balance, and deep listening. And then, like so many lost worlds, Lemuria was said to have vanished. The details change, depending on the telling. In some versions, the continent sank slowly through geological ages, leaving behind only island chains and scattered survivors. In others, its end came through earthquakes, volcanic fire, rising seas, or a cataclysm so immense that the land cracked apart and disappeared beneath the waves. Mountains became islands, cities became reefs, temples fell silent under the ocean. The survivors, if there were survivors, carried fragments of their knowledge to other lands, becoming the hidden ancestors of later civilizations. This pattern is familiar because it appears again and again in human myth: a golden age, a corruption or catastrophe, a flood, a scattering, and a memory that survives in symbols. We see it in stories of Atlantis, in flood myths around the world, in tales of drowned kingdoms, sunken cities, and homelands lost beyond the sea. The power of such stories lies not only in disaster, but in what disaster explains. It explains why the world feels incomplete. It explains why ancient peoples seemed to know things we do not fully understand. It explains why memory reaches backward into darkness and touches something it cannot name. Imagine, then, a traveler in a time before written history, standing on a shore after sunset. He has heard stories from the elders of a homeland beyond the water, a place where the ancestors lived before the sea rose, before the ground shook, before the people scattered. He does not know whether these stories are history or sacred metaphor. Perhaps the elders do not know either. But when he looks out across the dark ocean, he feels something that is older than proof: a pull, a sadness, a recognition. The waves do not seem empty. They seem like a veil. That feeling is the true beginning of Lemuria. Not the map, not the theory, not the debate, but the feeling that the past has hidden rooms. The sense that human history is not a straight road from ignorance to progress, but a deep ocean filled with broken bridges, drowned thresholds, and lights that appear for a moment beneath the surface before disappearing again. Lemuria lives in that feeling. It is the name given to a silence we are still trying to understand. As we begin this journey, it is important to move slowly. Lemuria is not a subject that can be approached only by asking, "Was it real?" That question matters, of course, and later we will look at where the idea came from, what science once claimed, what science later rejected, and how mythology transformed the story. But if we ask only whether Lemuria was real in the simplest sense, we may miss why the story survived after its scientific foundation faded. We may miss the way it passed from zoology into occultism, from geography into spirituality, from speculation into a symbol of humanity's forgotten origins. The first layer of Lemuria belongs to science. The second belongs to myth. The third belongs to the human imagination. And beneath all three lies something even older: the ancient human experience of loss. People have always lost places. They have watched rivers change course, villages burn, islands vanish after eruptions, coastlines drown, forests disappear, and ancestral lands become unreachable. Over generations, memory softens the edges of these losses. The village becomes a kingdom, the island becomes a continent, the ancestors become sages, The catastrophe becomes the end of an age, and what began as memory becomes legend. So perhaps Lemuria is many things at once. Perhaps it is an outdated scientific hypothesis, a mystical invention, a symbolic homeland, and an echo of real human experiences of migration and loss. Perhaps it is not a single ancient continent waiting to be found, but a gathering place for many forgotten shorelines, many drowned memories, many dreams of a world before the world we know. Its truth may not be simple, but simple truths are not the only ones that shape human beings. Tonight, we will follow the story from its misty edges toward its deeper waters. We will begin with the scientific birth of Lemuria, when scholars first imagined a vanished land to explain the strange distribution of animals. We will then watch the idea change, becoming a lost civilization in the writings of mystics and seekers. We will explore where Lemuria was said to have been, who its people were believed to be, what kind of society they may have represented in the imagination, how they were connected to Atlantis, and why the idea of their destruction became so powerful. We will walk, in imagination, through cities of stone, coral, and crystal. We will listen to stories of ancient teachers, hidden migrations, and memories carried across oceans. We will look at the symbols, islands, myths, and fragments that later writers claimed were traces of Lemuria. And near the end, we will return to the question that began the journey. Why does this lost continent continue to haunt the human mind, even in an age of satellites, ocean mapping, and modern geology? For now, let the modern world grow quiet. Let the lights of cities fade behind the horizon. Let the maps soften at their edges. Imagine the oceans not as empty spaces between continents, but as vast blue archives, holding the remains of ancient coastlines, forgotten storms, and stories too old to speak clearly. Somewhere in that darkness, beyond the strict borders of proven history, there is a name that still rises like a whisper. Lemuria, a word like a half-remembered song, a door left open in the mind, a continent that should not exist, and perhaps for that very reason, refuses to disappear. Before Atlantis became the most famous drowned civilization in the Western imagination, before it was pictured with shining towers, golden temples, impossible machines, and streets swallowed by the sea, there was an even older and quieter dream, the dream of a first world, not simply an ancient kingdom, not merely a forgotten island, but a place before the places we know, a homeland before recorded history, a beginning hidden behind all later beginnings. Almost every culture has carried some version of this dream. Sometimes it appears as a golden age, when human beings lived closer to the gods and the earth gave freely. Sometimes it appears as a sacred mountain, a garden in the east, a hidden kingdom beneath the earth, or an island far across the ocean where the ancestors once lived in peace. The names change, the landscapes change, and the stories take different shapes, but the feeling behind them is strangely familiar. There was once something greater, something purer, something we have lost. Lemuria belongs to this family of vanished beginnings, but it carries a different atmosphere from Atlantis. Atlantis is often imagined as brilliant, powerful, and tragic, a civilization that rose too high, became too proud, and was destroyed in a single terrible downfall. Lemuria feels softer and more distant. It is less like a city collapsing under thunder and more like a continent disappearing into mist. If Atlantis is a warning about ambition, Lemuria is more often a memory of origin. It is not usually imagined as the end of civilization, but as the beginning before civilization became what we know today. This is one reason Lemuria became so fascinating to later writers, mystics, and seekers. It offered a way to imagine humanity before the age of conquest and machinery, before kings and armies, before written law and stone monuments. It allowed people to dream of a civilization that developed along a different path, not outward into domination, but inward into awareness. In many versions of the story, the Lemurians were not remembered as rulers of an empire. They were remembered as a people of harmony, intuition, healing, and deep connection with the living earth. Whether such a people ever existed in the way the legends describe is another question, and not one we need to force too quickly. Lost worlds are rarely powerful only because they might be factual. They are powerful because they give shape to feelings that history alone does not fully answer. Lemuria gives shape to the feeling that the human story may have begun in a more mysterious way than we can prove. It gives shape to the longing for an older wisdom, one not carved into monuments or preserved in royal inscriptions, but carried in memory, ritual, song, silence, and relationship with nature. The history we know is built from what survives. Stone survives, metal survives, clay tablets survive, bones survive, ruins survive if the climate is kind, if the conquerors do not destroy them, if later generations do not dismantle them for building material, and if time does not grind them back into dust. But many human ways of life leave fewer traces. A culture that builds with wood, reed, fiber, earth, or coral may vanish almost completely. A people who record memory in songs instead of writing may disappear from archaeology while still leaving echoes in oral tradition. A society that values balance over monumentality may not leave behind pyramids, palaces, or walls large enough to impress later ages. This is where the idea of a lost first world begins to breathe. It asks us to consider whether the visible record of history is only the surviving surface of a much deeper ocean. We see Egypt, Sumer, the Indus Valley, ancient China, Mesoamerica, and other early civilizations because they left behind cities, inscriptions, tombs, tools, roads, temples, and artifacts. Because these are the earliest civilizations we can clearly document, we often speak of them as beginnings. But even these beginnings must have had their own ancestors, influences, migrations, and forgotten sources. No civilization rises from nothing. Every beginning is also an inheritance. Lemuria became, in the imagination, the possible name of that inheritance. It was pictured as a world before the known ancient world, a place from which later myths, symbols, and spiritual traditions may have flowed like rivers from a hidden spring. In this vision, the first civilizations of recorded history were not the first sparks of human greatness, but the scattered embers of something older. Egypt, India, Tibet, Polynesia, and other ancient cultures were sometimes imagined as carrying fragments of Lemurian memory, each preserving a piece of knowledge from a homeland lost beneath the sea. This is not accepted history, but it is a powerful mythic pattern. It changes the way we look at the ancient world. Instead of seeing early civilizations as isolated beginnings, the Lemurian imagination sees them as survivors, inheritors, and fragments. A symbol carved on a temple wall becomes a clue. A flood myth becomes a memory of Cataclysm. A sacred mountain becomes the echo of a drowned homeland. A tradition of hidden masters becomes the trace of teachers who escaped the destruction of an older age. The world becomes full of signs, and history becomes a surface under which another history is waiting. Of course, this is also where we must be careful. The human mind is very good at finding patterns, sometimes even where none exist. A symbol in one culture may resemble a symbol in another, not because they share a lost source, but because human beings everywhere notice the sun, the moon, the serpent, the tree, the spiral, the mountain, the mother, the flood, and the stars. Similar stories can arise from similar experiences. Coastlines flood, rivers overflow, earthquakes happen, islands sink or explode. People migrate, remember, exaggerate, and mythologize. A shared symbol does not always prove a shared civilization, but the careful mind and the dreaming mind can travel together for a while. The careful mind says, "Do not confuse longing with evidence." The dreaming mind replies, "But do not confuse absence of evidence with absence of meaning." Lemuria lives between these two voices. It asks us to listen to myth without surrendering completely to fantasy, and to respect science without forgetting that human beings have always used stories to preserve emotional truths that facts alone cannot carry. One of those emotional truths is the sense that we have forgotten something important. This feeling is not unique to modern people, but the modern world has intensified it. We live surrounded by information, and yet many people feel cut off from wisdom. We have more maps than any generation before us, and yet the world can feel spiritually unmapped. We can measure oceans, date rocks, analyze DNA, and photograph distant galaxies, but still wonder whether humanity has lost an older way of belonging to the Earth. Lemuria answers that longing by imagining a civilization that did not separate knowledge from reverence. In the Lemurian dream, the first world was not primitive simply because it was ancient. This is an important reversal. Modern thinking often assumes that the older something is, the less developed it must have been. The Lemurian imagination challenges that assumption, not by proposing modern technology in the ancient past, but by proposing another form of development altogether. What if a civilization could be advanced in empathy, memory, healing, and ecological balance? What if its greatness was not measured by machines, weapons, or monuments, but by the depth of its relationship with life? This idea is part of what makes Lemuria so distinct. Atlantis, in many modern retellings, is often imagined almost as a mirror of our own technological civilization, only older and more mysterious. It has power crystals, flying craft, energy weapons, vast temples, and a dangerous brilliance that eventually destroys it. Lemuria, by contrast, is usually imagined as quieter, more organic, more feminine in its symbolism, more connected to water, earth, birth, intuition, and the slow intelligence of nature. If Atlantis is the myth of power misused, Lemuria is the myth of harmony lost. That harmony is described differently by different writers. Some speak of Lemurians as telepathic or spiritually sensitive, communicating more through thought and feeling than through spoken language. Others imagine them as healers who understood plants, minerals, sound, and energy. Some picture them living in temple communities beneath vast skies, guided by elders and star watchers. Others see them as the ancestors of later island peoples, navigators of immense oceans who carried fragments of their homeland in chants, genealogies, and sacred maps of the stars. Again, these are not historical facts in the ordinary sense. They are layers of legend, but they reveal something about the role Lemuria plays. It is not only a place people want to discover, it is a path not taken. It represents the possibility that civilization might have been gentle and still profound, simple and still wise, ancient and still more balanced than the restless world that came after it. The idea of a first world also helps explain why Lemuria is often placed before Atlantis in alternative histories. Atlantis is the dramatic middle act, the civilization of dazzling achievement, moral decline, and catastrophic punishment. Lemuria is the deeper beginning, the age before the fall, the age when humanity was still close to nature and spirit. In this mythic timeline, Lemuria is innocence, Atlantis is ambition, and the modern world is forgetfulness. The three together form a story about decline, loss, and the possibility of remembering. This pattern is not unique to Lemuria. Many traditions imagine earlier ages as more sacred than the present. In some ancient systems, time does not move upward toward progress, but downward through ages of diminishing purity. The first age is golden, the later ages are darker, and humanity gradually loses its connection to divine order. Whether one takes such systems literally or symbolically, they reflect a recurring human suspicion that progress in one sense may come with loss in another. We may gain tools and lose wisdom. We may gain speed and lose depth. We may gain control and lose belonging. Lemuria became a modern expression of that ancient suspicion. It appeared at a time when industrial civilization was transforming the world at a breathtaking pace. Railways, factories, telegraphs, colonial empires, scientific classifications, and expanding cities were remaking humanity's relationship with nature and time. The world was becoming more connected, but also more mechanical. In that context, the idea of a gentle prehistoric civilization had a special attraction. Lemuria became an antidote to modern restlessness, a lost memory of a slower and more sacred earth. This is why the story often feels peaceful, even when it ends in catastrophe. The disaster matters, but it is not the whole point. The real power lies in the world before the disaster, in the imagined softness of Lemurian life. We are asked to picture warm forests, open temples, luminous seas, volcanic mountains, gardens, healing stones, and communities that understood themselves as part of a living cosmos. We are asked to imagine a time when knowledge was not separated into cold categories, but woven into daily life, ritual, body, land, sky, and dream. There is a deep comfort in such images. They create a kind of inner landscape where the mind can rest. Perhaps that is one reason Lemuria works so well as a story told slowly, at night. Unlike tales of war, conquest, and political intrigue, the Lemurian myth invites dissent rather than tension. It invites the listener to sink beneath the surface of ordinary history, to drift into a world where the boundaries between fact, symbol, and dream become softer. The very uncertainty of Lemuria becomes part of its atmosphere. Because we cannot fully see it, we are free to approach it gently. Yet the idea of a first world is not only comforting, it can also be unsettling. If Lemuria represents a forgotten beginning, then its disappearance suggests that beginnings can be lost. A civilization may rise, flourish, and vanish so completely that later ages debate whether it was ever real at all. Its language can disappear, its rituals can dissolve, its buildings can sink, burn, or return to earth. Its descendants can scatter so widely that they remember only fragments. Time can turn reality into legend, and legend into something scholars dismiss with a footnote. This possibility haunts the human imagination because it reminds us that memory is not guaranteed. We like to believe that what matters will be preserved, but history does not work so kindly. Countless lives, songs, villages, ceremonies, and names have vanished without record. Entire peoples are known to us only through the objects they left behind, or through what their enemies wrote about them, or through a few bones and tools in the ground. The past is not a complete book. It is a damaged manuscript, with many pages missing and others written in languages we can barely read. Lemuria is one of the missing pages we imagine most vividly. It may not be a page that ever existed in the form described, but it represents all the missing pages that surely did. It stands for the lost coastlines, the drowned camps, the forgotten migrations, the vanished oral histories, the first songs sung under unfamiliar stars. It stands for everything human that passed through the world without leaving a monument. This is why we should not reduce Lemuria too quickly to either truth or falsehood. As a literal continent, it belongs to a discarded scientific model. As a detailed ancient civilization, it belongs largely to esoteric and speculative traditions. But as a myth of lost origin, it belongs to something much older and more universal. It belongs to the human need to imagine a source. A source is different from a beginning. A beginning is a date, a place, a first event. A source is deeper. It is where meaning seems to come from. In the Lemurian story, the source of humanity is not a battlefield, a marketplace, or a palace. It is a living continent surrounded by warm seas, filled with people who remembered their connection to the earth. Whether imagined or real, that source changes the emotional shape of the human story. It tells us that beneath all later violence and confusion, there may have once been harmony, and perhaps this is why Lemuria is often described as being before Atlantis. Atlantis is closer to us in mood. It is grand, ambitious, unstable, dazzling, and doomed. It feels like a warning addressed to the civilizations that grow too proud of their own brilliance. Lemuria feels older because it is less like a warning and more like a lullaby. It does not say, "Beware what you may become." It says, "Remember what you may have been." That word, remember, is central in many versions of the Lemurian myth. The problem of humanity is not ignorance but amnesia. We are not simply creatures who have never known the truth. We are creatures who once knew something and forgot it. The role of myth, then, is not to invent, but to awaken. The lost continent is not only under the ocean, it is under layers of distraction, fear, and modern noise. To search for Lemuria is to search for a memory buried inside the human spirit. This idea can be taken literally, symbolically, or poetically, but its appeal is easy to understand. Everyone knows what forgetting feels like. Everyone has had the experience of almost remembering something: a name, a place, a dream, a childhood sensation, and feeling it hover just beyond reach. Lemuria has that quality. It feels like something almost remembered, a shoreline glimpsed in sleep, a word from a language we never learned but somehow recognize, a warm wind from a country that is not on any map. In the chapters ahead, we will explore how this feeling attached itself to a particular scientific theory, how Lemuria moved from zoology into mysticism, and how writers began to describe its people, lands, temples, and destruction. But before we enter those details, it is important to understand the emotional foundation beneath them. Lemuria became powerful because it answered the ancient dream of a first world. It gave a name to the possibility that before the civilizations we know, there was another order of life, another rhythm of humanity, another way of belonging to the earth. Perhaps there was no single Lemurian continent beneath the Indian or Pacific Ocean. Perhaps no crystal temples lie waiting in the dark. Perhaps the people imagined by later mystics never walked in the form described. But the dream of Lemuria still tells us something true about those who dream it. It tells us that modern humanity feels incomplete without a sacred beginning. It tells us that we suspect our oldest ancestors may have known forms of wisdom that do not fit easily into museums. It tells us that the ocean, with its vastness and silence, remains the perfect place to hide everything we cannot quite explain. So before Atlantis, before the great flood of punishment, before the shining empire brought low by pride, there is Lemuria, the softer lost world, the older homeland, the civilization before civilization. It stands not as a rival to Atlantis, but as its shadowy ancestor, the dream beneath the dream. Atlantis warns us that power without wisdom ends in ruin. Lemuria whispers that wisdom itself may have once existed in a form we have forgotten. And as the sea moves in darkness over ridges, plains, and drowned volcanic slopes, the mind returns to that whisper. Somewhere before history, somewhere before the first written names, somewhere beyond the reach of ordinary memory, there may have been a world that human beings have never stopped trying to find, not only because we want to know whether it was real, but because we want to know whether we were once different. A gentler humanity, a deeper memory, a first world beneath the waves. The strange thing about Lemuria is that it did not begin as a legend. It did not first appear in a temple inscription, or in the sacred songs of an island people, or in the warning of an ancient philosopher describing a proud civilization drowned by the gods. Lemuria began in the world of 19th century science, among naturalists, zoologists, geographers, and men who spent their lives comparing bones, animals, fossils, islands, and maps. Before it became a lost civilization of ancient wisdom, before it was filled with crystal temples and spiritual masters, Lemuria was a proposed answer to a problem about animals. In the 19th century, the natural world was being studied with a new intensity. Explorers crossed oceans with crates of specimens. Museums filled their cabinets with shells, skulls, feathers, insects, preserved reptiles, and plants pressed between paper. Scientists compared species from distant lands and tried to understand why certain animals lived in some places but not others. The world was becoming more known, but also more confusing, because every new discovery seemed to create another question. One of those questions involved lemurs. To European naturalists, lemurs were strange and fascinating animals. They were wide-eyed, often nocturnal, with long tails, soft hands, and movements that seemed halfway between monkey, cat, and ghost. Their very name came from an old Roman word for spirits of the dead, because their shining eyes and night calls gave them an eerie, almost supernatural quality. But the mystery that gave birth to Lemuria was not their appearance. It was where they lived. Lemurs were most famously found in Madagascar, the large island off the southeastern coast of Africa. Madagascar was, and still is, one of the most unusual biological worlds on Earth. For millions of years, it developed in relative isolation, and its forests became home to animals and plants found nowhere else. But related forms of life were also found in India and parts of Southeast Asia, and this raised a difficult question for 19th century science. How could similar or related creatures exist in places separated by so much ocean? Today, the answer belongs to a larger understanding of evolution, deep time, continental movement, ancient dispersal, extinction, and plate tectonics. But in the 1800s, the theory of plate tectonics did not yet exist. Scientists did not yet understand that continents move slowly across the surface of the Earth over immense periods of time. To many scholars of that era, continents and oceans seemed mostly fixed. If similar animals appeared in distant regions, There had to be some former connection between those lands. This is where the idea of lost land bridges became so useful. A land bridge was a simple and elegant answer. If animals could not cross an ocean, perhaps there had not always been an ocean between them. Perhaps land once connected the separated regions, allowing species to spread from one place to another. Later, that land might have sunk, fractured, or vanished beneath the sea, leaving only islands and distant relatives behind. It was an appealing idea because it turned the ocean from a barrier into a memory. Where water now stretched for thousands of miles, there may once have been forests, rivers, valleys, and paths of migration. In 1864, the British zoologist Philip Lutley Sclater proposed just such an idea. Writing about the mammals of Madagascar, he suggested that the distribution of lemurs could be explained if there had once been a large landmass in the Indian Ocean, connecting Madagascar with India and perhaps Africa. Since lemurs were central to this mystery, he gave the hypothetical land a name, Lemuria. At that moment, Lemuria was not imagined as a civilization. It had no temples, no kings, no ancient masters, no sacred crystals, and no drowned archives of forgotten wisdom. It was a scientific hypothesis, a possible missing piece in the geography of the natural world. Sclater was not trying to create a myth. He was trying to explain why animals appeared where they did. Yet the name itself had power. Lemuria. It did not sound like a dry technical term. It sounded like a place. It sounded like a continent already half lost in mist. Perhaps if the same theory had been given a more ordinary name, it might have remained trapped inside old scientific journals. But Lemuria had music in it. It suggested distance, strangeness, and a kind of moonlit softness. A name like that does not stay still for long. To understand why Sclater's idea was taken seriously, we have to remember how different science looked before the modern map of the deep Earth was complete. Today, we know that the continents were once joined in ancient supercontinents and later separated by the movement of tectonic plates. We know that India was once part of a vast southern landmass before drifting northward and colliding with Asia. We know that Madagascar separated from India and Africa through enormous geological processes across millions of years. But these ideas were not available in their modern form to 19th century naturalists. They saw the clues, but not yet the machinery behind them. They saw that similar animals and plants could appear on distant lands. They saw fossils that seemed to connect regions now separated by oceans. They saw islands with unusual species and continents with strange biological patterns. But without plate tectonics, they often explained these patterns by imagining vanished land. And so, throughout the 19th century, scholars proposed many lost bridges and sunken lands. Lemuria was only one of them. Though it would become the most famous in the imagination, there is something deeply human about this. When we cannot explain a gap, we build a bridge across it. Sometimes that bridge is real. Sometimes it is only temporary. Sometimes it is a scientific model that works until a better one appears. But while it exists, it shapes the way people imagine the world. Lemuria was one such bridge, first between Madagascar and India, and later between science and myth. For a time, the idea had a place in serious discussion. It was not universally accepted, and not all scientists agreed on its size, location, or importance. But it was not born as pure fantasy. It belonged to a real attempt to understand the distribution of life on Earth. In that sense, Lemuria's origin is very different from many mythical lands. Atlantis entered Western tradition through Plato's philosophical writings. Shambhala emerged from spiritual and religious traditions. Hyperborea came through ancient Greek imagination. Lemuria, however, came from a zoological puzzle, but scientific ideas do not always remain scientific. Sometimes they pass into the wider culture, where they are simplified, expanded, and transformed. A cautious hypothesis becomes a possibility. A possibility becomes a rumor becomes a mystery becomes a legend. The original boundaries are forgotten, and what remains is the image, a lost continent beneath the sea. Lemuria began this transformation almost as soon as people started asking whether such a landmass, if it had existed, might also have been inhabited. This was the turning point. A lost land bridge is interesting, but a lost homeland is magnetic. Once people imagined that Lemuria might have been large, warm, fertile, and ancient, the next question came naturally. Could humans, or early ancestors of humans, have lived there? Could it have been one of the original homes of humanity? Could the people of later civilizations have carried memories from this vanished land? These questions were speculative, and many of the answers proposed in that era were shaped by 19th century assumptions that we would now view with caution. It was a period obsessed with origins, classification, race, evolution, and ancient migrations. Some thinkers tried to place the birthplace of humanity in different parts of the world based on incomplete evidence and theories that are no longer accepted. But within that atmosphere, Lemuria became more than a biological land bridge. It became a possible cradle. The German biologist Ernst Haeckel, an influential supporter of Darwin's ideas, helped move Lemuria in this direction. Haeckel speculated about human evolution and suggested that a lost land in the Indian Ocean might have played a role in the origins of humanity. He was not describing the mystical Lemuria of later writers, but his speculation gave the continent a deeper significance. Lemuria was no longer only about lemurs. It was now connected, however loosely, to the question of where human beings came from. And once a place is connected to human origins, it becomes very difficult for the imagination to leave it alone. A land where animals once crossed can be forgotten. A land where humanity may have begun becomes a sacred mystery. It invites stories, it invites maps, it invites arguments and dreams. People begin to wonder what the first inhabitants were like, how they lived, whether they left descendants, whether ancient myths preserve their memory, and whether some forgotten knowledge might have survived their destruction. This is how Lemuria began to gather myth around itself. At first, the myth was thin. It was only the suggestion of an inhabited lost land. But in the late 19th century, there was a growing hunger for hidden histories. Many people felt that conventional religion had lost some of its authority, while scientific materialism seemed too cold to answer the deepest questions of the human spirit. Spiritualism, occultism, theosophy, and other esoteric movements became popular, especially among those who believed that ancient wisdom traditions contained truths modern civilization had forgotten. This was the perfect atmosphere for Lemuria to change again. Theosophical writers took the name and transformed it into part of a vast spiritual history of humanity. In their works, Lemuria was no longer simply a landmass in the Indian Ocean. It became one stage in an immense cycle of human and spiritual evolution, an ancient world inhabited by beings who belonged to a much earlier phase of human development. The details varied and often became fantastical, but the effect was enormous. Lemuria was lifted out of zoology and placed into cosmic history. For these writers, Lemuria could be older than Atlantis, older than known civilization, older than the ordinary memory of humanity. It could be the home of early races, ancient teachers, and strange forms of consciousness. It could explain myths, migrations, symbols, and spiritual traditions scattered across the world. It became not only a place that had sunk, but a chapter in the hidden biography of the human soul. This transformation may seem strange, but it followed a pattern that has happened many times. A scientific idea creates a space. A spiritual imagination enters that space. Popular culture decorates it. Later generations inherit the decorated version and forget how small the original idea was. By then, the myth has taken on a life of its own. In Lemuria's case, the transformation was especially dramatic. The original theory tried to explain lemurs in Madagascar and India. The later myth tried to explain humanity, consciousness, ancient wisdom, lost civilizations, and the spiritual destiny of the earth. A narrow scientific question had opened into an enormous, imaginative landscape, and yet, the original scientific origin remained useful. People could say that Lemuria was not merely invented by mystics because scientists had once spoken of it. This gave the legend a borrowed authority. It sounded as though science had confirmed the possibility of a lost continent, and spiritual writers had only revealed its deeper meaning. But this was not quite accurate. Scientists had proposed a landmass for specific biological reasons, not an advanced prehistoric civilization. The later Lemuria was a creative expansion, not a direct scientific conclusion. Still, myths often grow from misunderstandings like this. A small truth becomes the seed of a larger story. The seed may be real, but the tree that grows from it can be wildly different from the original plant. Lemuria's seed was a zoological hypothesis. The tree became a vast forest of lost civilizations, ancient masters, spiritual memory, and drowned continents. As the 20th century unfolded, modern geology began to remove the need for the original Lemuria. Continental drift, and later plate tectonics, explained how land masses had once been joined and later separated. The distribution of animals and fossils could be understood through deep geological time, evolution, extinction, island isolation, and the movement of plates. The ocean floor was studied more carefully, and the image of a vast sunken continent in the Indian Ocean became increasingly difficult to defend. Science moved on, but Lemuria did not disappear. This is one of the most fascinating parts of its story. In science, when a hypothesis is no longer needed, it is usually discarded. It may remain in the history of ideas, but it loses its active power. In myth, however, discarded ideas can become even more powerful because they are no longer restrained by the evidence that first created them. Once Lemuria was no longer required to explain animal distribution, it became free to become a symbol. And symbols are harder to sink than continents. The scientific Lemuria faded into the past, but the mystical Lemuria continued to grow. It moved from the Indian Ocean to the Pacific in some versions. It merged with the idea of Mu. It became connected with Polynesia, Hawaii, Easter Island, Tamil traditions of a drowned southern land, and countless alternative histories of the ancient world. Some writers imagined its survivors carrying wisdom to Egypt, Tibet, India, and the Americas. Others described Lemurians as peaceful, telepathic, spiritually advanced beings who lived in harmony with nature before the more technological civilization of Atlantis rose later. By then, Lemuria had become almost impossible to separate into one clear story. It was a scientific ghost, a mystical homeland, a lost continent, a spiritual metaphor, and a dream of human beginnings all at once. Different writers placed it in different oceans and gave it different histories. Some imagined it as physical and geological. Others imagined it as spiritual and symbolic. Some treated it as a literal civilization. Others used it as a way to speak about humanity's lost connection to Earth. This fluidity is part of why Lemuria survived. Atlantis has a famous ancient source in Plato, which gives it a certain shape and boundary. Lemuria has no single ancient text that defines it. Because of that, it can change more easily. It is like mist over water, taking the shape of whatever landscape it moves through. Yet if we follow the mist backward, we return to the same beginning, a question about animals. This beginning matters because it teaches us something about the relationship between science and imagination. Science often begins with mystery. A scientist notices something that does not fit, a pattern that needs explanation, a distribution that seems strange, a fossil in an unexpected place, a species where it should not be. To answer the mystery, a hypothesis is created. The hypothesis may later be refined, replaced, or rejected. But while it exists, it gives the mind a shape to work with. Lemuria was one of those shapes. The mystery was real. The distribution of life across islands and continents did need explanation. Madagascar really was biologically extraordinary. Lemurs really did raise questions about geography and evolution. The old answer was incomplete, but the question was not foolish. This is why Lemuria's scientific birth should not be treated simply as an embarrassment or a mistake. It was part of a larger search for understanding, made before some of the most important tools of modern geology were available. There is a quiet beauty in that. The people who first imagined Lemuria were wrong in many details, but they were looking at the world carefully. They were trying to make sense of scattered clues. They saw that the Earth had a history, that animals carried that history in their bodies, and that geography itself might be a record of vanished connections. In a way, they were right about the deeper principle. The Earth had changed. Lands had been connected and separated. Life had moved along paths that no longer existed. They simply imagined those changes in the wrong form. The modern explanation is more powerful, but perhaps less emotionally haunting. Plate tectonics gives us moving continents, ancient supercontinents, drifting plates, seabed spreading, collisions, uplifts, and separations over millions of years. It is grander than Lemuria in scale, but less personal in feeling. A lost continent has a romance that geological process does not easily carry. It gives the imagination a place to stand. It says, here, beneath this ocean, was once a world. That is why Lemuria could survive the death of its original theory. The facts changed, but the image remained. And once the image had been filled with people, temples, wisdom, catastrophe, and longing, it became part of the mythology of the modern world. So the scientific birth of Lemuria is not a simple story of science versus myth. It is the story of how a scientific idea can become mythic when it touches the right questions. Where did life come from? How are distant lands connected? What has the ocean hidden? Could humanity be older than its records? What knowledge has vanished? What worlds have been erased? These questions are larger than the theory that first carried them. They are the reason the name still echoes. Imagine Sclater, or one of the naturalists of his age, looking at specimens and maps by lamplight. Outside, the modern industrial world is growing louder. But inside the study, there are skulls, papers, ink, and the smell of old books. On the map, Madagascar floats beside Africa, India lies far to the northeast. Between them stretches the Indian Ocean, wide and blue, and apparently empty. But the animals suggest a connection. The pattern seems to whisper that the emptiness was not always empty, so the scientist draws a possibility into the sea. A vanished land, a bridge. Lemuria. He cannot know what will happen to that name. He cannot know that later writers will fill it with ancient peoples, cataclysms, hidden wisdom, and spiritual memory. He cannot know that long after science has abandoned the hypothesis, the name will still be spoken by those searching for a lost chapter of human history. He is solving one problem, but he has opened a door to another world. That is how Lemuria was born, not from certainty, but from a gap in knowledge, not from proof of a lost civilization, but from an attempt to understand the living world, not from a myth, but from a question that myth was waiting to answer. And perhaps that is why the story remains so strangely compelling. Lemuria reminds us that the unknown is never empty. When human beings encounter a blank space, we do not leave it blank for long. We fill it with theories, then stories, then symbols, then dreams. Sometimes those dreams lead us toward truth. Sometimes they lead us away from it. But they always reveal something about what we hope to find. In the case of Lemuria, we hoped to find connection, a connection between islands, animals, continents, and deep time. Later, a connection between ancient peoples, hidden wisdom, and the origins of humanity. Later still, a connection between the modern self and a lost harmony with the earth, from lemurs in Madagascar to a civilization before history. The path is long and strange, but it begins with one of the oldest movements of the human mind, seeing scattered clues and imagining the world that might once have joined them. That imagined world was called Lemuria. If Lemuria began as a scientific idea, it quickly became a geographical mystery. A lost land is never only a theory, it asks to be placed somewhere. It asks for shorelines, mountains, forests, rivers, and seas around it. It asks for a shape on the map, even if that shape is uncertain, changing, and drawn more by imagination than by evidence. Once people began to speak of Lemuria, they also began to ask the question that follows every lost world. Where was it? The first answer was the Indian Ocean. In its earliest scientific form, Lemuria was imagined as a vanished landmass, connecting Madagascar with India and perhaps with parts of Africa. This made sense within the original problem. Lemurs were strongly associated with Madagascar, while related animals and biological clues seemed to point toward India and Southeast Asia. If there had once been land where the Indian Ocean now lies, then animals might have moved across it before it sank or broke apart. The idea was speculative, but to 19th century science, it seemed possible, especially before modern plate tectonics explained the deeper movements of continents. So the earliest Lemuria was not a Pacific paradise or a mystical island chain. It was a bridge across the Indian Ocean, a missing connection between lands that now seem far apart. Imagine it as a broad, warm region of ancient Earth stretching through waters that today separate Madagascar, India, Sri Lanka, the Maldives, the Seychelles, and perhaps the eastern coast of Africa. It was not drawn with certainty because no one had seen it. It existed as an answer to a pattern, a shape inferred from animals, fossils, and biological distribution. But once the idea entered the imagination, that uncertain shape began to expand. A land bridge became a land became a continent, and a continent, especially a lost one, has a way of growing in the telling. Writers and seekers began to picture Lemuria not merely as a strip of vanished terrain, but as a vast world of its own, with interior regions, mountains, rivers, climates, peoples, and sacred places. The Indian Ocean was no longer only water between continents. It became the drowned roof of an ancient world. There is something powerful about placing Lemuria between India and Africa. These are regions heavy with antiquity, migration, and deep human memory. Africa carries the biological story of humanity's origins. India carries some of the world's oldest spiritual traditions, sacred texts, and myths of cosmic cycles. Madagascar, isolated and strange, feels almost like a fragment of another Earth, a biological arc where evolution took its own path. To imagine a lost land among these places is to place Lemuria at a crossroads of life, spirit, and deep time. In this version, Lemuria becomes a southern cradle. It lies not in the cold north or the imperial west, but in warm seas under bright stars, near monsoon winds and volcanic islands, near ancient coastlines where people may have watched the tides long before writing began. Its atmosphere is humid, green, and oceanic. One can imagine dense forests, high plateaus, rivers moving toward shallow seas, and shores where strange animals called in the night. If such a land had existed in the imagination, it would not feel like Europe, Egypt, or Mesopotamia. It would feel older, wetter, more biological, more dreamlike. The connection with Madagascar is especially important. Madagascar has always seemed mysterious to outsiders because it is both near Africa and strangely separate from it. Its animals and plants are so distinctive that it can feel like a surviving fragment of a lost world. The island's isolation gives it an almost Lemurian quality, as if it were a remnant, a biological memory left above water after something greater vanished. For those inclined toward speculation, Madagascar could be imagined not simply as an island, but as a surviving edge of a drowned continent. The same was true of other islands in the Indian Ocean: the Seychelles, the Maldives, Mauritius, Réunion, Sri Lanka, and scattered volcanic peaks could all be seen by the dreaming mind as fragments of a broken land. Modern geology gives these places specific origins, but myth does not see islands only as geological facts. Myth sees them as clues. A chain of islands becomes the mountaintops of a sunken world. Coral reefs become the outlines of drowned temples. Shallow banks become ancient plains. A map of oceanic islands begins to look like the remains of a continent that refused to disappear completely. From the Indian Ocean, however, Lemuria did not stay still. As the myth grew, its geography became more fluid. Some writers began moving it eastward, stretching it into the Pacific, or merging it with another lost continent called Mu. The Pacific Ocean, even more vast and mysterious than the Indian Ocean, offered an irresistible stage. It was filled with islands, ancient navigation traditions, megalithic ruins, volcanic chains, and immense distances crossed by Polynesian sailors with astonishing skill. For anyone searching for a lost motherland of oceanic peoples, the Pacific seemed to invite speculation. In the Pacific version, Lemuria becomes larger, more diffuse, and more mystical. It is no longer only a land between Madagascar and India. It becomes a vanished world, spread across the greatest ocean on Earth, perhaps touching Hawaii, Easter Island, Tahiti, Samoa, Fiji, and other islands scattered like stars across blue water. The very scale of the Pacific makes the imagination loosen its grip on ordinary geography. There is so much ocean, so much horizon, so much hidden depth, that a lost continent feels emotionally possible even where science does not support it. This shift from the Indian Ocean to the Pacific changed the mood of Lemuria. The Indian Ocean Lemuria feels like a scientific ghost, born from animal distribution and 19th century geography. The Pacific Lemuria feels more like a spiritual homeland, connected to island myths, star navigation, volcanic landscapes, and the idea of ancient peoples scattered after a great sinking. It is softer, more expansive, more dreamlike. It becomes a mother continent, not only for humans, but for memory itself. Hawaii became especially important in some modern Lemurian traditions. Certain spiritual writers and New Age movements associated Hawaii with Lemurian energy, Lemurian memory, or the surviving vibration of a lost civilization. The islands, rising volcanic and green from the vast Pacific, seemed to many like natural temples. Their remoteness made them feel like remnants of another world. Their traditions of genealogy, chant, navigation, and sacred relationship with land and sea were sometimes reinterpreted, often very loosely, through the lens of Lemuria. It is important to approach such claims carefully. Real Polynesian cultures have their own histories, languages, migrations, and sacred traditions, and they should not be reduced to evidence for someone else's lost continent myth. The skill of Polynesian navigation, the richness of Hawaiian spirituality, and the depth of Pacific Islander memory are extraordinary in their own right. They do not need Lemuria to make them meaningful. Still, the fact that later writers connected Lemuria to the Pacific tells us something about how the myth functions. It attaches itself to places that already feel ancient, oceanic, and spiritually powerful. Easter Island, or Rapa Nui, also became part of this imaginative geography. Its great stone moai, standing with solemn faces against the sky, seemed to invite mystery. Who built them? Why were they carved? How did such monumental forms arise on such a remote island? Archaeology provides grounded answers about the Rapa Nui people, their culture, and their history. But for alternative historians and lost continent writers, the island became a possible remnant of something older. The statues were folded into stories of Mu, Lemuria, and vanished Pacific civilizations. This is one of the recurring patterns in lost continent mythology. A real place with a real culture becomes reinterpreted as a fragment of a larger imagined world. The ruins are no longer only local. They become global clues. The island is no longer only an island. It becomes a mountaintop of a drowned continent. The people are no longer only themselves. They become descendants of survivors from a vanished age. These interpretations can be imaginative and evocative, but they can also obscure the real histories of the cultures involved. Lemuria's geography therefore tells us as much about the people imagining it as about the supposed continent itself. When 19th century scientists needed to explain animal distribution, they placed Lemuria in the Indian Ocean. When esoteric writers needed a vast stage for ancient spiritual evolution, they expanded it. When modern seekers looked for places where the earth still felt sacred and mysterious, they found Lemurian traces in Hawaii, the Pacific Islands, Mount Shasta, and other landscapes charged with symbolic meaning. Mount Shasta, in Northern California, may seem far from the Indian Ocean origins of Lemuria, but it became one of the most famous modern locations associated with Lemurian legends. Rising high and snow-covered above the surrounding land, Mount Shasta has long attracted spiritual stories, mystical communities, and claims of hidden beings or ancient masters living within the mountain. In some modern accounts, survivors of Lemuria are said to have retreated into hidden cities beneath Mount Shasta after the destruction of their homeland. This is a very different geography from Sclater's Lemuria. We have moved from Madagascar and India to California, from zoology to mountain mysticism. But myth often travels this way. It does not obey the logic of maps. It follows the logic of atmosphere. Mount Shasta feels mysterious, isolated, powerful, and sacred to many who encounter it. Therefore, it becomes a natural home for stories of hidden survivors. The mountain replaces the drowned continent as a place where Lemuria might still be alive, not on the surface, but within. The idea of hidden interiors is important. Once a lost continent sinks, the story can continue in several ways. Its people can die, they can migrate, they can leave ruins, or they can retreat into hidden places, mountains, underground cities, secret valleys, or higher spiritual dimensions. The Mount Shasta legends belong to this last pattern. They suggest that Lemuria was not completely destroyed, but transformed and concealed. The land vanished, but the wisdom survived underground, waiting for humanity to become ready again. This is less geography than sacred psychology. The hidden city beneath the mountain is a symbol of hidden knowledge inside the world, and perhaps inside the self. The surface is ordinary. Beneath it lies a deeper reality. In that sense, Lemuria's geography becomes vertical rather than horizontal. It is no longer only about where on the ocean map the continent once lay. It is about layers, surface and depth, visible and invisible, forgotten and remembered. Another major location connected to Lemuria is Kumari Kandam, a legendary sunken land associated with Tamil tradition. In some modern interpretations, Kumari Kandam is identified with Lemuria or treated as a regional memory of the same lost southern continent. According to these ideas, there was once a great land south of India where ancient Tamil civilization flourished before being swallowed by the sea. This version brings Lemuria back toward the Indian Ocean. But now, with a stronger cultural and historical identity, Kumari Kandam is a complex subject because it sits at the intersection of literature, cultural memory, nationalism, mythology, and speculative history. For many Tamil thinkers and writers, the idea of a lost southern land carries deep emotional and cultural significance. It is tied to questions of antiquity, language, origin, and pride in the depth of Tamil civilization. When outsiders simply label it Lemuria, they can flatten that complexity. Still, the connection between Kumari Kandam and Lemuria became influential because both involve a drowned land in the southern seas. Both are linked to ancient origins, and both speak to the idea that the ocean has covered an important chapter of human history. In the Lemurian imagination, then, the map keeps changing. It may begin near Madagascar, stretch toward India, move into the Pacific, touch Polynesia, rise through Hawaii, echo in Easter Island, hide beneath Mount Shasta, and return again to the drowned lands south of India. A strict geographer might see this as confusion, and in a literal sense, it is. But a mythologist would see something else. Lemuria is not fixed because it represents a type of place, rather than one place. It represents the lost homeland, the drowned origin, the sacred land erased by water, the ancient source glimpsed only through fragments. This is why Lemuria can appear wherever land, sea, mystery, and memory meet. It appears around islands because islands already feel like fragments. It appears near volcanoes because volcanoes suggest both creation and destruction. It appears in the deep ocean because the ocean hides. It appears beneath mountains because mountains feel ancient and secretive. It appears in southern lands because the South, in many old maps and imaginations, was a place of unknown spaces, warm seas, and speculative continents. The lost southern continent was itself a recurring idea in older geography. Long before Lemuria, mapmakers imagined Terra Australis, a vast land in the southern hemisphere that was believed to balance the lands of the north. This was not Lemuria, but it shows how often people filled unknown southern spaces with hypothetical land. The blank areas of old maps were invitations. They asked to be completed, and where knowledge was limited, imagination drew coastlines. Lemuria inherited this older habit of imagined geography. It emerged at a time when the world map was becoming more complete, but not yet complete enough to prevent speculation. The ocean floor was still largely unknown. The deep sea was a realm of darkness. If one wished to hide a continent, the ocean was the perfect place. No desert, jungle, or mountain range could conceal a lost world as completely as water. Even today, when the ocean floor has been mapped far more accurately, the sea retains its mystery. We know its general shapes, but emotionally, it remains enormous and secretive. Most people will never see the abyssal plains, deep trenches, submerged mountains, or volcanic ridges with their own eyes. The ocean is scientifically known in ways that do not fully satisfy the imagination. It remains dark, moving, and ancient. This is why stories of drowned lands still survive. They belong to the emotional truth of the sea. Even when they do not match geological fact, the geography of Lemuria also reflects a desire to connect distant cultures. When people noticed similarities between myths, monuments, or symbols in different parts of the world, they sometimes used Lemuria as an explanation. How could ancient people in distant places share flood stories, serpent symbols, sacred mountains, star knowledge, or megalithic building traditions? One answer, though speculative, was that they had inherited fragments from a common, lost source. Lemuria became the invisible center from which similarities could radiate. This can be tempting, but it is not always necessary. Human beings in different places often create similar symbols because they live under the same sky, depend on the same natural cycles, fear the same disasters, and ask the same questions about death, birth, ancestors, and the divine. Flood myths can arise wherever floods occur. Serpents become sacred in many places because serpents are powerful, mysterious, and widely distributed. The stars guide travelers in many cultures because the stars are visible to all. Similarity does not always require a lost continent, yet the desire for a shared source remains strong, perhaps because it offers unity. It suggests that beneath the diversity of human cultures, there is an older memory connecting them. Lemuria becomes a way to imagine humanity as once whole, before distance, language, migration, and catastrophe separated the human family. In this sense, the geography of Lemuria is not only about land, it is about belonging. If Lemuria lay between India and Africa, then it belonged to the deep origins of life and humanity. If it lay in the Pacific, then it belonged to the great oceanic migrations and the mystery of island worlds. If it was connected to Kumari Kandam, then it belonged to the ancient South and the memory of drowned Tamil lands. If its survivors lived beneath Mount Shasta, then it belonged to hidden wisdom preserved within the earth. Each location gives Lemuria a different meaning, and each meaning reveals a different human need. The Indian Ocean Lemuria answers the need for biological connection. The Pacific Lemuria answers the need for a lost motherland of island peoples. The mystical Lemuria answers the need for a sacred origin. The underground Lemuria answers the need for hidden survival. The symbolic Lemuria answers the need to believe that what is lost is not completely gone. This is why no single map of Lemuria has ever satisfied everyone. A scientific map would make it too small. A mystical map makes it too fluid. A cultural map makes it too complex. A symbolic map makes it too inward. And so Lemuria continues to drift, not because it has no meaning, but because it has too many. For the purposes of our journey, we might imagine Lemuria not as a sharply defined continent, but as a shadow cast across several regions of the world's imagination. Its oldest shadow lies in the Indian Ocean, between Madagascar, Africa, and India. Its widest shadow lies across the Pacific, among islands, volcanoes, and star paths. Its cultural echoes touch southern India and the stories of drowned lands. Its mystical echoes rise in mountains and hidden cities, and its deepest shadow lies beneath the sea itself, wherever water covers what land once held. Picture now a map slowly changing in candlelight. At first, the Indian Ocean is empty blue. Then a faint outline appears between Madagascar and India, like a memory returning. Forests spread across it. Rivers run toward shallow bays. Animals move through warm valleys. Then the outline grows, stretches eastward, becomes uncertain, dissolves into island chains, reappears in the Pacific, breaks apart into volcanic peaks and coral rings. Some fragments sink. Some become myths. Some become songs. Some survive as mountains. Some pass into the dreams of people who feel that the world is missing a continent. That is Lemuria's geography. Not a single fixed place, but a movement from map to myth. And perhaps this is fitting. A lost continent should not be too easy to locate. If it could be marked with a neat border and labeled with confidence, it would lose some of its strange power. Lemuria belongs to the edge of the known, to the soft places on the map where science once wondered, where myth later settled, and where the human imagination still hears the sea asking questions. Was it between India and Madagascar? Was it in the Pacific? Was it remembered in stories of drowned southern lands? Was it carried by island navigators, hidden beneath mountains, or preserved only as a symbol? The answers depend on which Lemuria we are speaking of. The scientific hypothesis, the mystical continent, the cultural memory, or the inner landscape. But in every version, Lemuria is southward, oceanic, and lost. It is warm water over old stone. It is islands like fragments of a broken bowl. It is the feeling that beneath the blue surface of the world lies a chapter removed from the book of history. It is not the desert ruin, not the buried city under sand, not the fortress on a hill. It is the drowned homeland, the vanished bridge, the continent dissolved into waves. And so, when we ask where Lemuria was, perhaps the most honest answer is this. Lemuria was placed wherever people felt the ocean had hidden too much. It was drawn between lands that seemed mysteriously connected. It was moved to islands that felt like remnants. It was imagined beneath mountains that seemed to guard secrets. It was tied to cultures whose antiquity stirred wonder. It was less a point on the map than a question written across the water, a land between India, Africa, and the Pacific, a land between science and myth, a land between memory and longing, a land that shifted because the human need for it shifted, and somewhere in that shifting, Lemuria became larger than geography. To imagine Lemuria only as a lost land is to leave the story unfinished. A continent without people is only geology, only coastline, mountain, forest, river, and sea. What gives Lemuria its strange power is not merely the thought that land may once have existed where now there is ocean, but the possibility that a people lived there, dreamed there, built there, watched the stars there, and carried within themselves a way of being that later ages would forget. In the earliest scientific idea, Lemuria did not need inhabitants. It was a land bridge, a vanished region imagined to explain the movement of animals between Madagascar, India, Africa, and other distant places. But myths are rarely satisfied with empty land. Once the name Lemuria entered the imagination, people began to ask who might have lived there. If it had been a continent, could it have held villages, temples, languages, ceremonies, and ancestors? If it had vanished, could its people have survived? And if they survived, could their descendants have carried Lemurian memory into later civilizations? The answers given by different writers have varied wildly. Some described the Lemurians as early forms of humanity, strange and primitive by modern standards. Others imagined them as highly spiritual beings, gentle, intuitive, and wise in ways that modern civilization can barely understand. Some placed them closer to mythic ancestors than ordinary people, while others treated them as a lost human culture whose memory was scattered across India, Polynesia, Africa, and the Americas. There is no single Lemurian people in the tradition. There are many Lemurias, and each one creates its own humanity. Still, over time, a recognizable image formed. In the most popular modern version, the Lemurians were not remembered as conquerors. They were not an empire of soldiers, kings, and monuments built to intimidate the world. They were imagined as a peaceful and deeply connected people, more inward than outward, more spiritual than mechanical, more concerned with harmony than domination. Their greatness was not supposed to lie in armies or wealth, but in consciousness, healing, memory, and their relationship with the living earth. This is what separates Lemuria most strongly from Atlantis in the modern imagination. Atlantis often shines with power. It is technological, dramatic, ambitious, and dangerous. Atlantis builds upward toward towers, machines, energy, and control. Lemuria, by contrast, listens downward and inward, toward roots, water, stone, dream, and the unseen life of the world. If Atlantis is imagined as the civilization of brilliant force, Lemuria is imagined as the civilization of quiet awareness. In many accounts, the Lemurians lived close to nature, not in the romantic sense of being simple or undeveloped, but in the deeper sense of feeling no separation between themselves and the world around them. They did not see mountains as dead masses of stone, or rivers as resources, or forests as material waiting to be used. They understood the land as alive. The island, the continent, the sea, the animals, the weather, the stars, and the human body were all part of one great system of being. To harm one part was to disturb the whole. Whether or not such a civilization ever existed, the image is powerful because it reverses many assumptions of the modern world. We are used to thinking of progress as separation. The human being separates from nature, masters it, measures it, extracts from it, and builds a world of artificial light and mechanical speed. The Lemurian myth imagines another form of progress, one in which development means deeper participation rather than greater control. To become advanced, in this vision, is not to dominate the earth more efficiently, but to understand its rhythms more completely. The Lemurians were often described as intuitive. In some traditions, they communicated not only through spoken language, but through thought, feeling, and direct inner perception. Their speech, if they had speech in the ordinary sense, was said to be softer, more musical, less divided from song. Some accounts imagine that they could sense emotion, intention, and memory as naturally as we hear sound or see color. They did not need to argue in the way later peoples would because they understood one another more immediately. This idea of telepathic or intuitive communication may sound fantastical, but as a symbol, it reveals something important. It suggests a humanity before deep loneliness, a people not trapped behind the walls of the individual self, a society where inner life could be shared, where deception was difficult, where empathy was not merely a virtue, but an ordinary sense. In such a world, conflict would not disappear entirely, but it would take a different form. To wound another would be to feel the wound echo through oneself. For this reason, Lemurian society is often imagined as communal rather than hierarchical. It is pictured less as a pyramid of rulers and subjects and more as a circle of families, elders, healers, teachers, and guardians. Authority in this dream did not come primarily from force or inheritance, but from wisdom, age, spiritual depth, and service. The oldest were not merely those who had survived the longest, but those who remembered most clearly. Elders were libraries of the living voice. They carried stories of the land, the stars, the sea, the seasons, and the ancestors. In this way, Lemurian memory was imagined as oral, embodied, and ceremonial. Perhaps they did not carve their knowledge into stone in the way later civilizations did. Perhaps they sang it. Perhaps they danced it. Perhaps they encoded it in rituals performed at sunrise, in the arrangement of stones, in the planting of trees, in the passing of hands over water, in the names given to children, or in the routes taken by navigators beneath certain stars. A civilization without written records is not necessarily a civilization without memory. It may simply preserve memory in forms that do not survive catastrophe easily. This idea helps explain why Lemuria can be imagined as both advanced and almost invisible archaeologically. If a people built lightly on the land, if they worked with organic materials, if their deepest knowledge was carried in bodies, voices, and relationships rather than inscriptions, then a disaster could erase them almost completely. Their temples of wood, coral, or earth might dissolve. Their songs might die with their singers. Their tools might be simple because their sophistication lay elsewhere. To later ages, such a people might appear to have left nothing, when in truth, they left almost nothing that stone-loving history knows how to read. The Lemurian people were also often connected with healing. In modern esoteric traditions, they are described as knowing the properties of plants, minerals, sound, water, and subtle energy. Their healers were not doctors in the modern clinical sense, separating body from mind, mind from spirit, and spirit from environment. They treated illness as imbalance, a disturbance in the relationship between the person and the whole. A wound in the body might be connected to a grief in the heart, a disruption in the community, or a disharmony with the land. Again, whether taken literally or symbolically, this reflects a very old idea found in many traditional cultures. Health is not merely mechanical. The body belongs to a world. The self is not isolated. To heal a person is also to restore connection. Lemuria became a place where this older, holistic sense of healing could be imagined in its purest form, a place where medicine was song, touch, herb, water, dream, mineral, silence, and the ability to listen to what the body could not say in words. Crystals became one of the most famous symbols associated with Lemuria, though this belongs mostly to later mystical and New Age interpretations. Lemurian crystals are imagined as stones that hold ancient memory, tools of healing and communication. remnants of a civilization that understood vibration and light. In these traditions, the Lemurians are said to have programmed or encoded knowledge into crystals before their continent vanished, leaving them for future generations to rediscover when humanity was ready. To a skeptical mind, this is mythology. To a symbolic mind, it is beautiful. A crystal is an ideal object for a lost civilization myth because it seems both earthly and luminous. It comes from the depths of the earth, yet catches light like something from the stars. It is hard, silent, and ancient, yet people often feel that it has presence. To imagine Lemurian memory stored in crystal is to imagine that knowledge can survive not in books, which burn, or buildings, which fall, but in the mineral body of the earth itself. The Lemurians were also described as star-aware. Like many imagined ancient peoples, they watched the heavens closely. They knew the cycles of the moon, the slow turning of constellations, the rising of certain stars before dawn, the relationship between celestial rhythms and earthly seasons. In an island or oceanic world, such knowledge would have been essential. The stars were not decoration. They were map, calendar, scripture, and companion. But in the Lemurian myth, astronomy becomes something more intimate than measurement. The stars are not distant objects, but living signs. The sky is not empty space, but a vast mind, or a great memory, mirrored in the human soul. The Lemurians, in this vision, did not study the heavens only to travel or plant or predict seasons. They studied them to understand their place in the universe. Their star knowledge was spiritual geography. This is another reason the Lemurians are often imagined as peaceful, a people who feel watched by the stars, held by the earth, and connected to one another through unseen currents, would perhaps have less need to conquer. Their identity would not depend on owning land, because they would belong to land. It would not depend on defeating enemies, because the boundary between self and other would be softer. It would not depend on building monuments to personal glory, because memory itself would be shared. Of course, this is an idealization. Every human society, real or imagined, must deal with fear, jealousy, sickness, disagreement, loss, and death. A completely peaceful civilization may reveal more about our longing than about ancient reality, but the image of the Lemurians as gentle beings is important because it gives the myth its emotional center. Lemuria is not loved because it was powerful. It is loved because it represents the hope that intelligence can be gentle. Many descriptions of Lemurians also emphasize their bodies, though these descriptions vary greatly depending on the source. Some older esoteric writings portrayed early Lemurians in strange, symbolic, and often bizarre ways, as beings very different from modern humans. Later, New Age versions softened this image, imagining them as tall, graceful, luminous, or simply human but more spiritually refined. In some accounts, they are associated with darker skin, in others, with radiant or etheric bodies, and in still others, with a kind of primordial humanity that cannot be easily placed into modern categories. It is worth being careful with these descriptions, because many 19th and early 20th century theories about ancient races were shaped by outdated and often harmful ideas about human development. The language of root races and spiritual evolution, especially in some esoteric systems, can carry assumptions that do not belong in a respectful modern retelling. For our purposes, it is better to understand the Lemurians not as a literal racial category, but as mythic ancestors, symbolic people of an imagined first world, representing a different relationship between humanity, nature, and spirit. Seen this way, the Lemurian people become less about physical appearance and more about consciousness. What makes them Lemurian is not the shape of their bodies, but the quality of their awareness. They are remembered as listeners, listeners to the earth, to the sea, to animals, to dreams, to stars, and to one another. Their civilization, if we imagine it, was built upon listening as a sacred act. Picture a Lemurian village near the edge of a warm inland sea. The houses are not arranged to dominate the landscape, but to follow it. Paths curve around old trees rather than cutting through them. Water moves through channels lined with smooth stone. Gardens grow in terraces, filled with herbs, flowers, fruits, and plants, chosen not only for food, but for fragrance, medicine, and ceremony. At the center stands an open gathering place, perhaps circled by carved pillars, shells, or crystals, not as a palace for rulers, but as a shared space for teaching, healing, song, and remembrance. At dawn, the people gather quietly as the first light touches the mountains. No bell is needed. The rhythm of the day is known. Children sit near elders. Healers prepare water and leaves. Navigators look to the fading stars. Farmers or gardeners study the wind and clouds. Someone begins a low chant, not performed for an audience, but offered to the morning itself. The sound rises slowly, blending with birds, insects, waves, and the breath of many people, becoming one rhythm. This is not history. It is an imagined scene, but it captures the feeling Lemuria has come to hold. A society in which the sacred is not separate from ordinary life. There is no need to go somewhere special to find meaning, because meaning is woven through everything. Food, sleep, birth, death, illness, weather, work, and storytelling all belong to the same living pattern. In such a world, the priest, healer, artist, farmer, and astronomer are not completely separate roles. Each person participates in the sacred order in a different way. Children in Lemuria, as later dreamers imagined them, would have been taught first to sense rather than to memorize. They would learn the names of plants, not as labels, but as relationships. They would learn which leaves cooled fever, which roots calmed the stomach, which flowers opened at night, which trees attracted certain birds, which stones held heat after sunset. They would learn the tides, the moon, the behavior of animals before storms, the stories of ancestors, and the quiet discipline of listening before speaking. Or such an education would form a very different kind of mind from the modern classroom. It would not separate knowledge into disconnected subjects. Geography would be the story of ancestors moving through land. Astronomy would be navigation, ritual, and cosmology. Medicine would be botany, touch, intuition, and song. History would be genealogy, migration, and moral memory. Art would be ceremony. Science would be attention. Spirituality would be the understanding that nothing exists alone. This is perhaps the deepest reason people imagine the Lemurians with such tenderness. They represent not only a lost people, but a lost mode of knowing, a world in which knowledge was relational. To know a river was not only to measure its length, but to understand its moods, its floods, its fish, its songs, its dangers, and its place in the life of the community. To know a star was not only to calculate its position, but to know when it rose, what season it announced, what story belonged to it, and how it guided those who traveled across dark water. In some versions of the myth, the Lemurians did not build large cities at first. Their life was more dispersed, woven into the landscape in smaller communities. But as the civilization developed, they are said to have created temple centers, healing sanctuaries, and places of learning. These were not cities in the later imperial sense, crowded with markets, walls, soldiers, and rulers. They were more like sacred landscapes, where architecture served alignment rather than domination. The shapes of such places are often imagined as circular, spiral, or flowing, rather than rigid and rectangular. Buildings open to the sky. Water is central. Stone is chosen carefully. Crystals, if included in the vision, are placed not as decoration, but as instruments of harmony. Gardens are part of the temple, not separate from it. Animals move freely. The boundary between built space and natural space remains soft. What did the Lemurians believe about death? The traditions do not give one single answer, but the logic of the myth suggests that they would not have seen death as absolute separation. If all life was connected, then death was a change in relationship, not a complete disappearance. Ancestors remained near, perhaps in dreams, in stones, in stars, in the sea, or in the memory of the community. The dead were not gone into nothingness. They had moved into a subtler layer of the same living world. This belief would make ancestry central. The Lemurians, as imagined, would have carried their dead not as burdens, but as presences. A child might be named for an ancestor whose qualities were hoped to return. A healer might call upon the memory of previous healers. A navigator might speak to those who had crossed the ocean before. A community facing danger might gather to remember the first teachers, the old ones, the ones who knew the earth when it was younger. And perhaps this is how the later idea of Lemurian survivors emerged. If the Lemurians themselves believed memory could pass between worlds, then their destruction would not mean the end of their influence. Their continent might sink, their temples might fall, their bodies might vanish, but their consciousness, their teachings, or their vibration could remain available to later humanity. This is a mystical idea, not a historical one, but it fits the emotional structure of the myth. Lemuria cannot be completely destroyed, because Lemuria is not only land, it is memory. The people of Lemuria, then, are imagined as the carriers of that memory. They are the ones who lived before the Great Forgetting. They knew what later humanity would lose. They understood that the earth was alive, that sound could heal, that stones could hold presence, that dreams could teach, that the stars were not distant and meaningless, and that community was not a social arrangement, but a spiritual organism. It is easy to see why such a people would appeal to the modern imagination. We live in an age of extraordinary capability, yet also of disconnection. Many people feel separated from land, ancestry, body, silence, night skies, and communal meaning. The Lemurians appear as the opposite of that condition. They are imagined as people who belonged completely. They belonged to the earth, to each other, to the cosmos, and to their own inner lives. This belonging is the heart of their myth. But every myth of harmony contains a shadow. If the Lemurians were so wise, why did their world vanish? If they lived in balance with nature, why were they unable to prevent catastrophe? Some versions answer that the destruction of Lemuria was part of a natural cycle, a geological disaster beyond human control. Others suggest that even Lemuria eventually changed, that its people gradually lost some of their purity, or that cosmic cycles required one age to end so another could begin. Still others portray the Lemurians as aware of the coming disaster, preparing to preserve their wisdom before the land sank. This last version is especially poignant. Imagine a people who can feel the earth changing beneath them. The tremors come more often. The animals move strangely. Springs turn bitter. Stars are watched with increasing concern. Elders gather in the temples and understand that their world is entering its final season. They do not respond by building armies or trying to conquer other lands. They respond by preserving memory. They teach more intensely. They encode songs. They send out navigators. They prepare children for migration. They place knowledge into crystals, symbols, stories, and the minds of chosen keepers. They understand that land can be lost, but wisdom may survive if carried carefully enough. In this vision, the Lemurians become not only a lost people, but the first archivists of human spirit. Whether imagined or believed, this scene gives the Lemurian people a tragic dignity. They are not merely victims of a flood. They are guardians facing the end of their world with calm purpose. They know that the continent will disappear, but they trust that some part of its song will continue elsewhere. And so, after Lemuria's destruction, its people are said to scatter. Some go west toward India, Africa, and Egypt. Some go east into the Pacific Islands. Some disappear into mountains, underground cities, or hidden spiritual realms. Some become ancestors. Some become teachers. Some become nothing more than a feeling that later generations cannot explain. Their physical forms vanish from history, but their mythic role expands. They become the old ones behind the old ones. In this way, the people of Lemuria are less like a nation than a dream of ancestry. They are not remembered through a single language, king list, or archaeological site. They are remembered through an imagined quality of being: gentle, ancient, intuitive, oceanic, earth-connected, sorrowful, wise, and lost. They belong to the warm twilight before history, where memory and myth are still woven together. If Atlantis asks us to imagine what happens when intelligence becomes pride, Lemuria asks us to imagine what happens when wisdom becomes memory. Its people do not stand before us as conquerors or builders of empires. They stand as listeners at the edge of the sea, hearing the first signs of a coming change. They remind us that a civilization can be measured not only by what it leaves behind, but by what it teaches the imagination to long for. Perhaps the Lemurians never existed as described. Perhaps no peaceful crystal civilization lived on a drowned continent before recorded history. Perhaps the people of Lemuria are a modern myth woven from science, occultism, island romance, ecological longing, and the universal desire for sacred origins. But even if that is true, they remain meaningful. They are the ancestors we invent when we feel that the ancestors we know are not enough. They are the image of humanity before separation, before forgetting, before the long argument between civilization and nature. And as night deepens over the imagined continent, we can picture them one more time, not as rulers, not as warriors, not as shadows in an old theory, but as a people gathered beneath a sky full of stars. The sea moves softly in the distance. Fires burn low. Children sleep beside their families. Elders speak in quiet voices. Somewhere, a healer places a hand over a bowl of water. Somewhere, a navigator watches the moon. Somewhere, a song is being taught that will outlive the land itself. This is the people of Lemuria, not proven, not fixed, not fully knowable, but strangely present. A civilization of memory more than monument. A humanity imagined as whole. A lost people whose greatest legacy may be the question they leave behind. What would we become if we learned to listen again? If the people of Lemuria were imagined as listeners, then their cities must be imagined as places built for listening, not cities in the later sense of crowded streets, market noise, royal processions, walls, fortresses, taxes, soldiers, and monuments raised to the glory of kings, but cities that seem to grow out of the land itself, shaped by water, stone, wind, and starlight. In the Lemurian dream, architecture was not domination, it was conversation. To picture a Lemurian city, we must first forget many of the images that come to mind when we think of ancient civilization. There are no harsh walls cutting the living world into inside and outside, no palaces towering over the homes of ordinary people, no avenues designed to display military power, no statues of rulers demanding obedience from the centuries. Lemuria, as it appears in the softer traditions, does not build to frighten the landscape into submission. It builds as though the land is already sacred, and every structure must ask permission to exist. Imagine, then, a valley opening toward a warm southern sea. The air is heavy with the scent of flowers, rain, and salt. Mountains rise in the distance, their upper slopes blue in the morning haze. Rivers descend from those mountains in silver threads, winding through forests before reaching a wide plain of gardens, pools, terraces, and low buildings made of pale stone. The city is not hidden, but it is also not aggressive. From far away, it may be difficult to tell where the natural landscape ends and the human settlement begins, because the people who built it did not wish to break the rhythm of the place. The first thing one might notice is the silence, not the silence of emptiness, but the silence of balance. Birds call from the trees, water runs through channels, footsteps pass over smooth paths, voices rise and fall in conversation, but nothing feels hurried. There is no metallic roar, no wheels grinding over stone, no shouting crowds. The city breathes. Its silence is not absence of life, but a way of making room for life to be heard. In such a city, the streets would not necessarily be straight. They might curve with the land, following the slope of hills, the course of streams, or the shadows cast by sacred trees. Paths would widen into gathering places, then narrow again beneath archways of woven branches or carved stone. Small bridges would cross water, not as obstacles conquered, but as moments of pause. Perhaps people would stop there to listen to the current, to speak with a friend, or simply to watch the reflected sky tremble beneath them. The buildings themselves might be made from materials that belonged to the region: stone, wood, clay, shell, coral, volcanic glass, reed, and polished minerals. In later mystical imagination, crystal becomes central to Lemurian architecture, but even crystal need not be imagined as decoration alone. In a Lemurian city, crystal would not be used merely because it sparkled. It would be placed where light, sound, water, and attention met. A pillar of quartz might stand in a meditation court where dawnlight touched it first. A chamber lined with translucent stone might soften the sun into a gentle glow. Small crystals might be set into walls, not to display wealth, but to mark alignments, seasons, ceremonies, and sacred directions. The city would be full of thresholds. A threshold is more than a doorway. It is a place where one state becomes another. The Lemurians, if we imagine them as deeply sensitive to transitions, would have understood thresholds as sacred. The passage from home to public space, from garden to temple, from sunlight to shadow, from ordinary conversation to ceremony, would have been shaped with care. Doorways might be low enough to make a person bow slightly without thinking. Steps might be shallow and wide, slowing the body before entering a sacred place. Pools might lie before temples, so that each visitor would see their own face reflected before crossing into the interior. At the heart of the city, there may have been no palace at all. Instead, there may have been a central sanctuary, open to the sky, where the community gathered, not to worship a ruler, but to remember its place within the living world. This sanctuary might have been circular because circles suggest inclusion, return, and the absence of a single dominating direction. Around it could stand columns carved with patterns of waves, leaves, stars, shells, and spirals. In the center, there might be water, or fire, or a great stone brought from the mountains, or a crystal set upright like a frozen flame. The purpose of such a place would not be spectacle, it would be alignment. At sunrise on certain days, light might enter between two stones and fall directly onto the central pool. At night, a particular star might appear above the open roof, marking a season of planting, healing, initiation, or remembrance. During ceremonies, voices might circle the space in low tones, creating harmonies that vibrated gently through the stone. The city itself would become an instrument, and the people would know how to play it. This idea of architecture as an instrument appears again and again in dreams of ancient wisdom. We imagine that earlier peoples knew how to build not only for shelter, but for resonance. Temples were aligned with solstices, chambers carried sound in unusual ways. Stones were placed according to stars, mountains, magnetic lines, or sacred geometry. Some of this is historically true in various ancient cultures. Some of it is later exaggeration. But in the Lemurian imagination, this principle becomes central. A building is not dead matter. It has a voice, a memory, a field of influence. It can calm, awaken, heal, or distort. If Lemurian cities were places of healing, then their design would reflect that purpose. There might be quiet courtyards where the sick rested beside flowing water. There might be rooms designed for sound, where healers used chant, breath, and resonance to ease the body. There might be gardens arranged not only for beauty, but for medicine, each plant growing in relation to others that strengthened, cooled, balanced, or protected it. There might be sleeping chambers where people came to dream under the guidance of elders, believing that dreams could reveal the hidden cause of illness or sorrow. The city would not separate the hospital from the temple, the garden from the school, the home from the cosmos. Everything would participate in the work of restoring balance. A child learning the names of herbs would also be learning the language of care. A mason placing stone would also be learning how weight, sound, and orientation affect the human spirit. A singer practicing a ceremonial tone would also be learning medicine. Knowledge would not be divided into sharp compartments. It would move like water through the entire settlement. Perhaps the homes of ordinary Lemurians were modest, but not poor. Poverty, in the way later civilizations know it, belongs to systems of extraction and inequality. In the Lemurian dream, daily life is simple but abundant. Houses may be open to air, built around shaded courtyards, with woven mats, carved wooden beams, bowls of water, clay vessels, sleeping platforms, and spaces for family altars. Food is prepared close to the garden. Children move freely between households. Elders sit where they can see the paths and greet those who pass. The boundary between one family and another is present, but gentle. At night, the city would change. Without electric light, darkness would not be an enemy. It would be part of the rhythm of life. Small fires, oil lamps, moonlight, and the glow of stars would shape the evening. Shadows would deepen under trees. The white faces of stones would hold the last light of sunset. Water would turn black and reflective. Voices would lower naturally. People would gather in courtyards, on terraces, or near the central sanctuary to hear stories, watch the sky, or sit in shared silence. This is where the silence of Lemurian cities becomes most important. Silence is often misunderstood as emptiness, but in many spiritual traditions, silence is a form of presence. It allows attention to return. It lets the world speak in its smaller voices. A civilization that values silence is a civilization that does not fear the inner life. In the Lemurian city, silence would be part of education, healing, ceremony, and governance. Before decisions, people might sit quietly together. Before teaching, a pause. Before eating, a pause. Before entering the temple, a pause. The pause itself becomes sacred. In our modern world, cities often seem designed to prevent silence. They produce constant movement, noise, advertisement, urgency, and distraction. A person can live among millions and rarely hear their own breath. The Lemurian city, as myth imagines it, offers the opposite. It suggests an urban life that does not crush the nervous system, a city that gathers people without overwhelming them, a place where community and stillness can exist together. This may be one reason the image is so attractive. Many people today feel that the city and the soul are enemies. Lemuria imagines they were once allies. It gives us the possibility of a sacred city, not in the sense of a city dominated by temples and rules, but a city shaped around the health of consciousness itself. What would governance look like in such a place? Perhaps there was no throne room, but a council court, a circle of stones beneath an old tree, a chamber open to the mountain wind, a place where elders, healers, navigators, builders, and guardians of memory gathered to listen before speaking. If Lemurian society was truly based on balance, then decisions would not be made quickly or by force. They would be felt, discussed, dreamed over, and tested against the well-being of the whole community. This is idealized, of course. No real human society is free of tension. Even in Lemuria, if it existed, there would have been disagreements over land, love, resources, leadership, danger, and change. But the architecture of a society reveals what it values. A civilization that builds fortresses expects attack. A civilization that builds palaces accepts hierarchy. A civilization that builds temples to rulers worships power. A civilization that builds circles, gardens, healing courts, and observatories may be imagined as valuing relationship, balance, memory, and the sky. The observatories of Lemuria deserve special attention. Any ancient civilization deeply connected to the sea would need to understand the heavens. Stars guide navigation, mark seasons, and create a sense of cosmic order. In a Lemurian city, observatories might not be tall towers in the later astronomical sense, but open platforms on hills, stone circles aligned with celestial events, or terraces from which watchers followed the slow movements of moon, planets, and constellations. These places would be quiet by necessity. One cannot rush the stars. Imagine an observatory above the city, reached by a winding path through night-blooming flowers. At the top, the air is cooler. The city below glows faintly with lamps and fires. The ocean is a dark-breathing surface beyond the trees. A group of star watchers sits beside polished stones that mark the horizon. They know which stars rise before the rains, which announce the time for planting, which guide boats toward distant islands, and which belong to stories of the first ancestors. Their science is not separate from myth. Their myth is not separate from observation. To know the sky is to know both direction and meaning. In many Lemurian visions, the cities also contained places of initiation. These were not schools in the ordinary sense, but spaces where a person moved from one stage of life or awareness into another. A young person might spend a night alone in a chamber where water dripped slowly into a stone basin. A healer might learn to sit beside the suffering without fear. A navigator might be tested by darkness, silence, and memory before being trusted with the open sea. An elder might enter a final sanctuary to prepare for death not as defeat, but as return. The architecture of initiation is always symbolic. A narrow passage suggests birth. A dark chamber suggests the unknown. A pool suggests cleansing. A spiral path suggests inward movement. A high terrace suggests expanded sight. Lemurian cities, built by a people who understood thresholds, would have woven such symbols everywhere. A person growing up there would move through spaces that quietly taught the structure of life: arrival, learning, service, loss, transformation, and return. The crystal temples, which later became one of the most famous elements of Lemurian lore, can be imagined as the highest expression of this architecture. Not all temples would be crystal, and perhaps none were literally made of crystal in the way fantasy art sometimes suggests. But as a symbol, the crystal temple is perfect. It is clear yet solid, earthly yet luminous, silent yet resonant. It suggests a place where light becomes structure and memory becomes form. Inside such a temple, the air might feel cool and still. The walls might contain veins of translucent mineral that catch the sun during the day and moonlight at night. Water might flow through narrow channels, creating a sound so soft it is almost beneath hearing. The floor might be polished stone, not to impress, but to reflect. At the center, perhaps, stands a great crystal or carved pillar used during ceremonies of healing, memory, or farewell. People enter not to ask for favors from distant gods, but to align themselves with the deeper order they believe already surrounds them. What happened in these temples? Different traditions give different answers. Some say the Lemurians used crystals to store knowledge. Others say they used them to focus healing energy, communicate across distances, or preserve records of their civilization before the Cataclysm. Some imagine ceremonies of sound, where voices created patterns in the air and the crystal structures amplified them. Others imagine the temples as places of dream travel, where initiates entered altered states and received teachings from ancestors, stars, or the living intelligence of the earth. We do not need to accept these claims literally to understand their meaning. The crystal temple represents the dream of a technology that is not violent. Modern technology often extends power outward, allowing human beings to move faster, build larger, extract more, and affect the world at greater distance. Lemurian crystal technology, as imagined, extends sensitivity. It is not used to dominate matter, but to harmonize with subtle forces. It is a technology of listening. This is one of the most beautiful ideas in the Lemurian myth: the possibility that technology and spirituality were once not separate. A tool could be sacred, a building could heal, a city could calm the mind. Light, sound, stone, water, and human intention could work together without exploitation. Whether or not this ever happened, the idea points toward a longing that is very modern. We do not necessarily want less knowledge. We want knowledge that does not sever us from life. Beyond the central city, there may have been smaller sanctuaries built in relation to specific landscapes: a temple near a spring, a stone circle on a cliff where storms were watched, a cave used for dream incubation, a platform near the sea where navigators made offerings before departure, a grove where births were blessed, a quiet house where the dying were accompanied with songs. Lemurian architecture, in this vision, is not concentrated only in grand centers. It spreads through the land like a nervous system. The roads connecting these places would be important too. A sacred landscape is experienced through movement. Paths teach the body how to approach. A road from the city to the mountain might pass through gardens, then forest, then stone, each stage preparing the traveler. A path to the sea might descend gradually, with resting places where one could hear the waves before seeing them. The journey itself becomes part of the ritual. Arrival matters because approach has changed the traveler. In this sense, Lemurian cities were not only places to live, they were maps of consciousness. Their outer form reflected an inner journey, from home to community, from community to temple, from temple to sky, from sky back to earth. To walk through the city was to be reminded, quietly and repeatedly, of one's place in the whole. Now imagine the city during a festival, not a festival of conquest, not a parade of captured enemies or tribute brought before a king, but a festival of return, perhaps marking the rising of a star, the first rains, the flowering of certain trees, or the memory of ancestors arriving from another shore. People come from surrounding villages, along paths lit with small lamps. They carry baskets of fruit, bowls of water, flowers, carved shells, and stones from their home places. Children are painted with symbols of waves and leaves. Elders wear simple ornaments that mark their lineages and responsibilities. At sunset, the city grows quiet rather than loud. The festival begins not with drums of excitement, but with a long shared silence as the first star appears. Then a low tone rises from the central sanctuary, joined by another, then another, until the whole gathering hums like a single body. The sound moves through the stone courts, across pools, into the gardens, and up toward the terraces. Crystals catch the last light. Water trembles. Birds lift from the trees. For a moment, the city seems less built than awakened. This imagined festival reveals how different Lemurian grandeur is from imperial grandeur. It does not overwhelm, it gathers. It does not declare that one person is above all others. It reminds everyone that they are part of something larger than themselves. Its beauty is not spectacle alone, but participation. And yet, beneath the beauty, there is always the knowledge that Lemuria is doomed. Every lost city is seen through the shadow of its disappearance. The more peaceful the image, the more sorrowful the ending becomes. We cannot imagine the cities of Lemuria without also imagining them underwater. The same pools that reflected the sky will one day be swallowed by the sea. The same temples that held songs will one day fall silent beneath coral. The same paths, walked by children, will vanish under silt, fish, and darkness. Perhaps this is why the cities of Lemuria are so often described with silence. They are silent because they were peaceful, but also because they are gone. Their silence reaches us from after the catastrophe. It is the silence of ruins that cannot be excavated, of inscriptions never written, of songs no ear remembers. It is a silence filled with what might have been. Imagine one of those cities in its final days. The tremors have begun. At first they are small, a shiver in bowls of water, a crack in a garden wall, birds leaving the trees before dawn. The elders gather more often in the central sanctuary. Star watchers compare signs. Healers listen to the ground. Builders inspect stones. Children notice the adults speaking in lower voices. The city remains beautiful, but a new awareness moves through it. The land itself is changing. In some versions of the Lemurian story, the people knew their world would sink. If so, the cities may have become places of preparation. Temples would turn into archives. Schools would become vessels of urgent memory. Navigators would be sent outward. Crystals, symbols, chants, and teachings would be entrusted to those who could survive. The city would not defend itself with walls, because no wall can stop the sea. Instead, it would try to send its soul beyond the disaster. This image is deeply moving. A civilization not building monuments to outlast time, but preparing memory to cross water. Perhaps the Lemurians understood that stone is not the only way to endure. Perhaps they knew that a song carried by a child, a ritual taught to a traveler, a star path remembered by a navigator, or a healing practice preserved by an elder could survive where towers could not. The city would sink, but its pattern might reappear elsewhere, in fragments, a circular village on an island, a temple aligned to the dawn, a myth of ancestors from the sea, a healing chant, a reverence for stones, a story of a drowned homeland, a feeling passed down without a name. This is how a city becomes myth, not by remaining whole, but by breaking into pieces that later generations mistake for separate mysteries. If we look at Lemurian cities this way, they become less about architecture in the literal sense and more about the memory of a way of life. Stone represents stability, crystal represents clarity and stored light. Silence represents inner knowledge. Together, they form the symbolic city of Lemuria, a place where life was ordered around harmony, where buildings served consciousness, where beauty was quiet, and where the human settlement did not try to stand apart from the earth. It may never have existed in the form we imagine. No diver has found the glowing avenues of Lemuria beneath the Indian Ocean. No archaeologist has uncovered a crystal archive proving the existence of its temples. No map from the ancient world gives us its streets. But the image remains because it answers a hunger. It asks what our cities might look like if they were built not for speed, profit, display, or control, but for healing, memory, and belonging. In that sense, the cities of Lemuria are not only behind us, they are also ahead of us, like a question waiting in the future. Could a city be designed to quiet the mind rather than stimulate it endlessly? Could architecture teach humility before nature? Could public space restore community instead of fragmenting it? Could technology become subtle, beautiful, and nonviolent? Could stone, water, light, and silence be treated as necessities rather than luxuries? The myth says, once perhaps, this was known. The modern mind says, perhaps it can be known again. And so, the Lemurian city remains suspended between past and possibility. We see it at dawn, with light falling across pale stone. We see it at night, under stars reflected in still pools. We see it in festival, humming with gentle voices. We see it in warning, as tremors pass beneath its foundations. And finally, we see it after the end, when the sea has risen and the city rests in blue darkness, its walls covered in coral, its courts filled with fish, its crystals sleeping under silt. There is no sound there now, except the movement of water, no footsteps on the paths, no chants in the sanctuary, no elders beneath the trees, only silence. But it is not an empty silence. It is the silence of something that still asks to be remembered. Cities of stone, crystal, and silence. Cities that may never have stood, yet somehow feel like places the soul has visited before. If the cities of Lemuria were built for listening, then the daily life of Lemuria must have been shaped by the same quiet principle. A civilization is not truly known by its temples alone, or by the beauty of its architecture, or by the legends that later gather around its ruins. It is known, if it can be known at all, by the rhythm of ordinary days, how its people woke, how they worked, how they ate, how they taught their children, how they cared for the sick, how they loved, how they mourned, and how they understood their place beneath the sky. The Lemurian way of life, as later imagination came to describe it, was not built around speed. It was not a race toward production, expansion, conquest, or wealth. It was a slower way of being, guided by cycles rather than schedules, by seasons rather than deadlines, by the moon, the tides, the winds, the flowering of plants, the migration of animals, and the first appearance of certain stars in the morning sky. Time was not something to be defeated. Time was something to be entered. In the modern world, we often experience time as pressure. It pushes from behind and pulls from ahead. It is counted, divided, measured, sold, wasted, saved, and lost. But in the Lemurian dream, time was more like water. It moved in circles and returns. Morning followed night. The tide withdrew and came back. The moon emptied and filled again. The rains arrived when the land had waited long enough, and human life unfolded inside these patterns. To live well was not to outrun them, but to move with them. A Lemurian morning might begin before sunrise, not with alarm or command, but with a gradual awakening of the whole settlement. The air would be cool and damp. Fires from the night would glow softly under ash. The ocean, if the village stood near the coast, would breathe in the distance with the steady rhythm of waves. Birds would stir in the trees before the people did. Then, one by one, homes would open to the pale blue of early dawn. There would be no sharp division between the sacred and the practical. The first act of the day might be as simple as touching water, lighting a small flame, greeting the sun, or standing for a moment in silence before speaking. A mother might step outside with a bowl and pour a little water onto the ground as thanks. An elder might sit facing the east, eyes half closed, listening not for words, but for the mood of the day. Children might be taught to remain quiet for the first few breaths after waking, so that dreams did not scatter too quickly from the mind. Dreams, in Lemurian life, would not be dismissed as private nonsense. They would be treated as messages from the deeper layers of the self, from ancestors, from the living earth, or from the unseen currents connecting all things. A child who dreamed of a bird, a flood, a cracked stone, or a glowing tree might tell the dream to a parent or elder, not to be laughed at, but to be listened to carefully. Some dreams would be considered ordinary. Others might be remembered, repeated, and woven into the guidance of the community. This does not mean that Lemurians would live in fantasy. In fact, their dream life and practical life would be closely connected. A people who depend on land and sea must be deeply observant. They must know weather, soil, tides, plants, animals, illness, birth, danger, and hunger. But to them, observation would not be limited to the outer senses. The inner life would also be part of the field of knowledge. A dream before a storm, a sudden feeling before a journey, a recurring image before illness, all might be treated as subtle information, not always obeyed blindly, but never ignored. After morning silence, the life of the community would begin to unfold. Some would go to the gardens, where food plants grew in terraces and carefully tended plots. Others would walk toward the shore to prepare boats, nets, or offerings for the sea. Healers would visit those who were ill or grieving. Teachers would gather children in shaded places. Builders would work stone, wood, clay, or shell. Elders would sit where they could watch the movement of the settlement, not as rulers watching subjects, but as memory watching over life. Food in Lemuria would be more than fuel. It would be relationship. The people would know which fruits ripened after the rains, which roots strengthened the body, which leaves cooled fever, which seeds needed fire before planting, which fish came close to shore under certain moons, and which foods were never taken without ceremony. Eating would remind them that life depends on receiving. The meal would not begin with ownership, but gratitude. Perhaps a family would gather in the shade at mid-morning, sharing fruit, cooked roots, fish, grains, or leaves wrapped and steamed. No one would need to explain that the food had come from the earth, the sea, the hands of growers, the patience of weather, and the knowledge of many generations. This would be obvious. Gratitude would not be an idea added to the meal. It would be part of tasting. The Lemurian approach to work would also differ from our modern assumptions. Work would not be merely a way to survive or accumulate. It would be a form of participation in the balance of the community. To tend a garden would be to participate in the fertility of the land. To build a wall would be to shape space for others. To heal would be to restore harmony. To teach would be to keep memory alive. To fish would be to enter into agreement with the sea. Even difficult work would carry meaning because it belonged to a whole. This does not mean life would be effortless. A romantic view of ancient or imagined peoples often forgets the strain of bodies, weather, hunger, injury, childbirth, and age. Lemurian life, if it existed in any earthly form, would have required discipline. Gardens fail, storms destroy boats, children become sick, elders die, the body grows tired. The sea can be generous one day and merciless the next. Harmony does not mean the absence of suffering. It means a way of meeting suffering without breaking the relationship between people and the world. In Lemuria, suffering would likely be held communally. A person's grief would not be hidden away as an inconvenience. If someone lost a parent, a child, a partner, or a friend, the community would gather around that absence. There would be songs for mourning, spaces for silence, gestures of care, and perhaps rituals to guide the dead into the ancestral field. The grieving person would not be expected to return immediately to ordinary usefulness. They would be allowed to move slowly, because grief itself would be understood as a sacred passage. Birth, too, would be communal and sacred. A child entering the world would not be seen only as a new individual, but as a returning presence, a new thread in a very old weaving. The mother would be surrounded by those who knew the body, herbs, breath, water, and song. The first sounds heard by the child might be low voices, ocean wind, and a chant that had been sung for generations. The child's name might not be chosen immediately. Perhaps the elders would wait, watching the child's nature, listening to dreams, observing the day of birth, the moon, the weather, or the signs around the home. Names in such a culture would carry meaning. A name might refer to water, dawn, stone, bird, root, star, or ancestor. It might be changed at certain points in life, after initiation, healing, loss, or the discovery of a particular gift. To be named would not merely be to be identified. It would be to be placed within a web of relationship. The name would say, "You belong to this family, this land, this story, this sky." Children in Lemuria would learn first by being near life. They would follow adults into gardens, along shorelines, into workshops, healing spaces, and ceremonial places. They would learn by watching hands, how to plant without damaging roots, how to listen to the hollow sound of a cracked vessel, how to recognize the smell of rain before clouds gather, how to sit with an elder without fidgeting, how to ask a question at the right time, how to notice when silence is an answer. Their education would not be separated from the world. The forest would be a classroom. The tide pool would be a classroom. The night sky would be a classroom. The kitchen, the garden, the healing mat, the boat, the path to the spring, the funeral, the birth, the festival, all would teach. Knowledge would not be poured into the child like water into an empty bowl. It would be awakened through participation. Some children might show gifts early. One might remember songs after hearing them only once. Another might understand animals. Another might be drawn to stones, shapes, and building. Another might have healing hands, or dreams that proved meaningful, or an unusual ability to sense weather. Lemurian society, as imagined, would not force every child into the same pattern. It would watch for the natural direction of each soul and guide it gently toward service. Service is an important word here. In a society shaped by harmony, gifts would not be treated as private possessions. A person's talent would belong partly to the community because the community helped nourish it. A gifted healer would heal. A gifted navigator would guide. A gifted singer would carry songs. A gifted builder would shape spaces for others. Honor would come not from having more, but from serving more deeply and beautifully. This does not mean individuality would vanish. On the contrary, individuality might be understood more clearly because it would not need to defend itself so harshly. A person could be distinct without being separate. The Lemurian self, in this vision, is like a note in a larger harmony. Each note matters, but no note is the whole song. The relationship between men and women in Lemurian myths is often imagined as more balanced than in later patriarchal civilizations. The feminine principle, associated with earth, water, intuition, birth, healing, and cyclic time, is frequently central to modern Lemurian imagery. Priestesses, mothers, dreamers, healers, and guardians of ancestral memory often appear as powerful figures. This does not necessarily mean women ruled in a political sense, but rather that the qualities later dismissed as soft or irrational were treated as essential forms of wisdom. In such a world, leadership would not be only loud, forceful, or commanding. Leadership could be quiet, receptive, and protective. The person who sensed imbalance early might be as important as the person who acted during crisis. The one who remembered old patterns might be as important as the one who proposed new paths. Lemurian life would value the ability to feel the whole, not simply to impose the will. Partnerships and families would likely be understood through responsibility rather than possession. Love would not be only romance, though romance would certainly exist in any human world. Love would be a bond of care, witnessed by the community and the land. A union between two people might involve offerings to water, ancestors, fire, and earth, not because the couple needed permission from distant powers, but because their joining changed the pattern of the community. Private love would still have public meaning. Even sexuality, in the Lemurian dream, would not be treated as shameful or casual, but as powerful. It would belong to the same sacred field as birth, creativity, healing, and life force. This does not mean there would be no rules or boundaries. A healthy society understands that powerful forces require respect. But the body would not be seen as an enemy of the spirit. The body would be one of the spirit's ways of knowing the world. The same wholeness would shape Lemurian medicine. A healer would ask not only where the body hurts, but when the pain began, what grief was present, what dreams came, What food was eaten, what relationship had been broken, what season had shifted, what fear had gone unspoken. Illness would not be blamed on the sufferer, but neither would it be reduced to a machine malfunction. The body would be understood as a meeting place of visible and invisible influences. Healing might take place in stages. First rest, then water, then touch, then herbs, then sound, then dream, then reconciliation if needed. A person might be asked to sit near a certain tree, bathe in a certain spring, listen to a particular chant, or speak words withheld too long. Some of this belongs to poetic imagination, but it reflects a deep truth found in many older healing traditions. Health is relational. We become ill alone, but we often heal through connection. The Lemurians' connection to animals would also be intimate. Animals would not be viewed merely as meat, labor, threat, or decoration. They would be fellow presences, each with its own awareness and teaching. The flight of birds might be read as weather sign, but also as message. The behavior of marine life might guide fishermen, but also remind them of the sea's intelligence. Certain animals might be associated with lineages, guardianship, or initiation. To kill an animal for food would require gratitude because taking life was never casual. This does not mean Lemurians would avoid all use of animals or plants. A civilization cannot live without taking. The difference lies in whether taking is acknowledged. The Lemurian way of life, as imagined, would be based on reciprocity. If something is taken, something is given. Thanks, protection, restraint, song, ritual, compost, care for the next generation. The goal is not purity, but balance. The sea would be among their greatest teachers. If Lemuria was oceanic, then its people would know the moods of water with extraordinary sensitivity. They would understand tides, currents, reefs, storms, and the behavior of clouds far out on the horizon. Boats would be built not only with skill, but with ceremony. Before a voyage, the boat might be touched with oil, water, flowers, or smoke. The navigator might sit in silence with the elders, reviewing star paths and listening for dreams. Departure would be both practical and sacred, because the sea is never merely crossed, it is entered. Fishing communities would know restraint. Certain reefs might be left untouched during breeding seasons. Certain fish might be taken only in particular months. Some waters might be sacred, not because they were useless, but because they were too important to be constantly used. This is another way Lemuria becomes a mirror for modern longing. It imagines ecological knowledge not as a policy imposed after damage, but as a natural part of culture. The Lemurian day would likely include periods of shared rest. In hot climates, the middle of the day may have been slower. Work would soften under the strongest sun. People might retreat to shade, repair tools, teach children, prepare food, weave, carve, tell stories, or sleep. Rest would not be treated as laziness. It would be part of rhythm. A body that listens to the day does not move the same way at dawn, noon, sunset, and midnight. At sunset, the community would shift again. Work would close gradually. Tools would be cleaned and placed where they belonged. Fires would be prepared. Food would be shared. The sky would become a great event, as it does in societies not distracted from it. The changing color of clouds, the first evening star, the calls of night animals, the cooling of stone under bare feet, all would signal transition. Evening would be the time of story, not entertainment in the shallow sense, but remembering. Elders would speak of origins, migrations, floods, ancestors, stars, animals, and the moral patterns of old events. Children would hear the same stories many times, and each time they would understand more. A story told to a child is a seed. A story heard again in adolescence becomes a map. Heard in grief, it becomes medicine. Heard in old age, it becomes a mirror. This is how Lemurian history would live, not as dates and kings, but as meaningful memory. The purpose of telling the past would not be to store information. It would be to keep the community aligned with what matters. Stories would teach how pride damages the whole, how generosity returns, how the sea must be respected, how ancestors guide, how dreams warn, how imbalance begins quietly before it becomes disaster. Music would be central to this life. A culture of listening becomes naturally musical. Songs would mark planting, healing, birth, mourning, departure, return, initiation, and sleep. Some songs might be simple and domestic, sung while grinding, weaving, or carrying water. Others might be sacred and used only during certain ceremonies. Rhythm might come from drums, shells, stones, hands, breath, and the body itself. Melody might imitate birds, water, wind, or the rising and falling of waves. In a Lemurian world, music would not belong only to specialists. Everyone would have a voice in the communal sound, even if some voices were more trained. Singing together would regulate emotion, unite the group, and carry memory across generations. A people without many written records can preserve astonishing complexity in song. The body remembers rhythm differently from how the mind remembers facts. A melody can carry words safely through centuries. Silence and music would not be opposites. They would depend on each other. The song rises from silence and returns to silence. The pause before a note gives the note meaning. The Lemurians, as people of subtle attention, would understand this. Their music would leave space. It would not fill every moment. It would allow the night insects, the wind, and the sea to join. The night in Lemuria would be dark in a way most modern people rarely experience. True darkness changes consciousness. It makes the stars more vivid. It makes sound more important. It makes the imagination wider. Under such skies, the Lemurians would feel the universe not as an abstraction, but as a visible presence overhead. The Milky Way might appear like a river of pale fire. Meteors might be interpreted as signs. The moon would govern not only tides, but emotion, ceremony, and the timing of certain activities. Sleep would not be a collapse after exhaustion, but another part of the sacred rhythm. Before sleep, people might clear the heart of anger, speak gratitude, place water near the bed, or ask for a dream. Children might be told gentle stories, not only to comfort them, but to guide their inner journeys. Healers might sleep near patients to listen for dream messages. Initiates might sleep in temple chambers. The boundary between waking and dreaming would remain porous. This is especially fitting for a film meant to be heard at night. Lemuria itself feels like a civilization of the threshold between waking and sleep. It belongs to that blue inner space where images soften, memory loosens, and the mind begins to drift. A story about Lemurian life does not need to rush because its subject is rhythm, repetition, and quiet return. But the Lemurian way of life was not only gentle routine, it would also include rites of passage. A child becoming an adult might spend time alone in nature, watched from a distance by elders. They might fast, dream, learn a sacred song, receive a new name, or be entrusted with a task that served the community. Adulthood would not arrive merely with age, it would arrive when the person understood that their life belonged to something larger than personal desire. There might be rites for healers, navigators, builders, singers, and memory keepers. Each path would have its own discipline. The healer must learn compassion without becoming overwhelmed. The navigator must learn courage without arrogance. The builder must learn strength without violence. The singer must learn beauty without vanity. The memory keeper must learn accuracy without rigidity. These are not only skills, they are moral forms. Elders would hold a special place because age, in such a world, would be associated with depth rather than obsolescence. In modern societies, the old are often pushed aside when they no longer serve speed and production. In Lemuria, elders would be the slow roots of the community. They would know old storms, old mistakes, old marriages, old griefs, old signs in the land. They would remember what younger people could not yet see, that every event belongs to a longer pattern. The oldest elders might no longer work in the ordinary sense, but their presence would itself be work, sitting with the dying, naming babies, correcting songs, interpreting dreams, warning against imbalance, blessing departures, telling the story of the last great flood or the first arrival. They would be living archives. When an elder died, the community would not lose only a person, it would lose a library. Death rituals would therefore be tender and elaborate. Perhaps bodies were returned to earth, fire, or sea, depending on lineage, season, or personal calling. Perhaps ashes were placed near trees. Perhaps bones were kept for a time before final burial. Perhaps names of the dead were sung at certain moons. The goal would be not to trap the dead, but to place them correctly in the continuing life of the community. The dead become ancestors when the living remember how to relate to them. This relationship with ancestors would shape decision-making. Before a major journey, planting, building, or migration, the Lemurians might ask not only, "What do we want?" but "What would honor those before us, and what will protect those after us?" This is a profound difference. A society guided by ancestors and descendants thinks in long time. It does not consume the present as though nothing came before and nothing will come after. The Lemurian way of life, then, can be imagined as a civilization of long attention. Attention to water, attention to dreams, attention to illness, attention to children, attention to old people, attention to the moon, attention to the consequences of taking from the land. Its peace, if it had peace, would not come from innocence alone. It would come from disciplined attention, but no way of life remains unchanged forever. Even in myth, Lemuria must eventually face disturbance. Perhaps population grew. Perhaps the land shifted. Perhaps some communities became more ambitious than others. Perhaps contact with other peoples brought new desires. Perhaps the earth itself began to tremble. A civilization built on listening would hear the first signs of imbalance earlier than most. But hearing does not always mean being able to prevent what comes. This gives Lemurian daily life a quiet sadness when we imagine it from the future. Every morning, ritual, every child's lesson, every shared meal, every song at sunset is touched by the knowledge that the continent will one day vanish. The people do not know it at first, or perhaps they know only as a distant prophecy. But we, listening now, know that the sea is waiting. The same tides that guide their boats will one day cover their paths. The same ocean that feeds them will become the keeper of their ruins. And yet, perhaps this makes their way of life more beautiful, not less. All human life is temporary. Every city, culture, language, and body exists under the shadow of change. The question is not whether something lasts forever. Nothing does. The question is whether it lived in harmony while it lasted, whether it left behind wisdom, whether its pattern can still be felt after its form is gone. In that sense, Lemuria's way of life survives as an invitation. It asks us to imagine waking more slowly, listening more deeply, eating with gratitude, teaching children through relationship, honoring elders, treating work as service, healing the body as part of the world, and remembering that the earth is not a warehouse of materials, but a living field of belonging. Perhaps this is why the legend continues to attract people even when they do not believe every detail. The daily life of Lemuria represents a medicine for the modern imagination. It offers not escape from the world, but another way of entering it. It suggests that civilization need not mean alienation. It suggests that intelligence can be rhythmic, that community can be sacred, that technology can be gentle, and that progress can mean deeper connection rather than greater speed. As night settles over the imagined continent, the day closes. The gardens are dark now. The boats rest on the shore. Fires burn low in courtyards. The last songs fade into the sound of insects and waves. Children sleep, carrying stories into dreams. Elders sit beneath the stars, their faces lit by embers. Somewhere, a healer rinses a bowl and places it upside down on a stone. Somewhere, a young navigator looks at the sky and traces tomorrow's path among the constellations. Somewhere, lovers whisper. Somewhere, a mourner listens for the voice of the dead in the sea wind. Nothing in this scene asks to be conquered. Nothing asks to be hurried. It is only life, held carefully for a time on a continent the ocean has not yet taken. And perhaps that is the deepest lesson of the Lemurian way of life: to live as though the world is alive, to move as though every action enters a larger harmony, and to listen as though the earth has been speaking all along. Among all the images connected with Lemuria, none is more mysterious, more beautiful, or more dreamlike than the Crystal Temple. It rises again and again in modern retellings of the Lemurian story, shining softly at the edge of myth, part sanctuary, part archive, part instrument of healing. If Lemuria was the lost continent of harmony, then its crystal temples were imagined as the places where that harmony became visible, where light, stone, sound, water, and human consciousness were brought together in a single sacred design. To understand the meaning of these temples, we must first understand the symbolic power of crystal itself. A crystal is born in darkness, deep within the earth, or in hidden mineral chambers, shaped slowly through pressure, chemistry, heat, and time. It is ancient before it ever reaches human hands, and yet, when light touches it, it seems almost weightless. It catches the sun, breaks it into colors, holds brightness inside itself, and turns the solid body of the earth into something luminous. Crystal belongs to stone, but it also seems to belong to starlight. This is why crystal became such a natural symbol for Lemuria. It stands between worlds. It is earthly and celestial, physical and transparent, silent and yet associated with vibration. It appears solid, but it invites the imagination to see through it. For a civilization imagined as both ancient and subtle, both grounded in nature and open to unseen energies, crystal became the perfect material. It suggested that the earth itself could remember, that matter was not dead, and that knowledge could be stored not only in books, carvings, or monuments, but in the hidden structures of the planet. In many Lemurian traditions, the crystal temples were not built for display. They were not palaces of wealth, not monuments to kings, not places where rulers proved their power. by gathering rare materials from distant lands. They were places of alignment. Their purpose was not to impress the eye, but to tune the whole being. A person entering such a temple was not meant to feel small before authority. They were meant to become quiet enough to sense the greater order in which they already lived. Imagine approaching one of these temples at dawn. The path begins in a garden where broad leaves hold drops of night rain and pale flowers are only beginning to open. The air is cool. The world has not yet become busy with the sounds of the day. Ahead, between trees, something catches the first light. It is not a tower in the ordinary sense, not a fortress, not a pyramid of command, but a low and graceful structure built of pale stone, polished mineral, translucent panels, and pillars that seem to glow from within as the sun rises behind them. Water surrounds the temple on three sides, not as a moat, because there is nothing defensive about it, but as a mirror. The still surface reflects the sky, the building, and the people who approach. Before entering, each visitor sees themselves reflected in water, slightly blurred, slightly moving, as if the temple is reminding them that identity is not fixed. You come here as a person, but also as a pattern of breath, memory, emotion, and light. You enter not to become someone else, but to remember the deeper shape of what you are. The entrance is simple. No giant doors, no guardians carved with weapons. Perhaps only two standing stones, smooth from generations of hands, with faint lines cut into them, representing waves, stars, leaves, and spirals. The doorway is low enough that the body naturally bows. This is not humiliation. It is preparation. Every sacred place asks the ordinary self to soften before crossing the threshold. Inside, the air changes. It is cooler, quieter, and still. The sound of the outside world does not vanish, but it becomes distant, as though filtered through water. Light enters from carefully placed openings, touching surfaces of crystal, quartz, mica, or other translucent stone. The glow is not harsh. It moves slowly across walls and floors as the sun rises, and the temple itself becomes a clock of light. At certain times of the year, on certain mornings, a beam may pass through a crystal aperture and fall directly onto a central stone or pool, marking a solstice, an equinox, a planting season, or a day of remembrance. In this imagined architecture, light was knowledge. The movement of light taught patience. No one could force the sun to arrive early. No one could command the beam to fall before its time. The temple trained the people to wait, to observe, to understand cycles larger than human desire. A civilization that builds with light must accept that the universe moves according to rhythms no ruler can own. At the center of the temple, there may have been a crystal pillar, not necessarily enormous, but clear and carefully placed. Around it, the floor might have been carved with circles, lines, and geometric patterns that represented the relationship between the earth, the stars, the directions, the elements, and the human body. Water might have flowed beneath the floor through hidden channels, creating a low, continuous sound that one felt more than heard. The building would not be silent in the dead sense. It would be resonant. Resonance is one of the key ideas in the Lemurian crystal myth. The Lemurians, according to later esoteric imagination, understood vibration. They believed, or were believed to believe, that everything has a tone, a rhythm, a subtle signature. A stone has its own stillness. A plant has its own pulse. A human body carries patterns of breath, heartbeat, thought, emotion, and memory. Illness, sorrow, conflict, and confusion arise when these patterns fall out of harmony. Healing, then, is not only the removal of symptoms, Healing is retuning. The Crystal Temple was imagined as the place where this retuning could happen. A person troubled by grief might be brought into a chamber where sound moved gently through stone. A person carrying fear might sit beside a pool reflecting soft light until the breath deepened. A person preparing for death might be surrounded by voices singing low tones that helped the body release its tension. A child entering a new stage of life might stand in the first sunlight of a particular morning, receiving a name, a blessing, or a task. Whether one believes literally in such practices is less important for our journey than understanding the kind of world they describe. The Lemurian temple is not a place where the sacred is separate from health, memory, education, astronomy, music, or community. It is the point where all these forms of knowledge meet: the healer, the singer, the astronomer, the builder, the elder, and the dreamer all belong there because all of them work with patterns: the pattern of the body, the pattern of the sky, the pattern of story, the pattern of stone, the pattern of sound. In some traditions, these temples were also repositories of memory. The Lemurians, it is said, knew that their civilization would one day face destruction, and so they placed their knowledge into crystals, not as writing in the ordinary sense, but as vibration, intention, and encoded consciousness. These so-called Lemurian records would survive the sinking of the continent, hidden in the earth, waiting to be awakened by future generations. To the rational mind, this is a mythic image, but it is a powerful one. Every civilization fears forgetting. Every people must ask how its knowledge will survive fire, flood, conquest, migration, and time. Some carve inscriptions in stone. Some write on clay. Some preserve sacred books. Some build monuments aligned with the stars. Some teach songs that can be remembered for centuries. The Lemurian imagination gives a different answer. The earth itself can become the archive. This idea is beautiful because it reverses the usual relationship between humanity and the planet. In many modern systems, the earth is treated as raw material, a thing to be extracted, cut, burned, sold, and consumed. But in the Lemurian myth, the earth is a keeper of memory. Minerals are not inert. Stones are not merely objects. Crystals are not decorations. They are participants in the continuity of wisdom. The planet is not a warehouse. It is a library. Imagine a chamber beneath the temple, entered only rarely. The air is cool and damp. Steps descend through stone into a circular room where no direct sunlight reaches. Instead, the walls contain pale veins of mineral that seem to hold a faint glow from ceremonies long past. Around the room are crystals of different shapes and sizes, each resting in a carved niche. No labels identify them. No written catalog explains them. Their meaning is carried by those trained to listen. An elder enters with a student, not to read words, but to sit, breathe, and receive. This scene belongs to myth, yet it expresses a real human truth. Deep knowledge often cannot be transferred quickly. It requires preparation. A book can be opened by anyone, but wisdom requires the reader to become capable of understanding it. The Lemurian Crystal Archive symbolizes knowledge that is not hidden out of selfishness, but protected from misuse. It waits not only for discovery, but for maturity. This theme appears often in stories of lost civilizations. Ancient knowledge is not always destroyed. Sometimes it is concealed because humanity is not ready. It is buried beneath temples, hidden in mountains, placed under the sea, entrusted to secret orders, or encoded in symbols that only the worthy can read. Such stories reveal both hope and fear. Hope that nothing truly valuable is lost forever, Fear that knowledge without wisdom can become dangerous. Lemuria, unlike Atlantis, is usually not imagined as a civilization destroyed by the misuse of power, but even Lemurian knowledge would require responsibility. If one understands healing, one might also understand harm. If one understands sound, one might calm or disturb. If one understands the subtle connections between people, one might serve or manipulate. Wisdom is not the same as information. The crystal temples, in this sense, were not only places of learning, they were places of moral formation. Students who entered them might first be taught silence. Before touching a crystal, before learning chants, before interpreting dreams, before receiving any advanced teaching, they would learn to sit without grasping. They would learn to notice the difference between intuition and desire, between guidance and fantasy, between service and vanity. A person who seeks power hears only themselves. A person who seeks harmony may begin to hear the world. This is why the temples are always associated with quiet, not because nothing happens there, but because the most important things happen below the level of noise. Breath slows, thought settles, the body becomes aware of its own tensions. Grief rises, memories appear. The sound of water becomes clear. The mind stops trying to dominate the experience and begins to receive it. In this state, healing becomes possible, not because the temple imposes something from outside, but because the person returns to a deeper order already within them. The design of the temple would support this return. Different chambers might serve different purposes. A room of water for emotional cleansing, a chamber of warm stone for physical rest, a dark inner space for dream incubation, an open court for sunlight and communal ceremony, a resonant hall for chanting, a star court where the roof opens to the night sky. None of these spaces would be accidental. Each would guide the body and mind toward a particular state. A person entering the temple in grief might first sit near flowing water, listening until tears came. Then they might be led into a chamber where voices hummed in tones that match the rhythm of slow breathing. Later, they might sleep in a quiet room and bring their dream to an elder at dawn. The healing would unfold, not as a single intervention, but as a sequence of carefully held experiences. The temple would be medicine made of architecture. For a child, the temple might be a place of wonder. Perhaps children were not allowed into every chamber, but they would know the outer courts. They would watch light move across crystals during festivals. They would learn to lower their voices when entering. They would see elders become still, and by watching them, learn that stillness is not emptiness, but strength. They might be told that the stones remember the songs of the ancestors, and whether they understood this literally or not, they would learn reverence. For navigators, the temples may have served as star schools. Certain crystal-lined rooms might have been used to project or mark the paths of stars. Polished stones could reflect constellations. Openings in the ceiling might frame specific celestial events. Students would learn not only where the stars were, but when they returned, what winds they announced, what islands lay beneath their paths, and which ancestral stories belonged to them. Navigation would be both science and sacred art. For builders, the temples would be the highest school of proportion. They would learn that a wall is not only a wall. Its angle affects light. Its material affects sound. Its thickness affects temperature. Its placement affects the movement of bodies and attention. A badly built space can agitate the mind. A well-built space can gather it. The Lemurian builder, in this vision, is not a laborer alone, but a guardian of invisible conditions. For healers, the temples would be places of apprenticeship. They would study plants in the gardens, minerals in the chambers, pulse in the body, tone in the voice, and grief in the eyes. They would learn that healing begins before the remedy is given. It begins in the quality of attention. A distracted healer gives less than they know. A present healer may help even in silence. For elders, the temples would be places of memory. They would return there to correct songs, guide rites, interpret dreams, and prepare the next generation. The temple would hold them as they held the community. In old age, a person might spend more time in the inner courts, not because they had withdrawn from life, but because they were becoming more transparent to the ancestral world. Their task would shift from doing to transmitting. The most solemn ceremonies may have taken place at night. Imagine the temple under a full moon. The outer gardens are silver. The pools reflect the stars. People arrive quietly, carrying small lamps, flowers, bowls of water, or stones from their homes. The central crystal does not blaze like a fantasy jewel. It glows softly, catching moonlight and firelight. The ceremony begins with silence, then a low note, then many voices joining, until the sound seems to hover in the chamber like mist. No one is entertained. Everyone participates. The sound moves through the body. It enters the chest, the throat, the bones. People who have carried private sorrow feel it loosen inside the shared tone. Children lean against their parents and half sleep. Elders close their eyes. The moon moves slowly across the opening above. The ceremony may last for hours, but time inside the temple feels different. It is not measured by urgency. It is measured by depth. This atmosphere is essential to the Lemurian myth. The Crystal Temple is not exciting in the ordinary sense. It is not dramatic like a battle or a royal betrayal. Its power is quiet. It offers the listener a place to rest inside the story. It suggests that ancient mystery need not always be dark, dangerous, or violent. Sometimes mystery is gentle. Sometimes the unknown does not threaten us, but invites us to become still enough to remember. Yet the temples also carry the sadness of what is lost. Every sacred place in Lemuria is shadowed by the coming catastrophe. The crystal pillars, the healing pools, the star courts, the archive chambers, the gardens, the songs rising at moonrise. All of it exists under a sky that will one day darken with ash, storm, or the strange light of geological upheaval. The land will tremble, the waters will rise, the temples, built for harmony, will face forces beyond human balance. In some versions of the legend, the Lemurians foresaw this end. Perhaps the crystal temples were the first places where the warning became clear. Water in the central pools trembled without wind. Cracks appeared in stone. Crystals gave off tones no one had heard before. Healers dreamed of black waves. Star watchers saw signs that an age was closing. Elders gathered in the inner chambers and understood that the continent itself was changing. What does a civilization of listeners do when the earth speaks of ending? It listens more deeply. It does not deny the tremors. It does not cover the cracks with decoration. It does not distract itself with festivals of false security. It turns toward preparation. The temples become not only places of healing, but places of preservation. The memory work begins. Songs are repeated until children know them by heart. Teachings are simplified, purified, and placed into forms that can survive travel. Crystals are chosen, cleansed, held during ceremonies, and entrusted with intention. Navigators are called to prepare routes toward distant lands. Healers gather seeds and medicinal knowledge. Elders select those who will carry lineages of memory. The temple, once a place of slow learning, becomes an arc of consciousness. This is one of the most moving images in the Lemurian story, not the sinking itself, but the preparation before it. A people walking through their beloved temples, knowing that stone cannot save them, that beauty cannot stop the sea, that even the most carefully aligned sanctuary may one day be broken and drowned. And yet they continue to sing, they continue to teach, they continue to place memory into whatever vessels may survive. Crystals, children, stories, seeds, star paths, and silence. In this way, the crystal temple becomes more than a building. It becomes a symbol of how wisdom responds to impermanence. It does not cling only to form. It seeks transmission. It understands that the temple may fall, but the pattern can travel. The stone may break, but the song can be carried. The continent may sink, but the memory of harmony can reappear in another age. Perhaps this is why later seekers imagined Lemurian crystals still scattered through the world. To hold one, in that tradition, is to hold a fragment of a vanished promise. It is to believe that the earth remembers what human beings forget. It is to believe that beneath modern noise, beneath history's violence, beneath the layers of fear and separation, there remains an older instruction. Return to balance, listen to the living world, and become clear enough for light to pass through you. The idea may not be scientific, but it is spiritually poetic. A crystal does not need to contain literal messages from a lost continent to become meaningful. It can still remind a person of clarity, patience, structure, and the slow intelligence of the earth. It can still serve as a symbol of memory older than the individual self. Myths often work this way. They give ordinary objects a second life. Stone becomes witness. Water becomes mirror. Light becomes teaching. The crystal temples of Lemuria also invite us to rethink what an archive is. We usually imagine an archive as shelves, documents, inscriptions, records, and carefully preserved information. But the oldest human archives were living ones. Bodies remembered dances, voices remembered songs, hands remembered techniques, landscapes remembered paths, rituals remembered relationships. The Lemurian Crystal Archive combines these ideas. It imagines memory as something stored in matter, activated by consciousness, and protected by reverence. In a world facing its own crises of memory, this image has unusual power. We store more information than any civilization before us, yet we often feel less rooted in wisdom. Our data multiplies, but our attention fragments. We can preserve billions of words and images, yet still lose the ability to live well. Lemuria asks whether memory without harmony is enough. The Crystal Temple says no. Knowledge must be held in a form that changes the holder. This may be the deepest meaning of the Lemurian Temple. It is not a place where one goes simply to learn facts. It is a place where one becomes capable of receiving wisdom without turning it into possession. The crystal is clear because it has structure. The student must also become clear. The temple is aligned because it serves a larger order. The community must also align itself. The earth remembers, but only those who listen can hear. As the end of Lemuria approaches in the myth, perhaps the final ceremonies take place in these temples. The people gather not to ask that all change be prevented, but to ask that memory survive the change. The central crystals are touched one by one. Songs are sung not loudly, but steadily. Children are brought forward and blessed. Navigators receive star maps, carried not on paper, but in mind and chant. Healers receive seeds wrapped in leaves. Elders speak the old words slowly, knowing that some who hear them will never return. Outside, The air is heavy. The sea has been behaving strangely. Birds have flown inland. Small tremors pass through the ground. In the temple pools, rings widen across the water, though no one has touched the surface. The crystal pillars catch the last light of sunset, and for a moment, the whole sanctuary seems to glow as if lit from within, not with power, with farewell. Then the people leave. Some remain, perhaps, choosing to stay with the land. Some travel toward boats, mountains, or distant settlements. Some carry stones from the temple in cloth. Some carry nothing but songs. The temple stands behind them in the gathering dark, quiet as it has always been. It has done what it could. It has held the memory. Now the memory must move. When the waters finally come, however we imagine them, they do not erase the temple all at once. First, the lower gardens flood. Then the outer courts. Salt water enters channels, once filled with spring water. Fish move through doorways where children once walked. Sand gathers in the healing chambers. The central pool disappears beneath the larger sea. The crystal pillar stands for a time in blue-green light, then falls, or is buried, or remains upright in darkness where no human eyes can see it. Centuries pass, coral grows, silt settles. The city is forgotten, the language is gone. The names of the healers, builders, singers, and elders vanish from the surface of the world. But in the myth, the crystals remain, somewhere in the earth, somewhere beneath mountains, deserts, islands, and oceans. The memory waits. This waiting is important. Lemuria is not only a story of destruction, it is a story of delayed remembrance. Its wisdom does not return immediately. It waits through the ages of Atlantis, through the rise and fall of empires, through wars, migrations, religions, machines, and the long forgetting of the modern world. It waits until people become restless enough, wounded enough, or quiet enough to ask different questions. What have we lost? What did the ancients know? How can we live without destroying the world that holds us? How can healing become whole again? How can knowledge become gentle? How can memory survive catastrophe? When such questions are asked, the crystal temples rise again, not physically from the sea, but inwardly, as images in the mind. We see them because we need them. We imagine their cool chambers because our own world is overheated by speed. We imagine their silence because our own world is filled with noise. We imagine their crystals because we long for clarity. We imagine their archives because we fear forgetting. We imagine their healing because we know we are unbalanced. Perhaps that is the true memory of the earth. Not a literal message locked inside quartz, but the deep recognition that human beings belong to a living planet and suffer when they forget it. The crystal temple gives that recognition a shape. It allows us to enter, in imagination, a place where earth and spirit are not divided, where technology serves harmony, where knowledge is held with reverence, and where silence is not empty, but full. So let us leave the temple slowly. The dawn ceremony has ended. The light has moved across the floor and now rests on the far wall. The water channels continue their soft underground song. The air still holds the vibration of voices that faded long ago. Outside, the gardens are brightening. Somewhere beyond them, the sea waits, glittering and patient. Behind us, in the cool center of the sanctuary, the crystal stands in silence. It does not speak as humans speak. It does not explain itself. It simply holds light, as it has always done, and in that light, we imagine the memory of Lemuria, clear, fragile, ancient, and not entirely lost. Chapter 9: Lemuria and the Origins of Humanity. Every lost world eventually becomes more than a place. it becomes an answer. The longer a vanished land remains hidden from proof, the more freely the imagination can use it to explain the oldest questions. Where did we come from? Why do so many cultures remember floods, golden ages, sacred ancestors, and gods who came from across the sea? Why does human history seem to begin suddenly in certain places, with cities, temples, writing, astronomy, and organized ritual appearing as if from a deeper source? And why, beneath all our knowledge, do we still feel as though the beginning of the human story is partly missing? Lemuria became one of the great imagined answers to that missing beginning. It was not enough for the lost continent to be a land of strange animals or even a peaceful civilization drowned by ancient seas. For many writers, mystics, and seekers, Lemuria had to be older than ordinary history, older than Egypt, older than Sumer, older than Atlantis, and perhaps older than humanity as we understand it today. It became not simply a lost country, but a cradle, the first homeland, the first school, the first memory of what human beings might have been before they became what they are now. In its original scientific form, Lemuria had nothing to do with human origins. It was proposed to explain patterns in animal life, especially the distribution of lemurs between Madagascar, India, and nearby regions. But once the idea of a vanished landmass existed, it was almost impossible for later thinkers not to populate it with deeper meaning. A land bridge could explain animals, but a continent could explain humanity. If Lemuria was vast, fertile, warm, and ancient, perhaps early humans had lived there. If it had sunk, perhaps its people had scattered. If they scattered, perhaps they carried knowledge into later civilizations. In this way, a zoological hypothesis slowly became a myth of origin. The 19th century was especially drawn to origin stories. It was an age in which old religious certainties were being questioned. New scientific discoveries were expanding the age of the Earth, and evolution had opened enormous new questions about the development of life. People were trying to locate humanity inside deep time. They were asking not only where human beings had lived, but what humanity itself meant if it had emerged through long natural processes. The old biblical chronology was no longer enough for many educated readers, but science, in its colder forms, did not satisfy the spiritual hunger for meaning. Into that gap stepped many speculative histories, and Lemuria was one of the most evocative. Some thinkers imagined Lemuria as a physical homeland for early humanity. Others, especially in esoteric traditions, imagined it as the home of an earlier stage of human consciousness. This distinction matters. In one version, Lemuria is like an ancient continent where early people lived before migrating elsewhere. In another, Lemuria is part of a vast spiritual drama where humanity develops through great cycles, ages, and forms of awareness. The first version asks where our ancestors walked. The second asks what our ancestors were, not only in body, but in soul. Esoteric writers often described humanity as moving through stages of development far older and stranger than conventional history allows. In such systems, Lemuria belonged to an immense prehistoric age, sometimes before Atlantis, sometimes before humanity had fully taken the form we know today. The details vary and often become difficult, symbolic, or fantastical, but the central idea is clear. Lemuria represents an early chapter in the making of humanity. It is the place where the human being was still close to the earth, close to instinct, close to dream, close to the invisible forces that later civilization would forget. For a modern listener, these claims should be approached with care. Many old esoteric theories used language about races, evolution, and human development that reflects the biases of their time and does not belong in a respectful or scientific understanding of humanity. We do not need to repeat those frameworks literally. Instead, we can understand Lemuria as a mythic image of origin, a way of imagining the first human consciousness as more connected, more intuitive, and less divided from nature than modern consciousness often feels. Seen this way, Lemuria does not have to be a claim about biology. It can be a story about separation. The Lemurian human is the human before the Great Split, before mind split from body, before spirit split from matter, before culture split from nature, before knowledge split from reverence. The later human being, the one we know, measures the world, but struggles to belong to it. The Lemurian human belongs before measuring. They are not ignorant of the world. They are immersed in it. This idea gives Lemuria its emotional force. It suggests that the origin of humanity was not a state of emptiness, but a state of wholeness. In the myth, the earliest people did not begin as isolated individuals fighting against a hostile environment. They began as participants in a living cosmos. The earth was not outside them. The stars were not distant and meaningless. Animals were not lesser machines. Dreams were not accidental images. Everything spoke, and human beings still knew how to listen. Of course, this is not archaeology. It is not paleoanthropology. It is mythic anthropology, a symbolic way of talking about what kind of being a human is. Are we only tool makers, language users, hunters, builders, and social animals? Or are we also memory keepers, dreamers, meaning makers, creatures who suffer when the world becomes silent? Lemuria answers that second question by imagining a humanity whose first knowledge was relational. To be human was to stand between earth and sky, receiving from both. In many versions of the Lemurian story, this early humanity possessed abilities that later people lost: telepathic communication, healing through sound, awareness of subtle energies, direct perception of emotion, memory carried through crystals, and an instinctive understanding of plants, animals, and stars. These details can sound impossible if taken literally, but as symbols, they all point in the same direction. The Lemurians were imagined as less cut off. They did not need to translate everything into external tools because their inner senses were still open. Their civilization was not built on overcoming distance, but on feeling connection. Telepathy, for example, may be read as fantasy, but symbolically, it represents complete empathy. A people who can communicate through thought or feeling are a people who cannot easily hide cruelty, deceit, or loneliness. They experience one another more directly. The dream of telepathy is often the dream of being truly known without having to defend oneself through language. Lemuria, as an origin myth, imagines that human beings once lived closer to that state. Healing abilities represent another longing. Modern medicine is powerful, but often impersonal. It can treat the body while leaving the person feeling unseen. Lemurian healing, by contrast, is imagined as total attention: body, emotion, spirit, community, land, and ancestral memory all considered together. Whether or not Lemurians healed in this way, the image reveals a desire for medicine that restores relationship, not merely function. The idea of lost senses is also important. Many ancient and traditional societies have developed forms of attention that modern life weakens: reading weather through smell and wind, tracking animals through subtle signs, navigating by stars and ocean swells, recognizing plant medicines, remembering long genealogies, listening deeply to silence. These are not supernatural, but they can appear almost magical to people who have lost them. Lemuria magnifies this truth into myth. It imagines that early humanity had senses of connection that civilization gradually dulled. In this way, Lemuria becomes a story not of primitive beginnings, but of forgotten refinement. The first humans, in this vision, were not less than us. They were different from us. Their intelligence was not mechanical, but ecological, not analytical in the modern sense, but participatory. They knew by belonging. Later civilizations would gain writing, mathematics, architecture, metallurgy, ships, states, and machines. But perhaps they would lose some older intimacy with the world. This reversal is central to many lost Golden Age myths. They challenge the idea that history is simply progress. They suggest that human development may involve exchange. We gain certain powers and lose certain sensitivities. We gain control and lose communion. We gain storage of information and lose living memory. We gain speed and lose rhythm. Lemuria is one of the places where this exchange is imagined most tenderly. If Lemuria was the cradle of humanity, then its destruction becomes more than a geological disaster. It becomes the first great forgetting. The sinking of the continent is not only the loss of land, it is the loss of original wholeness. The survivors may carry fragments of knowledge outward, but the complete pattern is broken. Later, civilizations inherit pieces, a healing practice here, a star myth there, a flood story, a sacred geometry, a memory of ancestors from the sea, a reverence for mountains, stones, or serpents. But the original unity is gone. This helps explain why Lemurian legends often connect the lost continent with many later cultures. In these stories, Lemurian survivors travel to India, Tibet, Egypt, Polynesia, Mesoamerica, and other regions, becoming hidden teachers or ancestral influences. Historically, such claims are highly speculative and often unsupported. But mythically, they serve a clear purpose. They explain why wisdom appears in fragments across the world. They say, these fragments were once whole. The image of scattered survivors is deeply moving. Imagine a people fleeing a sinking homeland, carrying not gold or weapons, but songs, seeds, star paths, healing knowledge, symbols, and stories for children not yet born. They arrive on foreign shores, exhausted, grieving, changed by disaster. Some are welcomed, some remain hidden, some intermarry, some become priests, navigators, healers, or builders. Over generations, their language changes, their memories blur, and their homeland becomes a sacred place beyond the sea. What was once migration becomes myth. This pattern may not prove Lemuria, but it reflects real human history. People have always migrated after disasters. Coastlines have flooded. Islands have been abandoned. Volcanoes, droughts, wars, and rising seas have scattered communities. Migrants carry memory, but memory changes. A lost village can become a lost kingdom. A flooded valley can become a drowned world. Ancestors can become semi-divine. Trauma can become sacred narrative. Lemuria gathers these real human experiences and expands them to continental scale. Because of this, the Lemurian origin myth may be understood as a dream made from many smaller truths. The truth that ancient people lived along coasts now underwater. The truth that oral traditions can preserve memories of environmental change. The truth that human beings once possessed practical knowledge modern people often underestimate. The truth that civilizations can fall and knowledge can vanish. The truth that survivors carry fragments of destroyed worlds into new ones. Lemuria takes these truths and weaves them into a single, luminous story. Another reason Lemuria became connected with human origins is its association with the South. In many old imaginations, the South was mysterious, fertile, oceanic, and unknown. Africa, India, Madagascar, Australia, and the Pacific all suggested deep antiquity and biological richness. A southern cradle of humanity felt plausible to some speculative thinkers because the southern world seemed older, warmer, and closer to the origins of life. Modern science places the biological origin of Homo sapiens in Africa, not Lemuria, but the emotional pull of a southern origin remains part of the myth's atmosphere. The connection with India also deepened Lemuria's spiritual identity. India's ancient traditions contain vast cosmologies, cycles of time, yugas, sages, flood stories, and sacred geographies. To Western esoteric writers, India often represented ancient wisdom older than the West. Placing Lemuria near India allowed the lost continent to become part of a larger spiritual geography. It could be imagined as a source behind Vedic knowledge, yogic insight, or ancient metaphysical traditions, even when such connections were speculative or shaped by romanticized views of the East. The connection with Africa gave Lemuria a different significance. Africa is the real cradle of humanity in scientific understanding, the continent where the deepest roots of our species lie. Although Lemuria itself is not part of that scientific story, its early placement near Madagascar and Africa allowed it to hover near questions of origin. Madagascar, with its unique life forms and isolated evolution, seemed like a surviving fragment of something primeval. For the imagination, it was easy to see the region as a threshold between biology, geography, and lost history. The connection with the Pacific added another layer: navigation, islands, and the mystery of settlement across immense ocean distances. Polynesian voyagers truly achieved extraordinary feats of navigation, reading stars, swells, winds, birds, and currents to cross vast waters. Later, Lemurian writers sometimes misused or oversimplified these histories, but the awe itself is understandable. A people who can navigate the Pacific without modern instruments seem to carry a kind of ancient genius. Lemuria became one imagined explanation for that genius, though the real explanation lies in the brilliance of Polynesian cultures themselves. In all these connections, Lemuria becomes less a single point of origin and more a mythic center. It gathers the ancient South, the ocean, the islands, the first peoples, the first teachers, the first healers, and the first catastrophe into one story. It says that humanity began not in alienation, but in belonging. Then something happened. The land sank. The people scattered. The memory broke. The broken memory is perhaps the most important part. Many spiritual traditions, not only those connected with Lemuria, suggest that human beings suffer from forgetfulness. We have forgotten who we are, where we came from, how to live, how to listen, how to die, how to honor the earth, how to see the sacred in ordinary life. Lemuria gives that forgetfulness a landscape. The lost continent is the lost memory made visible. To search for Lemuria is to search for the part of humanity that existed before forgetting. This search can take many forms. Some search through archaeology and ancient history, looking for evidence of unknown civilizations. Some search through mythology, comparing flood stories, creation myths, and sacred symbols. Some search through spirituality, meditation, dreams, and the belief in ancestral or planetary memory. Some search through ecological restoration, trying to recover a relationship with the earth that feels Lemurian in spirit even if not in name. The most grounded of these searches reminds us that human origins are already extraordinary without adding a lost continent. Real early humans learned to make tools, control fire, track animals, bury their dead, paint caves, navigate landscapes, speak, sing, cooperate, migrate, and survive under changing climates. They crossed deserts, mountains, rivers, and seas. They made meaning long before writing. They watched stars long before astronomy became formal. They carried memory long before archives. There is no need to invent Lemuria to make ancient humanity miraculous. And yet, myth does something different from science. Science tells us how humanity emerged. Myth asks what that emergence means. Science can trace bones, genes, tools, and migrations. Myth asks why we feel haunted by origins, why we imagine golden ages, why we suspect that survival alone is not the whole story of being human. Lemuria belongs to this second kind of question. It does not replace scientific origins. It gives emotional form to the longing for spiritual origins. The danger, of course, is confusing the two. When myth is treated as science, it can lead to false history, cultural appropriation, and unsupported claims about real peoples. But when myth is treated as myth, it can reveal deep patterns in the imagination. Lemuria, approached carefully, becomes not a false textbook, but a symbolic map. It maps our desire to believe that humanity's oldest state was not brutality, but communion. It maps our grief that such communion, if it ever existed, has been broken. It maps our hope that it can be remembered. This hope appears in the idea of Lemurian descendants. Many modern spiritual traditions speak of people who feel connected to Lemuria, who believe they carry Lemurian memory, energy, or soul heritage. From a historical perspective, such claims cannot be verified in the ordinary way. But psychologically and spiritually, they express a yearning for identity rooted in gentleness, healing, and earth connection. To say, I feel Lemurian, may mean, beneath the literal claim, I feel that my soul belongs to an older harmony than the world around me allows. This is why Lemuria often appeals to people who feel out of place in modern systems. Those who are sensitive, ecological, intuitive, artistic, spiritually restless, or wounded by the hardness of contemporary life may find in Lemuria a symbolic homeland. It tells them that their longing for softness is not weakness, that their grief for the earth is not irrational, that their desire for silence, ritual, and connection has an ancient dignity. Whether Lemuria is history or not, it gives them a language for belonging. The origin of humanity, then, becomes not only a question of the past, but a question of identity. What kind of ancestors do we imagine behind us? If we imagine only violent, fearful, primitive beings, we may believe violence and fear are the deepest truth of humanity. If we imagine wise and gentle ancestors, we may begin to believe those qualities are also ancient within us. Myths shape moral possibility. They tell us what kind of human beings we think we are allowed to become. Lemuria offers one such possibility. It says, perhaps gentleness is ancient. Perhaps listening is ancient. Perhaps healing is ancient. Perhaps the human being was not born only to struggle upward through domination, but to participate in a living world. Perhaps our deepest origin is not separation, but relationship. Again, this is not a scientific statement. It is a mythic one. But mythic statements can still guide the imagination. They can affect how we treat the earth, how we listen to the body, how we value memory, how we design communities, how we understand progress, and how we think about the future. A myth of origin is also a myth of direction. Where we believe we come from, influences where we believe we can go. If humanity began in Lemurian harmony, then the future does not have to be only more speed, more extraction, more isolation, and more noise. The future could also be a remembering, not a return to an impossible past, but a recovery of principles, reciprocity, reverence, slow attention, communal care, ecological intelligence, and the humility to know that the world is alive beyond our use of it. This may be the most valuable way to understand Lemuria's connection to human origins, not as proof that a lost race founded civilization, not as a claim that all cultures secretly descend from one drowned continent, but as a reminder that humanity has always contained more than one possibility. We can become mechanical, violent, and forgetful, but we can also become attentive, healing, and deeply connected. Lemuria names the second possibility and places it at the beginning, where beginnings have the most power. Near the end of this chapter, imagine again the first people of Lemuria, not as strange beings from outdated theories, but as mythic ancestors standing in the morning of the world. They wake under a sky unclouded by smoke. They walk barefoot on warm ground. They know the plants by touch and scent. They speak softly because they do not need to overpower silence. They teach children that every stone has a history, every river has a mood, every star has a season, and every life is held within a larger breathing hole. They do not know that later ages will debate whether they existed. They do not know that their continent will become a theory, then a legend, then a symbol. They do not know that one day people surrounded by machines will dream of them as a lost beginning. They simply live inside the world as if the world is alive. Perhaps that is all Lemuria needs to be in order to matter. Not the proven birthplace of humanity, but the imagined birthplace of a more whole humanity. Not the origin of our bones, but the origin of a longing. Not a continent on the map, but a memory of belonging placed at the dawn of the human story. And as the ocean wind moves over that imagined first world, as children learn the names of stars, as elders watch the horizon, and as the temples of stone and crystal hold the morning light, the myth of Lemuria whispers its quiet answer to the question of where we came from. We came, it says, from the earth. We came from water, breath, memory, and stars. We came from relationship, and perhaps, beneath all our forgetting, we are still trying to return. Every lost world eventually becomes more than a place. It becomes an answer. The longer a vanished land remains hidden from proof, the more freely the imagination can use it to explain the oldest questions. Where did we come from? Why do so many cultures remember floods, golden ages, sacred ancestors, and gods who came from across the sea? Why does human history seem to begin suddenly in certain places, with cities, temples, writing, astronomy, and organized ritual appearing as if from a deeper source? And why, beneath all our knowledge, do we still feel as though the beginning of the human story is partly missing? Lemuria became one of the great imagined answers to that missing beginning. It was not enough for the lost continent to be a land of strange animals, or even a peaceful civilization drowned by ancient seas. For many writers, mystics, and seekers, Lemuria had to be older than ordinary history, older than Egypt, older than Sumer, older than Atlantis, and perhaps older than humanity as we understand it today. It became not simply a lost country, but a cradle, the first homeland, the first school, the first memory of what human beings might have been before they became what they are now. In its original scientific form, Lemuria had nothing to do with human origins. It was proposed to explain patterns in animal life, especially the distribution of lemurs between Madagascar, India, and nearby regions. But once the idea of a vanished landmass existed, it was almost impossible for later thinkers not to populate it with deeper meaning. A land bridge could explain animals, but a continent could explain humanity. If Lemuria was vast, fertile, warm, and ancient, perhaps early humans had lived there. If it had sunk, perhaps its people had scattered. If they scattered, perhaps they carried knowledge into later civilizations. In this way, a zoological hypothesis slowly became a myth of origin. The 19th century was especially drawn to origin stories. It was an age in which old religious certainties were being questioned. New scientific discoveries were expanding the age of the Earth, and evolution had opened enormous new questions about the development of life. People were trying to locate humanity inside deep time. They were asking not only where human beings had lived, but what humanity itself meant if it had emerged through long natural processes. The old biblical chronology was no longer enough for many educated readers, but science, in its colder forms, did not satisfy the spiritual hunger for meaning. Into that gap stepped many speculative histories, and Lemuria was one of the most evocative. Some thinkers imagined Lemuria as a physical homeland for early humanity. Others, especially in esoteric traditions, imagined it as the home of an earlier stage of human consciousness. This distinction matters. In one version, Lemuria is like an ancient continent where early people lived before migrating elsewhere. In another, Lemuria is part of a vast spiritual drama where humanity develops through great cycles, ages, and forms of awareness. The first version asks where our ancestors walked. The second asks what our ancestors were, not only in body, but in soul. Esoteric writers often described humanity as moving through stages of development far older and stranger than conventional history allows. In such systems, Lemuria belonged to an immense prehistoric age, sometimes before Atlantis, sometimes before humanity had fully taken the form we know today. The details vary and often become difficult, symbolic, or fantastical, but the central idea is clear. Lemuria represents an early chapter in the making of humanity. It is the place where the human being was still close to the earth, close to instinct, close to dream, close to the invisible forces that later civilization would forget. For a modern listener, these claims should be approached with care. Many old esoteric theories used language about races, evolution, and human development that reflects the biases of their time and does not belong in a respectful or scientific understanding of humanity. We do not need to repeat those frameworks literally. Instead, we can understand Lemuria as a mythic image of origin, a way of imagining the first human consciousness as more connected, more intuitive, and less divided from nature than modern consciousness often feels. Seen this way, Lemuria does not have to be a claim about biology. It can be a story about separation. The Lemurian human is the human before the Great Split, before mind split from body, before spirit split from matter, before culture split from nature, before knowledge split from reverence. The later human being, the one we know, measures the world, but struggles to belong to it. The Lemurian human belongs before measuring. They are not ignorant of the world. They are immersed in it. This idea gives Lemuria its emotional force. It suggests that the origin of humanity was not a state of emptiness, but a state of wholeness. In the myth, the earliest people did not begin as isolated individuals fighting against a hostile environment. They began as participants in a living cosmos. The Earth was not outside them. The stars were not distant and meaningless. Animals were not lesser machines. Dreams were not accidental images. Everything spoke, and human beings still knew how to listen. Of course, this is not archaeology. It is not paleoanthropology. It is mythic anthropology, a symbolic way of talking about what kind of being a human is. Are we only tool makers, language users, hunters, builders, and social animals? Or are we also memory keepers, dreamers, meaning makers, creatures who suffer when the world becomes silent? Lemuria answers that second question by imagining a humanity whose first knowledge was relational. To be human was to stand between earth and sky, receiving from both. In many versions of the Lemurian story, this early humanity possessed abilities that later people lost: telepathic communication, healing through sound, awareness of subtle energies, direct perception of emotion, memory carried through crystals, and an instinctive understanding of plants, animals, and stars. These details can sound impossible if taken literally, but as symbols, they all point in the same direction. The Lemurians were imagined as less cut off. They did not need to translate everything into external tools because their inner senses were still open. Their civilization was not built on overcoming distance, but on feeling connection. Telepathy, for example, may be read as fantasy, but symbolically, it represents complete empathy. A people who can communicate through thought or feeling are a people who cannot easily hide cruelty, deceit, or loneliness. They experience one another more directly. The dream of telepathy is often the dream of being truly known without having to defend oneself through language. Lemuria, as an origin myth, imagines that human beings once lived closer to that state. Healing abilities represent another longing. Modern medicine is powerful, but often impersonal. It can treat the body while leaving the person feeling unseen. Lemurian healing, by contrast, is imagined as total attention: body, emotion, spirit, community, land, and ancestral memory all considered together. Whether or not Lemurians healed in this way, the image reveals a desire for medicine that restores relationship, not merely function. The idea of lost senses is also important. Many ancient and traditional societies have developed forms of attention that modern life weakens: reading weather through smell and wind, tracking animals through subtle signs, navigating by stars and ocean swells, recognizing plant medicines, remembering long genealogies, listening deeply to silence. These are not supernatural, but they can appear almost magical to people who have lost them. Lemuria magnifies this truth into myth. It imagines that early humanity had senses of connection that civilization gradually dulled. In this way, Lemuria becomes a story not of primitive beginnings, but of forgotten refinement. The first humans, in this vision, were not less than us. They were different from us. Their intelligence was not mechanical, but ecological, not analytical in the modern sense, but participatory. They knew by belonging. Later civilizations would gain writing, mathematics, architecture, metallurgy, ships, states, and machines. But perhaps they would lose some older intimacy with the world. This reversal is central to many lost Golden Age myths. They challenge the idea that history is simply progress. They suggest that human development may involve exchange. We gain certain powers and lose certain sensitivities. We gain control and lose communion. We gain storage of information and lose living memory. We gain speed and lose rhythm. Lemuria is one of the places where this exchange is imagined most tenderly. If Lemuria was the cradle of humanity, then its destruction becomes more than a geological disaster. It becomes the first great forgetting. The sinking of the continent is not only the loss of land, it is the loss of original wholeness. The survivors may carry fragments of knowledge outward, but the complete pattern is broken. Later, civilizations inherit pieces, a healing practice here, a star myth there, a flood story, a sacred geometry, a memory of ancestors from the sea, a reverence for mountains, stones, or serpents. But the original unity is gone. This helps explain why Lemurian legends often connect the lost continent with many later cultures. In these stories, Lemurian survivors travel to India, Tibet, Egypt, Polynesia, Mesoamerica, and other regions, becoming hidden teachers or ancestral influences. Historically, such claims are highly speculative and often unsupported, but mythically, they serve a clear purpose. They explain why wisdom appears in fragments across the world. They say, these fragments were once whole. The image of scattered survivors is deeply moving. Imagine a people fleeing a sinking homeland, carrying not gold or weapons, but songs, seeds, star paths, healing knowledge, symbols, and stories for children not yet born. They arrive on foreign shores, exhausted, grieving, changed by disaster. Some are welcomed, some remain hidden, some intermarry, some become priests, navigators, healers, or builders. Over generations, their language changes, their memories blur, and their homeland becomes a sacred place beyond the sea. What was once migration becomes myth. This pattern may not prove Lemuria, but it reflects real human history. People have always migrated after disasters. Coastlines have flooded, islands have been abandoned. Volcanoes, droughts, wars, and rising seas have scattered communities. Migrants carry memory, but memory changes. A lost village can become a lost kingdom. A flooded valley can become a drowned world. Ancestors can become semi-divine. Trauma can become sacred narrative. Lemuria gathers these real human experiences and expands them to continental scale. Because of this, the Lemurian origin myth may be understood as a dream made from many smaller truths. The truth that ancient people lived along coasts now underwater. The truth that oral traditions can preserve memories of environmental change. The truth that human beings once possessed practical knowledge modern people often underestimate. The truth that civilizations can fall and knowledge can vanish. The truth that survivors carry fragments of destroyed worlds into new ones. Lemuria takes these truths and weaves them into a single, luminous story. Another reason Lemuria became connected with human origins is its association with the South. In many old imaginations, the South was mysterious, fertile, oceanic, and unknown. Africa, India, Madagascar, Australia, and the Pacific all suggested deep antiquity and biological richness. A southern cradle of humanity felt plausible to some speculative thinkers because the southern world seemed older, warmer, and closer to the origins of life. Modern science places the biological origin of Homo sapiens in Africa, not Lemuria, but the emotional pull of a southern origin remains part of the myth's atmosphere. The connection with India also deepened Lemuria's spiritual identity. India's ancient traditions contain vast cosmologies, cycles of time, yugas, sages, flood stories, and sacred geographies. To Western esoteric writers, India often represented ancient wisdom older than the West. Placing Lemuria near India allowed the lost continent to become part of a larger spiritual geography. It could be imagined as a source behind Vedic knowledge, yogic insight, or ancient metaphysical traditions. Even when such connections were speculative or shaped by romanticized views of the East. The connection with Africa gave Lemuria a different significance. Africa is the real cradle of humanity in scientific understanding, the continent where the deepest roots of our species lie. Although Lemuria itself is not part of that scientific story, its early placement near Madagascar and Africa allowed it to hover near questions of origin. Madagascar, with its unique life forms and isolated evolution, seemed like a surviving fragment of something primeval. For the imagination, it was easy to see the region as a threshold between biology, geography, and lost history. The connection with the Pacific added another layer: navigation, islands, and the mystery of settlement across immense ocean distances. Polynesian voyagers truly achieved extraordinary feats of navigation, reading stars, swells, winds, birds, and currents to cross vast waters. Later, Lemurian writers sometimes misused or oversimplified these histories, but the awe itself is understandable. A people who can navigate the Pacific without modern instruments seem to carry a kind of ancient genius. Lemuria became one imagined explanation for that genius, though the real explanation lies in the brilliance of Polynesian cultures themselves. In all these connections, Lemuria becomes less a single point of origin and more a mythic center. It gathers the ancient South, the ocean, the islands, the first peoples, the first teachers, the first healers, and the first catastrophe into one story. It says that humanity began not in alienation, but in belonging. Then something happened. The land sank. The people scattered. The memory broke. The broken memory is perhaps the most important part. Many spiritual traditions, not only those connected with Lemuria, suggest that human beings suffer from forgetfulness. We have forgotten who we are, where we came from, how to live, how to listen, how to die, how to honor the earth, how to see the sacred in ordinary life. Lemuria gives that forgetfulness a landscape. The lost continent is the lost memory made visible. To search for Lemuria is to search for the part of humanity that existed before forgetting. This search can take many forms. Some search through archaeology and ancient history, looking for evidence of unknown civilizations. Some search through mythology, comparing flood stories, creation myths, and sacred symbols. Some search through spirituality, meditation, dreams, and the belief in ancestral or planetary memory. Some search through ecological restoration, trying to recover a relationship with the earth that feels Lemurian in spirit even if not in name. The most grounded of these searches reminds us that human origins are already extraordinary without adding a lost continent. Real early humans learned to make tools, control fire, track animals, bury their dead, paint caves, navigate landscapes, speak, sing, cooperate, migrate, and survive under changing climates. They crossed deserts, mountains, rivers, and seas. They made meaning long before writing. They watched stars long before astronomy became formal. They carried memory long before archives. There is no need to invent Lemuria to make ancient humanity miraculous, and yet, myth does something different from science. Science tells us how humanity emerged. Myth asks what that emergence means. Science can trace bones, genes, tools, and migrations. Myth asks why we feel haunted by origins, why we imagine golden ages, why we suspect that survival alone is not the whole story of being human. Lemuria belongs to this second kind of question. It does not replace scientific origins. It gives emotional form to the longing for spiritual origins. The danger, of course, is confusing the two. When myth is treated as science, it can lead to false history, cultural appropriation, and unsupported claims about real peoples. But when myth is treated as myth, it can reveal deep patterns in the imagination. Lemuria, approached carefully, becomes not a false textbook, but a symbolic map. It maps our desire to believe that humanity's oldest state was not brutality, but communion. It maps our grief that such communion, if it ever existed, has been broken. It maps our hope that it can be remembered. This hope appears in the idea of Lemurian descendants. Many modern spiritual traditions speak of people who feel connected to Lemuria, who believe they carry Lemurian memory, energy, or soul heritage. From a historical perspective, such claims cannot be verified in the ordinary way. But psychologically and spiritually, they express a yearning for identity rooted in gentleness, healing, and earth connection. To say, I feel Lemurian, may mean, beneath the literal claim, I feel that my soul belongs to an older harmony than the world around me allows. This is why Lemuria often appeals to people who feel out of place in modern systems. Those who are sensitive, ecological, intuitive, artistic, spiritually restless, or wounded by the hardness of contemporary life may find in Lemuria a symbolic homeland. It tells them that their longing for softness is not weakness, that their grief for the earth is not irrational, that their desire for silence, ritual, and connection has an ancient dignity. Whether Lemuria is history or not, it gives them a language for belonging. The origin of humanity, then, becomes not only a question of the past, but a question of identity. What kind of ancestors do we imagine behind us? If we imagine only violent, fearful, primitive beings, we may believe violence and fear are the deepest truth of humanity. If we imagine wise and gentle ancestors, we may begin to believe those qualities are also ancient within us. Myths shape moral possibility. They tell us what kind of human beings we think we are allowed to become. Lemuria offers one such possibility. It says, perhaps gentleness is ancient. Perhaps listening is ancient. Perhaps healing is ancient. Perhaps the human being was not born only to struggle upward through domination, but to participate in a living world. Perhaps our deepest origin is not separation, but relationship. Again, this is not a scientific statement. It is a mythic one. But mythic statements can still guide the imagination. They can affect how we treat the earth, how we listen to the body, how we value memory, how we design communities, how we understand progress, and how we think about the future. A myth of origin is also a myth of direction. Where we believe we come from influences where we believe we can go. If humanity began in Lemurian harmony, then the future does not have to be only more speed, more extraction, more isolation, and more noise. The future could also be a remembering, not a return to an impossible past, but a recovery of principles, reciprocity, reverence, slow attention, communal care, ecological intelligence, and the humility to know that the world is alive beyond our use of it. This may be the most valuable way to understand Lemuria's connection to human origins, not as proof that a lost race founded civilization, not as a claim that all cultures secretly descend from one drowned continent, but as a reminder that humanity has always contained more than one possibility. We can become mechanical, violent, and forgetful, but we can also become attentive, healing, and deeply connected. Lemuria names the second possibility and places it at the beginning, where beginnings have the most power. Near the end of this chapter, imagine again the first people of Lemuria, not as strange beings from outdated theories, but as mythic ancestors standing in the morning of the world. They wake under a sky unclouded by smoke. They walk barefoot on warm ground. They know the plants by touch and scent. They speak softly because they do not need to overpower silence. They teach children that every stone has a history, every river has a mood, every star has a season, and every life is held within a larger breathing whole. They do not know that later ages will debate whether they existed. They do not know that their continent will become a theory, then a legend, then a symbol. They do not know that one day people surrounded by machines will dream of them as a lost beginning. They simply live inside the world as if the world is alive. Perhaps that is all Lemuria needs to be in order to matter. Not the proven birthplace of humanity, but the imagined birthplace of a more whole humanity. Not the origin of our bones, but the origin of a longing. Not a continent on the map, but a memory of belonging placed at the dawn of the human story. And as the ocean wind moves over that imagined first world, as children learn the names of stars, as elders watch the horizon, and as the temples of stone and crystal hold the morning light, the myth of Lemuria whispers its quiet answer to the question of where we came from. We came, it says, from the earth. We came from water, breath, memory, and stars. We came from relationship, and perhaps, beneath all our forgetting, we are still trying to return. No lost continent stands completely alone. Each one casts a shadow over the others, and in the strange mythology of vanished worlds, Lemuria is almost always seen beside Atlantis. They are like two ancient dreams, facing one another across the waters of time, one soft, distant, and half-remembered, the other bright, dramatic, and thunderous in its fall. Lemuria is the older whisper, Atlantis is the louder warning, and between them lies one of the deepest questions in all lost world mythology. What happens when wisdom becomes power? Atlantis is the more famous name. It has entered books, films, paintings, games, theories, and late-night speculation with a force Lemuria never quite matched. It feels grander, sharper, more defined. When people hear Atlantis, they often imagine a magnificent island empire with white stone towers, golden roofs, canals, harbors, temples, ships, and a terrible final day when the sea rose and swallowed everything. Atlantis is the civilization of splendor and punishment. It rises high, becomes proud, and falls in a single unforgettable catastrophe. Lemuria feels different. It is less like a city struck by judgment and more like a memory fading beneath warm water. Its destruction is tragic, but not always moralized. Atlantis is often destroyed because it becomes corrupt. Lemuria is often destroyed because an age ends. Atlantis is a lesson about arrogance. Lemuria is a lament for harmony. Atlantis warns, do not let power outrun wisdom. Lemuria whispers, do not forget that wisdom came first. In many alternative histories and esoteric traditions, Lemuria is placed before Atlantis. This order matters. It gives the two lost worlds a mythic sequence. First comes Lemuria, the early age of connection, intuition, and unity with the earth. Then comes Atlantis, the later age of brilliance, technology, ambition, and danger. Lemuria is inward. Atlantis is outward. Lemuria listens. Atlantis builds. Lemuria heals. Atlantis controls. Lemuria belongs to the garden, the shoreline, the crystal sanctuary, and the dream. Atlantis belongs to the tower, the machine, the royal court, and the storm. This contrast may not tell us much about ancient history, but it tells us a great deal about the human imagination. When people compare Lemuria and Atlantis, they are often comparing two possibilities within civilization itself. One path seeks harmony with the living world. The other seeks mastery over it. One path treats knowledge as relationship, the other treats knowledge as power. One path is slow, subtle, and easily erased. The other is brilliant, visible, and dangerous enough to destroy itself. Atlantis is compelling because it resembles us. Modern civilization can see itself in Atlantis more easily than in Lemuria. We know what it means to be powerful and anxious, inventive and unstable, wealthy and restless. We know the temptation to believe that because something can be done, it should be done. We know the intoxication of speed, scale, and control. We know cities that glow through the night, technologies that reach across oceans, machines that extract the deep earth, and systems so complex that the people who depend on them do not fully understand them. Atlantis feels like a mirror polished by myth. Lemuria, on the other hand, feels like the mirror we lost. It does not reflect what we are, but what we fear we have ceased to be. It reflects the possibility of a civilization that did not separate intelligence from reverence. Its people, in the softer versions of the legend, do not chase greatness through domination. They seek balance, healing, and inner knowledge. If Atlantis is the story of what happens when a civilization forgets its soul, Lemuria is the memory of the soul before it was forgotten. Because of this, the relationship between Lemuria and Atlantis is often imagined as a decline. Not necessarily a simple decline from good to evil, but a movement from unity into separation. In the Lemurian age, humanity is close to nature, close to the subtle world, close to one another. In the Atlantean age, humanity becomes more individual, more intellectual, more ambitious, more technically capable, and more divided. The gifts of Atlantis are real, but they come with danger. Where Lemurian knowledge heals, Atlantean knowledge can command. Where Lemurian crystals store memory, Atlantean crystals might power machines. Where Lemurian temples align with the earth, Atlantean towers may try to harness forces beyond wisdom. This is one of the most persistent themes in stories of Atlantis: energy without humility. The Atlanteans, in many modern retellings, discover or inherit powerful technologies. They manipulate crystals, sound, light, magnetism, or hidden forces of the planet. At first, this knowledge brings prosperity. Their cities shine. Their ships travel far. Their priests and scientists unlock secrets of nature that later humanity can barely imagine. But gradually, power changes them. What began as sacred science becomes weapon, luxury, hierarchy, and control. In this way, Atlantis becomes the shadow of Lemuria, not an enemy at first, perhaps, but a later civilization that took some of the same ancient knowledge and turned it in another direction. The crystal, which in Lemuria was a symbol of memory and healing, becomes in Atlantis a symbol of energy and power. The temple, which in Lemuria was a place of balance, becomes in Atlantis a center of authority. The star knowledge, which in Lemuria guided navigation and cosmic belonging, becomes in Atlantis a tool for prediction, domination, or prestige. The same root wisdom branches into different fruits. Some esoteric traditions imagine actual contact between the two civilizations. Lemuria and Atlantis may have overlapped during a transition between ages. Survivors of Lemuria may have migrated to Atlantis, carrying fragments of their wisdom. Atlanteans may have learned from Lemurian teachers, then gradually altered or misused what they received. In other tellings, the two civilizations represent different human lineages or stages of consciousness, with Atlantis emerging after Lemuria's decline. The details change, but the symbolic relationship remains. Atlantis inherits something from Lemuria and transforms it. This inheritance is important because myths of decline are rarely about total loss. They are about distortion. A pure teaching becomes a doctrine. A healing practice becomes a power structure. A sacred tool becomes a weapon. A community of memory becomes an empire of control. What is lost is not the knowledge itself, but the right relationship to it. Atlantis does not fall because it knows too much. It falls because it forgets how to hold what it knows. That idea reaches far beyond lost continents. Every civilization faces the same danger. Knowledge expands faster than wisdom. Tools become stronger than the hands that guide them. Institutions preserve forms after their original spirit fades. The sacred becomes ornamental. The useful becomes addictive. The powerful begin to believe that the world exists for their will. Atlantis is the mythic name for that moment when brilliance loses balance. Lemuria, standing behind Atlantis in the mythic sequence, reminds us that there may have been another way. It does not reject knowledge. It does not worship ignorance. It is not primitive in the sense of lacking depth. Its knowledge is simply different in orientation. It seeks to participate rather than dominate. It seeks to listen before acting. It understands that the forces of the earth are not neutral toys, and that the human mind must be purified before it handles certain powers. Lemuria is not anti-technology. It is anti-arrogance. The sadness is that Lemuria disappears before Atlantis reaches its height. The gentle world sinks, fades, or scatters, while the brilliant world rises. This gives the entire mythic history a feeling of imbalance. The civilization that might have restrained humanity's hunger for power is gone. Its survivors carry memory, but memory becomes fragmented. Later, peoples inherit pieces without the whole. Atlantis may receive certain teachings, but not the full humility that once surrounded them. And so the stage is set for catastrophe. If we imagine Atlantis through Lemurian eyes, its beauty becomes troubling. A Lemurian survivor arriving in Atlantis might be astonished by its grandeur. Harbors full of ships, canals reflecting white buildings, towers crowned with metal, temples filled with disciplined priests, laboratories of crystal and sound, roads crowded with merchants, soldiers, engineers, scribes, and nobles. The city would seem alive with intelligence. Everything would move. Everything would shine. Everything would promise mastery over chance, distance, weather, and fear. But beneath the wonder, the Lemurian might feel unease. The silence is missing. The buildings are magnificent, but they do not listen. The crystals are powerful, but they are not treated as elders. The priests speak of cosmic law, but their courts are close to political authority. The rulers praise harmony, but their armies grow. The people admire knowledge, but the knowledge is being pulled toward ambition. The city is awake, but not at peace. This imagined encounter reveals the heart of the contrast. Atlantis is not evil because it is advanced. It becomes dangerous when advancement becomes separated from reverence. Lemuria is not good because it is simple. It is good in the myth because its complexity remains woven into relationship. The difference is not stone versus crystal, temple versus machine, ancient versus modern. The difference is whether the world is treated as alive. In some retellings, Atlantis eventually turns against the older ways. It dismisses the Lemurian memory as childish, passive, sentimental, or obsolete. It prefers precision to intuition, command to listening, hierarchy to communal balance. The old healers are tolerated as symbols, but not followed. The old songs are performed at festivals, but no longer allowed to guide decisions. The crystal archives remain, but their teachings are read for technique rather than wisdom. The form survives, the meaning thins. This is how spiritual decline often appears in myth. It is not sudden, it is gradual. At first, nothing seems lost. The ceremonies continue, the temples remain open, the language of reverence is still spoken, but the inner relationship changes. People speak sacred words while pursuing unsacred aims. They honor ancestors in public while ignoring their warnings in private. They build grander sanctuaries, but spend less time in silence. They preserve symbols while forgetting how to be transformed by them. Atlantis, in this sense, is not only a warning about technology, it is a warning about hollow sacredness. A civilization can appear spiritual and still be driven by pride. It can build temples and still worship power. It can speak of cosmic order while violating the order of the earth. It can inherit Lemurian wisdom and turn it into Atlantean machinery. The fall of Atlantis then becomes almost inevitable, not because the gods are cruel, but because imbalance has consequences. A civilization that draws power from the earth without listening to the earth eventually disturbs the very foundations beneath it. A society that uses knowledge without humility creates forces it cannot control. A people who mistake brilliance for wisdom build their own disaster into the structure of their success. This is why Atlantis often falls dramatically. Earthquakes, floods, volcanic fire, storms, tidal waves, and the sinking of the island all appear as outer expressions of inner imbalance. The land itself can no longer hold the civilization built upon it. The sea, which once connected and nourished, becomes the force of return. Towers sink, harbors vanish, records drown. The shining world becomes a warning, preserved in fragments. Lemuria's end, by contrast, is often quieter, even when it is catastrophic. It feels less like punishment and more like sorrow. The Lemurians may have understood the cycles of the earth, accepted the ending of an age, and prepared memory to survive. Atlantis resists its warning. Lemuria listens to its warning. Atlantis is overwhelmed because it refuses humility. Lemuria is overcome because all forms, even harmonious ones, are temporary. This difference gives the two myths very different emotional tones. One can imagine the final days of Atlantis as noise, alarms, debates, rituals performed too late, machines failing, priests arguing, rulers denying, streets filling with fear, the ground splitting, the sea rising. One imagines the final days of Lemuria as deep sadness, elders gathering children, songs repeated, boats prepared, crystals blessed, gardens walked one last time, people placing hands on trees and stones in farewell. Atlantis falls in panic. Lemuria departs in mourning. Of course, these are poetic contrasts, not established histories, but they endure because they express two kinds of loss. Atlantis is the loss that comes from hubris. Lemuria is the loss that comes from impermanence. Atlantis tells us we can destroy ourselves by becoming unwise. Lemuria tells us that even the beautiful passes away and must be carried forward as memory. Together, they form a complete myth of civilization. Lemuria gives us the origin of harmony. Atlantis gives us the danger of power. The later world gives us the condition of forgetting. And the listener, here in the present, is left with the question, can anything be remembered before another fall? This question is why the comparison matters. If Lemuria is only a lost paradise and Atlantis only a lost empire, they remain distant fantasies. But if they represent patterns within human civilization, they become alive. Every age contains Lemurian and Atlantean tendencies. Every society has healers and builders, listeners and conquerors, gardeners and engineers, elders and rulers, sacred memory and restless ambition. The question is not which lost continent existed. The question is which impulse leads. Our own world often feels Atlantean. It is brilliant, interconnected, inventive, and unstable. It can speak across the planet instantly, look into the deep sea, send machines beyond the atmosphere, edit genes, model climates, and store libraries in invisible networks. It has powers that would seem magical to ancient people, and yet it struggles with loneliness, ecological destruction, spiritual exhaustion, and the fear that its systems may be too powerful and too fragile at the same time. The Atlantean warning is not difficult to hear, but perhaps the Lemurian memory is also present. It appears wherever people seek to restore relationship with the earth. It appears in movements to protect forests, rivers, languages, seeds, and ancestral knowledge. It appears when healing is understood as more than chemistry, when architecture is designed for human well-being, when communities recover ritual, when silence is valued, when technology is questioned, not because knowledge is bad, but because knowledge without wisdom is dangerous. Lemuria appears as a countercurrent. In this sense, Lemuria and Atlantis are not only before us in time, they are within us now. Atlantis is the part of the human mind that wants to rise higher, build faster, know more, possess more, and overcome every limit. Lemuria is the part that wants to belong, heal, remember, and listen. Neither impulse can simply be erased. Without Atlantean ambition, humanity might never explore, invent, or transform. Without Lemurian wisdom, ambition becomes ruin. The danger is not power itself, but power without remembrance. Perhaps this is why some stories imagine that the survivors of Lemuria tried to guide Atlantis. They knew the old balance. They had seen a world end. They understood that knowledge must be held with humility, but their guidance was only partly received. Some Atlanteans listened, others did not. The civilization divided between those who honored the old ways and those who pursued greater power. The conflict was not merely political, it was spiritual. Two visions of what civilization should become. This imagined conflict has a familiar feeling. We see it in every age when a society debates whether progress should be measured by growth alone or by the health of the whole. We see it when elders warn and rulers dismiss them. We see it when sacred places are destroyed for resources, when technology advances faster than ethics, when the quiet voices of care are mocked by the loud voices of profit or conquest. The battle between Lemuria and Atlantis does not need armies to be real as a symbol. It is the conflict between reverence and domination, and perhaps, in the mythic timeline, Atlantis falls because it loses that conflict. The Lemurian inheritance is not destroyed, but it is pushed aside. The Atlantean elite may still possess fragments of ancient knowledge, but without the full spiritual ecology that once gave it meaning. They know the formulas, but forget the prayers. They know the instruments, but forget the silence. They know how to focus energy, but forget why energy must be guided by love, restraint, and service. This is one of the most important differences between information and wisdom. Information can be transferred quickly. Wisdom cannot. Information can be stolen, copied, stored, and weaponized. Wisdom must be cultivated through character. Lemuria represents wisdom. Atlantis represents information expanded into power. When the two are separated, disaster follows. In many stories of Atlantis, a small number of wise ones escape before the final destruction. They carry records, sacred objects, or teachings to other lands. Egypt, the Americas, Tibet, and other ancient centers are sometimes imagined as receiving Atlantean survivors. But if Atlantis itself inherited from Lemuria, then these later survivors carry a double memory: the brilliance of Atlantis and the older harmony of Lemuria beneath it. Human civilization after the floods becomes an archive of fragments from both lost worlds. This idea explains why later cultures in alternative histories seem to contain mixed symbols. Some traditions preserve sacred geometry, star knowledge, healing, and reverence for nature. Others preserve hierarchy, monumental power, priestly secrecy, and kingship. The world after Atlantis is neither purely Lemurian nor purely Atlantean. It is broken inheritance, a scattered field of memories, some healing, some dangerous, some misunderstood. Again, this is myth rather than accepted history. But as myth, it expresses something real about cultural inheritance. Human beings do inherit mixed legacies. Every civilization passes down wisdom and trauma, beauty and violence, knowledge and distortion. We receive songs and weapons, rituals and hierarchies, medicines and poisons. The work of later generations is to discern what should be preserved, what should be transformed, and what should finally be released. Lemuria and Atlantis give names to that discernment. From Lemuria, we might preserve listening, ecological balance, healing, communal memory, and humility before the living earth. From Atlantis, we might preserve courage, invention, architecture, exploration, and the desire to understand hidden forces. What must be released is the Atlantean shadow: pride, extraction, domination, and the belief that intelligence gives permission to rule over life rather than serve it. If the two myths are held together, they offer not a rejection of civilization, but a healed civilization. Not a return to an imagined primitive past, and not a blind rush toward technological power, but a union of brilliance and reverence, an Atlantean mind with a Lemurian heart, a civilization able to build without severing, discover without desecrating, and use power without forgetting silence. Perhaps this is the deeper reason Lemuria is placed before Atlantis. The heart must come before the hand. Listening must come before command. Relationship must come before technology. If a civilization reverses that order, it may shine for a time, but its foundations are already unstable. The shadow of Atlantis falls wherever power forgets its source. At night, in the imagination, one can see both continents as they might have been. Lemuria lies beneath a softer sky, its temples low and luminous, its gardens breathing, its people gathered in circles, its crystals holding memory rather than force. Far away in a later age, Atlantis rises from the sea in splendor, its towers bright, its harbors full, its scholars ambitious, its rulers crowned with the confidence of those who believe they have mastered the world. Between them stretches time, inheritance, misunderstanding, and the slow transformation of wisdom into power. The tragedy is not that Atlantis was great. The tragedy is that greatness became separated from goodness. The tragedy is not that Lemuria was lost. The tragedy is that its memory was not strong enough to guide what came after. And yet, if we are still telling the story, perhaps the memory is not gone entirely. Perhaps the whisper survived beneath the thunder. Perhaps Lemuria still speaks from inside the shadow of Atlantis. It speaks quietly, as it always does. It does not demand that we abandon knowledge or fear invention or romanticize the past. It asks only that we remember the order of things: the earth before the empire, the heart before the machine, the song before the formula, the silence before the command, the whole before the part. Atlantis shows what happens when that order is broken. Lemuria reminds us that another order once seemed possible, and so the two lost worlds remain together in the human imagination. Lemuria, the vanished harmony, and Atlantis, the fallen brilliance. One is the dream of what humanity may have been. The other is the warning of what humanity may become. Between them, we stand on our own shore, listening to the waves, wondering which memory will guide us before the waters rise again. Every lost continent has its ending. Without the ending, it would not be a lost continent at all. It would simply be an ancient land, perhaps forgotten for a time, perhaps misremembered, perhaps waiting to be found again by explorers, archaeologists, divers, or dreamers. But Lemuria belongs to a deeper kind of story. It is not merely hidden, it is gone. Its forests, cities, temples, shorelines, and sacred places are said to have passed beneath the sea, leaving behind only fragments, islands, echoes, and the aching question of what the ocean may have taken. The Cataclysm is the dark heart of the Lemurian myth. Everything before it is touched by its shadow. The gentle people, the crystal temples, the quiet cities, the healing songs, the star paths, the gardens, the children learning from elders beneath warm skies, all of them become more fragile because we know the waters are coming. The beauty of Lemuria is never separate from its disappearance. In fact, the disappearance makes the beauty feel almost unbearable because it reminds us that even a world built on harmony may not be able to escape time. Different versions of the Lemurian story describe the end in different ways. Some speak of earthquakes, some speak of volcanic fire, some imagine great fissures opening in the land, mountains breaking apart, valleys dropping, and the sea rushing in. Others describe a slower drowning, with coastlines sinking over long ages, islands separating from one another, and the continent gradually dissolving into archipelagos. In certain esoteric traditions, the cataclysm belongs not only to geology, but to a vast cycle of planetary change, an ending of one age so that another could begin. There is no single final day of Lemuria in the way Atlantis is often given a sudden, dramatic destruction. Atlantis is remembered, in many tellings, as falling in one terrible night and day. Lemuria's end feels older, wider, and more dreamlike. It may have taken generations. It may have come in waves of disaster. It may have begun with small signs that only the most attentive could read. A spring changing taste, animals leaving a valley, strange lights over the sea, tremors in the temple floors, and dreams that came again and again to the elders. Because Lemuria is a civilization of listening, its ending must begin with warning. Imagine the first tremor. It is not large enough to destroy anything. It comes before dawn, when the city is still dark and the fires are low. A bowl of water in a healer's house trembles in widening circles. A sleeping child wakes and begins to cry. Birds rise suddenly from trees and scatter toward the mountains. Far below, in the deep stone under the continent, something has shifted. By morning, life continues. People speak of the tremor, but calmly. The earth has moved before. Lemuria is an island continent of volcanoes, warm seas, mountain ridges, and living stone. The people know that the ground is not dead. They have always believed it breathes, settles, dreams, and changes. A single tremor is not the end of the world. It is only a word spoken in a language they are still trying to understand. Then the tremors return. At first, they are separated by weeks, then days. A crack appears in the wall of an outer sanctuary. A spring near the eastern gardens becomes cloudy. Fishermen notice dead fish floating near a reef where the water has grown strangely warm. In the mountains, smoke rises from a peak that has been quiet for longer than any elder can remember. The animals are restless. Dogs refuse to sleep indoors. Birds change their nesting places. The sea pulls back farther than usual. During certain tides, exposing dark rocks no one has seen before, the elders gather in council, not in panic, but with the grave attention of those who understand that a pattern is forming. The star watchers bring their observations. The healers bring dreams reported by the people. The builders describe new fractures in the temple stones. The navigators speak of currents changing offshore. The gardeners say certain plants are flowering out of season. Each sign alone could be explained. Together, they begin to speak. This is how catastrophe often arrives in human life, not as a single announcement, but as a series of signs that are easy to deny until they are impossible to ignore. A society can survive one bad season, one flood, one tremor, one illness, one strange tide. But when the signs begin to gather, wisdom lies in seeing the whole. The tragedy of many civilizations is not that they receive no warning. It is that the warning asks them to change before they are ready. In the Lemurian myth, perhaps the people were more willing to hear than Atlantis would later be. They did not dismiss the Earth's warning as superstition. They did not silence the elders because the message was inconvenient. They did not insist that their temples, cities, and knowledge made them immune to change. They listened, and what they heard was almost too sorrowful to bear. The land itself was entering a time of breaking. Imagine the council after this realization. No one speaks for a long while. Outside, the wind moves through trees planted by grandparents and great-grandparents. Children play in a courtyard, unaware that the adults inside are beginning to imagine a future in which those courtyards no longer exist. The elders do not yet know whether the destruction will come in 1 year, 10 years, or 100. Perhaps no one can know, but they understand that Lemuria, as they have known it, cannot last forever. A less wise people might turn immediately to denial or conquest. They might build walls against the sea, sacrifice the innocent, invade neighboring lands, or place all hope in a ruler who promises safety. But Lemuria's response, in the gentle versions of the legend, is different. It prepares memory. It begins the work of survival, not only of bodies, but of meaning. The crystal temples become centers of preservation. Songs are gathered and simplified so they can be remembered by children during migration. Star paths are taught more urgently to young navigators. Healers prepare seeds, roots, dried leaves, and knowledge of plants that may grow in other lands. Builders teach the principles behind the temples, not merely the shapes, so that sacred architecture can be reborn wherever survivors settle. Elders repeat the oldest stories until every listener knows where the people came from, what they must not forget, and how to recognize one another after separation. This preparation may be the most Lemurian part of the Cataclysm. The people do not ask only, how can we save ourselves? They ask, how can we save the harmony? They understand that a civilization is not preserved merely by keeping its population alive. A people can survive physically and still lose the pattern that made them themselves. The Lemurians, if we follow the myth, wanted to carry forward their relationship with the earth, their healing ways, their songs, their reverence for water and stone, their knowledge of the stars, and their memory of belonging. Meanwhile, the land continues to change. The first great earthquake comes during the afternoon, when the sun is high and the shadows are short. It begins as a deep sound, so low that some feel it in their bones before they hear it. Then the ground moves, not a small shiver now, but a rolling wave. Walls crack, pots fall, trees sway though there is no wind. In the temple pools, water leaps over the edges. A stone pillar in an outer court splits with a sound like thunder. People stumble, cry out, reach for children, call the names of those they love. When it ends, dust hangs in the air. The city is still standing, but it is not the same city. Something has passed through it. A confidence has broken. After the earthquake, some say the time has come to leave. Others argue that the land has trembled before and settled again. This is another human truth inside the myth. Even when danger is clear, not everyone responds in the same way. Some are ready to depart at the first undeniable sign. Others cannot imagine abandoning the graves of ancestors, the homes built by family hands, the trees planted at births, the temples where they were named, healed, married, and taught. To leave a homeland is not only a practical decision, it is a tearing of the soul. So Lemuria divides, not necessarily in conflict, but in grief. Some communities begin to prepare for migration, others remain. Some send their young away and keep the old at home. Some choose to carry sacred objects outward. Some choose to stay with the temples, believing that their duty is to hold the land through its final transformation. There is no single right answer in such a moment. The myth allows for many kinds of courage. The sea becomes more unpredictable. On some days, it withdraws far from the shore, leaving boats resting strangely on wet sand and coral exposed under the sun. Children are told not to run onto the empty seabed, though some do, fascinated by fish trapped in shining pools. Elders look at the horizon with fear. They know that when the sea pulls back too far, it may return with terrible force. Storms grow stronger. The rains arrive out of season, pounding the land until terraces collapse and rivers turn brown with loosened soil. Lightning strikes the mountain slopes. The volcanic peak that once smoked gently now glows red at night. Ash falls softly on gardens, coating leaves in gray dust. People wake with the taste of minerals in their mouths. The air smells of sulfur, salt, wet stone, and unease. In the temples, ceremonies of farewell begin. Not one final ceremony, but many. Each place must be thanked. Each spring, each grove, each shoreline, each ancestor, stone. The Lemurians do not leave as conquerors leave, taking what they can and burning what remains. They leave as children, leaving the house of a dying parent. They touch walls. They sing to doors. They place their palms on trees. They carry water from sacred pools in sealed vessels. They ask forgiveness from the land for what must be abandoned. Imagine a child during these days, old enough to understand fear but too young to understand history. She watches adults wrapping objects in cloth, seeds, small crystals, carved shells, painted tablets, bundles of herbs, bone flutes, woven cords that record genealogies, and smooth stones taken from temple floors. She hears songs repeated every evening, more often than before. She sees her grandmother crying silently while grinding grain. She asks where they are going, and no one gives the same answer twice. Across the water, someone says, to the lands of our cousins, says another, where the stars will guide us, where the old songs can continue. For those who leave by sea, the preparations are immense. Boats must be repaired, strengthened, loaded, and blessed. Navigators study the skies with a seriousness that frightens the young. They speak of currents, islands, winds, and unknown shores. They must choose what to carry, and this choice becomes an act of cultural judgment. Too much weight, and the boats may fail. Too little memory, and the people may survive empty. Every object placed into a vessel asks the question, what is essential? Gold, if they had it, matters less than seeds. Ornament matters less than medicine. A ceremonial stone may matter more than a tool if it carries the identity of a lineage. A song weighs nothing, but only if someone remembers it. A child weighs much, but carries the future. In the end, migration teaches a brutal truth. Civilization is what can be carried through disaster. Those who remain prepare differently. They reinforce damaged sanctuaries, not because they believe stone can defeat the sea, but because the final ceremonies require a place to stand. They move the most vulnerable inland or upward. They gather in circles. They tell the departing ones where to look for signs of kinship in the future. Perhaps they say, when you reach other lands, teach them the water song first. Or, do not build the temple before you have listened to the spring. Or, tell the children that Lemuria did not die in fear. The greatest cataclysm may have come in stages. A series of earthquakes could have broken the land into islands. Volcanic eruptions could have poisoned air and water. Tsunamis could have destroyed coastal cities. Sections of land could have subsided, turning valleys into bays and plains into seabeds. Over time, survivors would see the continent shrink, not as a line on a map, but as a lived horror. The mountain that was once inland becomes a coastal peak. The road to the western sanctuary disappears underwater. A village becomes an island. An island becomes a reef. A reef becomes a memory. This gradual loss may be more haunting than sudden destruction. If everything vanishes in one night, grief has no time to understand. But when a homeland disappears, piece by piece, the people must watch the map of their lives being erased. Each season removes another place. Here was the orchard. Here was the first school. Here was the stone where my mother sat. Here was the path to the sea. Water covers them, and the mind continues to see what the eyes cannot. At last, there comes a final breaking. In some versions, it may be the night of the great wave. In others, the day the Central Valley sinks. Let us imagine it not as spectacle, but as experience. The morning begins strangely calm. The sky is pale, almost colorless. The air is heavy. Birds are silent. The sea has drawn far back, farther than anyone has ever seen. Where water should be, there is exposed seabed stretching toward the horizon, dark and glistening. Fish twist in pools. Coral steams under the sun. The people know now. There is no debate left. The warning passes through the city, faster than speech. Children are carried. Elders are helped to higher ground. Boats, already prepared, are pushed toward the remaining channels. In the central temple, the last guardians gather around the crystal pillar. They do not have time for the full ceremony. They sing only the core of the song, the part that must survive even if everything else is lost. Their voices are steady at first, then shaken by the ground beneath them. Far out beyond the exposed seabed, a line appears. At first, it looks like a shadow, then like a low wall. Then the wall grows, rising and moving, carrying the ocean back toward the land. There is a sound before the wave arrives. Not merely the sound of water, but of an entire sea returning with the weight of judgment. The ground trembles. The air changes pressure. People on the heights watch with a terror beyond words. Those still below run, though there is nowhere far enough to run. The wave strikes the outer shore, and the familiar world disappears into white violence. Gardens vanish first, then the lower homes. Boats are lifted, broken, carried inland or out to sea. Stone walls collapse. Trees bend and tear free. The water rushes through streets built for silence, through healing courts, through school gardens, through doorways where families have lived for generations. It enters the temple pools, and makes them indistinguishable from the ocean. It tears carved pillars from their bases. It fills chambers where songs once hung in the air. And then, after the first fury, there is only water moving where the city stood. This is the image that gives Lemuria its sorrow, the sea flowing through sacred architecture, not because the temples were meaningless, but because even meaning must pass through impermanence. The wave does not ask what was beautiful. It does not spare what was wise. It follows the law of water and gravity. Myth gives it emotion, but nature itself is beyond human pleading. Yet perhaps, in the Lemurian understanding, even this was not hatred from the earth. It was transformation. Terrible, yes. Grief-filled, yes, but not evil. The earth that gave the continent also took it back. The sea that fed the people became the sea that covered them. Creation and destruction were not separate gods, but two movements of one living world. After the Great Wave, the survivors count the missing. This is the quietest and most painful part of any catastrophe. The dramatic moment ends, but grief begins its long work. Names are spoken. Some answer, others do not. Families search the broken shoreline. People find fragments, a woven mat caught in a tree, a child's carved shell, a temple stone, a fishing tool, a bowl, a torn cloth, a crystal covered in mud. Each object becomes unbearable because it proves the world before was real. Those who escaped by boat face another kind of terror. Behind them, smoke rises from the broken land. Ahead lies open water and uncertainty. The stars must guide them now. The children are thirsty. The elders are silent. Some boats have become separated from the others. The sacred bundles must be kept dry. A song has begun, not because anyone feels strong, but because without song, fear will become too large to carry. This may be where Lemuria becomes diaspora. The continent sinks, but its people move outward, and in moving outward, they change forever. No survivor remains simply Lemurian in the old sense. To survive a lost world is to become a vessel of before and after. They carry memory, but they also carry trauma. They tell the stories, but the stories are now soaked with grief. Their children will hear of places they never saw. Their grandchildren will ask whether the homeland truly existed. After many generations, the geography will blur. The city becomes the shining place. The mountain becomes the first mountain. The wave becomes the day the sea returned. And eventually, history becomes myth. Perhaps some survivors reach India. Perhaps some reach islands of the Pacific. Perhaps some merge with coastal peoples, whose own stories later carry faint echoes of drowned lands. Perhaps some travel inland and become keepers of secret teachings. Perhaps some build new temples, smaller than the old ones, aligned not to the lost geography of Lemuria, but to the stars that guided them away from it. Perhaps some refuse to speak of the catastrophe at all, because grief can seal the mouth for generations. The Cataclysm also changes the meaning of water. Before, water was life, healing, movement, reflection, and song. Afterward, it remains all those things, but also becomes memory and fear. Survivors may still love the sea, but they cannot look at it innocently. Each tide is a reminder. Each horizon hides both possibility and loss. Children born after the sinking may be taught to honor water with special care, not because water is gentle, but because it is powerful beyond negotiation. This may explain why so many human cultures treat water as sacred and dangerous at once. Rivers bless and destroy. Floods cleanse and kill. Oceans connect and separate. Rain brings harvest and ruin. In myth, water often marks the boundary between worlds. life and death, memory and forgetting, the known shore and the unknown beyond. Lemuria, as a drowned continent, belongs completely to this symbolism. It is the world returned to water. From a scientific perspective, a vast continent sinking exactly as described in many Lemurian legends is not supported by modern geology. Continents do not simply vanish beneath the sea in the dramatic way lost world myths often imagine. The ocean floor, tectonic plates, continental crust, and geological history are more complex and better understood now than in the 19th century. But this does not mean that all memories of drowning are meaningless. Sea levels have changed dramatically over human prehistory. Coastlines have moved, islands have formed and vanished, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, earthquakes, and floods have destroyed real communities. Human beings have many reasons to remember the sea as a force that takes worlds away. Lemuria may be an enlargement of that truth. It turns local disasters into cosmic history. It gathers many possible memories of drowned shores, migrations, and environmental change into one great lost continent. This is how myth often works. It does not preserve events as a camera would. It preserves emotional magnitude. It says, what was lost felt as large as a world. And to the people who lose a homeland, it is a world. The sinking of Lemuria is therefore not only about whether a continent physically descended beneath the ocean, it is about the experience of irreversible loss, the moment when a place that formed identity can no longer be returned to, the moment when the road home ends at water, the moment when the past becomes unreachable, except through memory. This is a kind of loss many people understand, even without lost continents. A childhood home demolished, a village abandoned, a language no longer spoken by children, a forest cut down, a coastline changed beyond recognition, a family scattered, a tradition broken, a grave left behind in another country. The geography may be small, but the inner feeling is Lemurian. A world has gone under. Perhaps this is why the cataclysm beneath the waves remains so powerful. It allows personal and cultural grief to take mythic form. It tells us that the sorrow of losing a world is ancient. It tells us that memory can survive drowning, but never unchanged. It tells us that what sinks into the past may still move beneath the surface of the present. After the waters settle, Lemuria does not disappear completely. No lost world ever does. Islands remain, perhaps as the high peaks of the old land in mythic imagination. Survivors remain, songs remain, dreams remain, stones remain. A child remembers the sound of the temple bell, and when she is old, she teaches that sound to children who have never seen the temple. A navigator remembers the star path from the homeland, and that path becomes sacred. A healer remembers the plants that could not be carried and searches new forests for their cousins. An elder remembers the names of the drowned and repeats them until they become ancestors. The sea covers the land, but not the longing. In fact, the longing grows. Distance makes Lemuria more beautiful. Grief removes ordinary details and leaves essence. The people no longer remember every inconvenience of daily life, every argument, every broken tool, every failed harvest. They remember the harmony, the temples, the songs, the light on water, the wisdom of the elders, and the terrible day the sea came. The homeland becomes sacred, partly because it is gone. This is both natural and dangerous. All lost homelands are idealized. Memory softens what was difficult and brightens what was loved. Lemuria, as remembered by later ages, may be less a record of reality than a perfected grief. It becomes the world before the wound, the place where everything was whole, because it can no longer disappoint. The sea preserves it by making it unreachable. And yet, even idealized memory can guide. A lost homeland can become a moral compass. Live in a way that honors what was lost. Do not repeat the mistakes that came after. Remember the old balance. Teach the children where we came from. The survivors of Lemuria, in the myth, become carriers of such instructions. Their grief becomes responsibility. As generations pass, the cataclysm becomes a teaching story. Parents tell children, the sea is sacred. Elders tell students, listen when the earth speaks. Navigators tell apprentices, the stars saved us when the land was gone. Healers tell initiates, knowledge must be carried in more than stone. Builders tell young masons, a temple is not its walls, but the harmony it creates. Every lesson carries the shadow of the sinking. In this way, the destruction of Lemuria is not only an ending, it becomes the beginning of transmission. Before the cataclysm, Lemurian wisdom belongs to Lemuria. After the cataclysm, it belongs to the journey. It moves across water into new lands, new languages, new symbols, and new myths. It becomes less pure, perhaps, but more widespread. What was once concentrated in one continent becomes scattered across the human story. This scattering sets the stage for the next chapter: survivors, migrations, and hidden bloodlines. But before we follow the survivors outward, we should remain for a moment with the drowned land itself. Imagine the sea long after the catastrophe. The storms have passed. The volcanoes are quiet. The sky is clear. Beneath the water, where a city once stood, fish move through broken arches. Coral grows over carved stone. Sand covers the floor of the central sanctuary. A crystal lies half buried in silt, catching the faint blue light that filters down from the surface. The gardens are gone, but strange marine plants wave where flowers once opened. The streets are no longer streets. They are channels for currents. The silence is immense. Above, boats sometimes pass without knowing. Generations later, sailors may feel uneasy over that water. They may tell stories of lights below the waves, of songs heard during calm nights, of dreams that come when crossing certain parts of the sea. They may not know the name Lemuria. They may have another name, an older name, a local name, or no name at all. But the feeling remains. Something is beneath us. That feeling is the afterlife of the lost continent. Not proof, but presence. Not evidence, but haunting. The cataclysm beneath the waves is therefore not only the moment Lemuria ends, it is the moment Lemuria becomes myth. A living land can be visited, questioned, argued with, measured, and changed. A drowned land can only be remembered, imagined, searched for, or dreamed. The sea removes Lemuria from geography and places it inside longing. From that moment on, it belongs not only to those who survived, but to everyone who has ever felt that something precious lies buried beneath time. And perhaps, in the deepest sense, this is why the story endures. We all live after some kind of sinking. We all inherit worlds that disappeared before we arrived. We all carry fragments of songs whose first singers are gone. We all stand on shores built from loss, listening to the water, wondering what lies underneath. Lemuria's cataclysm gives that feeling of vast and beautiful shape. It tells of a continent that listened to the earth, heard the warning, prepared its memory, and still could not remain. It tells of cities swallowed, temples silenced, people scattered, and wisdom carried into exile. It tells us that even harmony is mortal, but memory can cross the sea. So, let the waters close over Lemuria, let the last towers vanish, let the final songs dissolve into currents, let the crystal temples sleep beneath blue darkness. The continent is gone, but the story has only begun to travel. When a world ends, Not everything ends with it. A city may fall, a shoreline may vanish, a temple may sink beneath the waves, and a language may lose the land that gave birth to it. But people carry what stone cannot. They carry songs, they carry names, they carry gestures, recipes, prayers, fears, skills, stories, and ways of looking at the stars. They carry grief in the body and memory in the voice. They carry the invisible architecture of a lost home, and wherever they arrive, they begin, slowly and painfully, to build from what survived. After the Cataclysm, Lemuria becomes a story of movement. Before the sinking, it was a land, a civilization, a way of life rooted in place. After the sinking, it becomes a diaspora, a scattered memory, traveling through boats, mountains, islands, coastlines, and generations. The continent disappears from the surface of the earth, but its people, according to legend, do not vanish entirely. Some die with the temples, some remain with the land as it goes under, but others escape, carrying fragments of Lemuria into the wider world. This is where the story changes from geography into inheritance. A drowned continent can no longer be visited, but its survivors can become ancestors. They can enter other lands, join other peoples, teach, marry, hide, adapt, and transform. Their children may speak new languages. Their grandchildren may no longer know the old names. But something remains: a ritual, a symbol, a kind of healing, a fear of the sea, a reverence for crystals, a star path, a myth of the homeland beneath the waves. In many Lemurian traditions, the survivors travel in several directions. Some go west toward India, Sri Lanka, Africa, and perhaps the lands that would one day be associated with ancient Egypt. Others move eastward into the island worlds of the Pacific, carrying their memories into Polynesia, Melanesia, Micronesia, and beyond. Some are said to travel north into mountain regions, hidden valleys, or sacred highlands, where their teachings become secret traditions. In more mystical accounts, others retreat beneath the earth itself, into inner cities, underground sanctuaries, or subtle realms inaccessible to ordinary sight. The historical evidence for these migrations, as described in esoteric Lemurian lore, is not established. It is important to say this clearly. We cannot simply claim that the people of India, Egypt, Polynesia, or other ancient cultures descended from Lemurian survivors. Real cultures have their own histories, their own migrations, their own genius, and their own sacred traditions. To reduce them to fragments of a lost continent would be unfair and inaccurate. But as myth, the idea of Lemurian survivors expresses something deeply human: the belief that wisdom can be scattered and still survive. Imagine the first boats leaving the broken coast. The land behind them is smoking, fractured, and partly drowned. The people aboard are not explorers in search of adventure. They are refugees. They have left graves, homes, gardens, temples, childhood paths, and the places where their ancestors spoke through stone, water, and song. Some carry bundles wrapped in cloth. Some carry children too young to understand why everyone is silent. Some carry seeds in clay jars. Some carry small crystals from temple chambers. Some carry no object at all, only memory repeated inwardly, like a flame protected from wind. At sea, the old knowledge becomes urgent. The navigators are no longer guiding seasonal journeys between known shores. They are guiding survival itself. The stars become the ceiling of an unwritten map. Swells, winds, birds, clouds, and the color of water become messages. Every sign matters. A wrong reading may mean death. A correct one may mean the continuation of a people. Under these conditions, knowledge is not abstract. It is breath, thirst, hope, and the face of a sleeping child. The first landfall must have felt unreal. After days or weeks of water, a dark line appears on the horizon. Perhaps it is an island, perhaps a coast, perhaps a mountain rising from mist. The survivors do not know whether they will be welcomed, feared, attacked, ignored, or absorbed. They are strangers carrying a drowned world inside them. To the people already living there, they may appear half-starved, sunburned, salt-covered, and haunted. Their speech may sound strange. Their ceremonies may seem unfamiliar. Their eyes may turn too often toward the sea. Some encounters might be gentle. Coastal peoples know the power of water and may understand shipwreck, storm, and loss. They may offer food, shelter, and water. They may listen to the survivors' stories and recognize echoes of their own floods, ancestors, or sea spirits. Other encounters might be tense. Land is never empty. Newcomers bring need, and need can become conflict. The Lemurian survivors, if they existed in any form, would not have entered a blank world. They would have entered living landscapes already full of people, meanings, and claims. This is one reason survivor myths often become stories of hidden influence rather than open conquest. The Lemurians, as imagined, do not arrive as armies. They arrive as teachers, healers, navigators, builders, singers, or quiet lineages of memory. They influence from within, not above. Their wisdom is not always announced. It is planted. A healing chant is taught to one family. A star path is shared with one group of sailors. A method of arranging stones is adapted by local builders. A flood story merges with an older local myth. Slowly, the lost continent becomes part of many traditions, without remaining fully visible in any one of them. This is how memory behaves after migration. It does not remain pure. It marries the new land. It changes language. It borrows local symbols. It hides inside new ceremonies. It may even forget its own origin while preserving its pattern. A song that began in Lemuria may become a song to a local mountain. A water rite from the lost continent may become part of a river festival. A star story used for ocean travel may become a myth of ancestors descending from the sky. The source disappears, but the current continues. In the westward path, Lemurian survivors are often imagined moving toward India. This connection feels natural within the early geography of the myth, because the original Lemuria was placed between Madagascar and India. In some speculative traditions, survivors from the drowned continent carried spiritual knowledge into southern India, where it mingled with ancient cultures and memories of a lost southern land. Here, the idea sometimes overlaps with Kumari Kandam, the legendary sunken homeland associated with Tamil tradition. For those who connect Lemuria with Kumari Kandam, the survivors become guardians of an ancient southern wisdom. They carry language, poetry, astronomy, medicine, and spiritual philosophy into lands that remain above the waves. Their homeland sinks, but its cultural soul survives in fragments. Again, we must treat this as myth and cultural speculation rather than proven history. But emotionally, the connection is powerful because it ties Lemuria to a real human theme: the pride and grief of a people who believe their roots reach deeper than surviving records can show. From India, some versions imagine Lemurian influence moving northward into the Himalayas and Tibet, where hidden masters, secret valleys, and spiritual lineages preserve ancient teachings. In this version, Lemuria does not simply disappear into population history. It becomes esoteric inheritance. Its wisdom is guarded by initiates, not because it belongs to one ethnic group, but because it is considered too subtle or powerful for ordinary use. The lost continent becomes a hidden school. This hidden school motif appears in many traditions. When a sacred world is lost, its teachings are often imagined as retreating into secrecy. They are preserved in caves, monasteries, mountain kingdoms, underground libraries, or by small groups who pass them from teacher to student. This reflects a common belief. True wisdom does not vanish, but it becomes harder to reach when the world grows noisy or unworthy. Lemuria, in this form, is not dead. It is concealed. The connection with Egypt appears in some alternative histories as well. Egypt, with its pyramids, temples, astronomical alignments, sacred geometry, rituals of death and rebirth, and aura of deep antiquity, has long attracted theories of inheritance from older civilizations. Some writers imagined that survivors of Lemuria, or later survivors of Atlantis, who themselves inherited from Lemuria, influenced early Egyptian wisdom. In this chain of mythic transmission, Lemuria becomes the grandmother of sacred architecture, Atlantis the brilliant but flawed heir, and Egypt one of the later guardians of fragments after the Great Floods. Historically, ancient Egypt can and should be understood through its own African and Nile Valley contexts, without needing Lemuria to explain its achievements. But mythically, the association reveals how people use lost continents to explain sudden greatness. When a civilization appears magnificent, later imaginations often ask, who taught them? The answer may be older than evidence allows. A vanished race, a hidden priesthood, survivors from a drowned world. Lemuria enters these stories as the source behind the source. The eastward path leads into the Pacific, where Lemurian survivor legends become especially oceanic. The islands scattered across that vast blue space seem, to the mythic imagination, like remnants of a broken world. Hawaii, Tahiti, Samoa, Fiji, Easter Island, and countless smaller islands are imagined not merely as islands, but as peaks, fragments, or spiritual echoes of a drowned motherland. Lemurian survivors become ancient navigators, carrying their memory across the greatest ocean on Earth. The real achievements of Pacific peoples are extraordinary without any lost continent explanation. Polynesian navigation, migration, and cultural development are among the great human stories of skill, courage, observation, and adaptation. Yet the Lemurian myth attached itself to the Pacific because the region already carries the feeling of vastness and sacred distance. Islands appear like stars across water. Ancestral voyaging is central to many traditions. The sea is not empty, but alive with roots, memory, danger, and kinship. Lemuria fits easily into that emotional geography, even when it does not fit as history. In some modern spiritual circles, Hawaii is treated as one of the strongest remaining Lemurian points on Earth. The islands are said to preserve the energy, memory, or vibration of the lost continent. The volcanic land, the ocean, the lush valleys, and the deep cultural relationship with place are interpreted through a Lemurian lens. Again, it is important to respect Hawaiian culture on its own terms rather than simply absorb it into outside myth. But the association shows how Lemuria functions as a symbol of sacred island life, oceanic ancestry, and the survival of earth-based wisdom. Then there is the stranger path, the path inward, beneath mountains and into hidden realms. This is where Mount Shasta enters the story. In modern Lemurian lore, Mount Shasta in Northern California is often described as a refuge of Lemurian survivors. According to these accounts, when Lemuria sank, some of its people escaped not only across the sea, but into the interior of the earth, establishing a hidden city beneath the mountain. This city is sometimes called Telos, and its inhabitants are imagined as highly spiritual beings who continue to guide humanity from within the mountain. This is not geography in the ordinary sense. It is sacred imagination. Mount Shasta is a real mountain, powerful and beautiful, with its own indigenous significance and later spiritual associations. The Lemurian stories attach to it because the mountain feels like a threshold. It rises alone, snow-covered and immense, from the surrounding landscape. It looks like a place that could hide something. It invites the idea that the visible world has an invisible interior. The hidden mountain city is one of the most persistent images in esoteric myth. It says that what is lost on the surface may survive beneath. The outer world forgets, but the inner world remembers. The wise ones withdraw, not out of cowardice, but to protect a flame until the time is right. In this version, Lemurian bloodlines are not only biological, they are spiritual. A person may be connected to Lemuria not by descent in the ordinary sense, but by resonance, by soul memory, by longing for the same harmony the lost continent represents. The phrase, hidden bloodlines, can be understood in several ways, and it should be handled carefully. In literal secret history traditions, it may suggest families, lineages, or groups descended from survivors who preserved special knowledge across generations. In symbolic terms, it means something broader, the survival of qualities. A hidden bloodline is not necessarily a traceable genealogy. It can be a current of memory, a way of seeing, a sensitivity passed through culture, ritual, or inner calling. If taken too literally, hidden bloodline myths can become elitist or exclusionary, suggesting that only certain people carry ancient wisdom. But the gentler Lemurian interpretation is more open. It suggests that the inheritance of Lemuria is available wherever people remember how to live in relationship with the earth. The true bloodline is not superiority, it is responsibility. In this sense, a Lemurian descendant is not someone who can prove a secret ancestry. It is someone who carries forward the pattern: reverence for nature, commitment to healing, sensitivity to dreams, respect for water, love of silence, and the desire to restore balance. The mythic bloodline is ethical rather than genetic. It asks not, "Who were your ancestors?" but, "What kind of ancestor are you becoming?" Still, within the story, we can imagine actual survivor lineages. A family reaches a new coast and settles among another people. For generations, they preserve a small crystal, wrapped in cloth, brought from the temple of their drowned city. They no longer speak the old language fluently, but they remember a chant used when children are born. They teach their descendants to watch a particular star, not because anyone remembers the full star map, but because that star led us away from the death of the land. Centuries later, the crystal is lost. The chant changes. The star story becomes myth. But something of the original grief remains. Another lineage might preserve healing knowledge. A Lemurian healer arrives in a forested land and recognizes plants that are not the same as those of home, but carry similar qualities. She learns from local healers. They learn from her. Their medicines blend. After many generations, no one can separate what came from where. The lineage is no longer Lemurian in a pure sense, nor purely local in an untouched sense. It is living memory, transformed by relationship. Another lineage might preserve architecture. Builders who escaped the sinking teach a method of aligning gathering places with sunrise, water flow, or certain stars. In the new land, The materials are different. The climate is different. The local culture has its own sacred forms. The old principles adapt. Later, someone may see a circle of stones, a temple axis, or a water court and wonder if it came from Lemuria. Perhaps it did. Perhaps it did not. But the deeper question is how human beings carry sacred design across change. The survivors may also have carried warnings. This is a powerful possibility. The most important Lemurian inheritance may not have been technique, but caution. Listen to the earth before it is too late. Do not build without knowing the land. Do not use sacred power without humility. Do not forget the sea. These warnings, passed through myth, could become flood stories, taboos, rituals, or teachings about balance. In many cultures, disaster memory becomes law. The story of what happened teaches what must never be ignored again. Over time, however, warnings can become symbols whose origins are forgotten. A ritual offering to the sea may once have been linked to a remembered catastrophe, but generations later, it is simply what we do. A taboo against building too close to certain shores may preserve ancient environmental wisdom long after the original flood is forgotten. A story of ancestors arriving by boat may contain migration history, spiritual meaning, and transformed memory all at once. Lemuria, as a myth, gathers these possibilities into one large pattern. The pain of survivors is that they must live with two loyalties: loyalty to the lost homeland and loyalty to the new land that receives them. If they cling only to the past, they cannot truly live. If they abandon the past completely, they betray those who died. The work of migration is to transform memory into seed. A seed is not the tree it came from, but it carries life forward. The Lemurian survivors, in the most compassionate version of the story, do not recreate Lemuria exactly. They plant Lemurian principles in new soil. This is also why their descendants might not know they are descendants. After enough generations, memory becomes atmosphere. A person may grow up with a reverence for water, a family tradition of dream interpretation, a healing song, or an unexplained sadness near the sea, without knowing where it came from. The lost continent becomes an inner climate. It is not narrated every day, but it shapes perception. Modern spiritual seekers sometimes describe a sense of homesickness for a place they have never visited. Lemuria becomes one name for that homesickness. It is the feeling of belonging to a world more gentle, more beautiful, more connected than the present one. Whether interpreted as soul memory, imagination, or psychological longing, the feeling is real to those who carry it. It speaks to the human capacity to miss not only places we have known, but possibilities we believe should have existed. In that sense, the hidden Lemurian bloodline may run through longing itself. It appears wherever people are unable to accept that separation, violence, and disconnection are the final truth of humanity. It appears in those who feel that the earth is alive, that dreams matter, that healing must be whole, that ancestors are near, and that progress without reverence is a dangerous illusion. This bloodline does not require proof of descent. It requires listening. There is also a darker side to survivor myths. The descendants of a lost civilization may feel chosen, burdened, or separate from others. They may guard knowledge too tightly. They may become nostalgic, idealizing the lost homeland so completely that no living place can satisfy them. They may treat local cultures as mere containers for their own memory rather than as equal partners in meaning. If Lemurian survivors existed, they too would have faced the danger of becoming trapped by their loss. A healthy inheritance must change. The purpose of memory is not to keep the past frozen, but to let its wisdom nourish the present. If the survivors of Lemuria carried only grief, they would eventually disappear into grief. If they carried wisdom, adapted with humility, and honored the lands that received them, then Lemuria could become more than a wound. It could become a gift. Perhaps this is why many stories imagine Lemurian survivors as teachers, not rulers, not conquerors, teachers. They arrive quietly, offer what they know, and then vanish into the cultures they help. The teacher does not need to remain visible forever. The teaching matters more than the teacher's name. A healing practice survives. A way of reading stars survives. A ritual of gratitude survives. A warning survives. That is enough. In the mythic history of the world, such teachers may stand behind many ancient traditions. They may appear as sages from across the sea, pale figures in dreams, star ancestors, serpent teachers, mothers of language, bringers of seeds, keepers of fire, or elders who emerge from mountains. These figures appear in many forms across human storytelling, and they do not all point to Lemuria, but Lemuria gives one possible symbolic home to the idea of the culture bringer, the survivor who carries light from a drowned age. As centuries pass, the original survivors die. Their children become elders. Their grandchildren become natives of new places. The old homeland recedes. The first generation says, "I saw Lemuria." The second says, "My mother saw Lemuria." The third says, "The ancestors came from a land beneath the sea." The fourth says, "There was once a sacred land." The fifth says, "In the beginning, our people came from the water." Later still, the story becomes myth, and scholars argue over whether it means anything at all. This is how history dissolves into legend, not because people are foolish, but because memory must pass through fragile human lives. Each generation receives less detail and more symbol. The actual location is forgotten, but the sea remains. The names of cities disappear, but the image of shining temples remains. The exact disaster fades, but the flood remains. The people become ancestors. The ancestors become luminous. The homeland becomes paradise. The grief becomes sacred. And somewhere inside that long transformation, Lemuria survives. If we imagine the hidden bloodlines continuing into the modern world, they would not necessarily appear as secret royal families or dramatic orders guarding ancient maps. They might appear in quieter forms. A grandmother teaching a child to thank water before drinking. A healer placing stones around a sleeping patient. A sailor who navigates by intuition as much as instrument. A community that refuses to cut an old tree because it is considered an elder. A person who feels compelled to protect the ocean without fully knowing why. A storyteller who dreams of a continent beneath the waves. The Lemurian inheritance, in this view, is not a possession. It is a responsibility to remember the world as alive. That responsibility can emerge anywhere, in any culture, in any person who feels it. The bloodline is hidden because it is not always named. It flows beneath history like groundwater. There is a tenderness in this idea. The survivors of Lemuria did not save their continent, but perhaps they saved a way of seeing. They could not keep the temples above water, but perhaps they kept the temple pattern alive in the human heart. They could not prevent the sea from covering their cities, but perhaps they taught future generations to hear the warning in waves. They could not stop the age from ending, but perhaps they carried enough memory for another age to begin differently. As we approach the end of this chapter, imagine one survivor many years after the sinking. She is old now, living far from the land of her birth. Her grandchildren know only this new shore, this new language, this new mountain, these new trees. To them, the stories of Lemuria are beautiful but distant, like stars reflected in water. One evening, they ask her to tell the story again. She sits near a small fire. The sea is visible beyond the dark shapes of palms or pines or unfamiliar coastal trees. She holds a smooth stone in her hand, carried from the temple floor before the final wave. Its edges have been worn by decades of touch. She tells them of a continent where the cities were quiet, where people listened to the earth, where crystals held light, where elders knew the songs of stars, and where the sea was loved before it became feared. She tells them, not so they will be sad, but so they will know how to live. One child asks, "Can we go there?" The old woman looks toward the water. For a moment, she sees not this shore, but the old one, the gardens, the temples, the dawnlight on stone, the faces of those who did not leave. Then she answers gently, "Not by boat." The child does not understand, but one day, perhaps, they will. Because Lemuria, after the Cataclysm, is no longer only a place. It is a way carried by survivors, hidden in bloodlines of memory, scattered through cultures, disguised as ritual, preserved in longing, and waiting wherever human beings choose to listen again. The continent sank, the people moved, the memory traveled, and in that traveling, Lemuria became impossible to drown completely. After the land has vanished, after the waters have closed, after the survivors have scattered, and the first witnesses have grown old and passed into the ancestor world, only traces remain. Not proof in the hard and simple sense, not a perfectly preserved map, not a temple doorway rising from the seabed with a name carved above it, not a crystal archive opened by archaeologists beneath the ocean floor. The traces of Lemuria, if we can call them that, are stranger and more fragile. They are found in stories, symbols, islands, dreams, coastlines, and the recurring human feeling that the sea has covered more than stone. Every lost world leaves two kinds of remains. The first are material, ruins, tools, bones, roads, pottery, inscriptions, foundations, walls, tombs, and objects that can be dated, measured, photographed, and placed carefully into the record of human history. The second are immaterial, legends, songs, place names, rituals, fears, taboos, memories of catastrophe, and patterns of meaning passed down long after the original event has changed shape. Lemuria, if approached honestly, belongs mostly to the second kind. Its traces are not easy to hold in the hand. They drift. This is both the weakness and the power of the Lemurian story. A skeptic can say, with good reason, that no accepted archaeological discovery has proven the existence of a vast Lemurian civilization beneath the Indian or Pacific Ocean. Modern geology does not support the old 19th century idea of a recent sunken continent in the form imagined by early theorists and later mystics. The ocean floor has been mapped far more carefully than it was in Sclater's time, and the great mechanisms of continental drift, plate tectonics, sea level change, volcanic island formation, and biological evolution offer explanations that do not require a lost Lemurian empire. And yet, the absence of a proven continent does not erase the traces that gave the myth its emotional life. Human beings really have watched coastlines drown. People really have migrated after floods, storms, eruptions, earthquakes, and rising seas. Islands really do appear like fragments of something larger. Ancient cultures really have preserved memories of water, destruction, ancestors from across the sea, sacred mountains, and worlds before the present one. The ocean really does cover landscapes where people once may have lived. The question is not whether every Lemurian claim is true, The question is why so many different kinds of memory seem to gather around the same image of a drowned beginning. The most obvious traces are islands. To the scientific eye, islands have specific geological histories. Some are volcanic, some are continental fragments, some are coral atolls, some are the peaks of underwater ridges, some rise, erode, subside, and change with the slow patience of Earth processes. But to the mythic eye, islands often look like remains. They seem to be the last visible stones of a larger hidden world. A chain of islands across blue water can feel like the mountain tops of a drowned continent, even when geology explains them differently. This feeling is especially strong in the Indian Ocean and the Pacific, the two great regions most often associated with Lemuria. Madagascar, the Seychelles, Mauritius, Réunion, Sri Lanka, the Maldives, Hawaii, Easter Island, Polynesian Islands, and countless smaller lands have all been pulled, at different times and by different writers, into the imaginative map of Lemuria. Some were seen as fragments of the original land, others as places where survivors settled, others as spiritual outposts where Lemurian memory continued to vibrate beneath the surface of local traditions. We must be careful here. Real island cultures are not merely clues in someone else's mystery. They are complete worlds with their own histories, languages, ancestors, and sacred geographies. It is too easy for lost continent theories to treat living cultures as puzzle pieces, rearranging them to support a story they did not create. A respectful approach allows Lemuria to remain a mythic overlay, not a replacement for the real histories of island peoples. The traces we discuss are traces in the imagination, not proof that these cultures secretly came from a vanished continent. Still, the appeal is understandable. Islands carry memory differently from continents. They are surrounded by horizon. Their people often live in close relationship with sea, weather, navigation, and the fragility of land. A storm, eruption, tsunami, or change in sea level can transform an island world dramatically. Oral traditions in island societies may preserve environmental knowledge, genealogies, migration routes, and sacred stories tied to water and land. For anyone listening for echoes of drowned places, islands seem to speak. Another set of traces lies in flood myths. Across the world, many cultures tell stories of great floods, destroyed worlds, waters rising over human settlements, or survivors who escape by boat, mountain, or divine warning. These stories are not all the same, and they do not all come from one source. Floods happen in many places, and water is one of the most universal forces in human experience. Rivers overflow, monsoons fail or overwhelm, tsunamis strike, glaciers melt, seas rise, storms surge inland, and coastal people learn that the boundary between land and water is never permanent. But flood myths have a special relationship to lost continent stories because they preserve the idea that an earlier world was covered. Sometimes the flood is punishment, sometimes cleansing, sometimes the end of one age and the beginning of another. Sometimes only a few survive. Sometimes the survivors carry seeds, animals, sacred knowledge, or the memory of the old world. The Lemurian Cataclysm fits naturally into this larger human pattern. It becomes one more expression of the ancient fear that the waters can return and erase everything familiar. If we listen to flood myths as literal global history, we may force them into false unity. But if we listen to them as memory shaped by symbol, they become profound. They tell us that human beings have repeatedly experienced water as a world-ending force. They tell us that survival requires memory. They tell us that after disaster, people explain the new world by telling stories about the old one. Lemuria becomes the largest possible version of that experience. Not one city drowned, but a whole civilization beneath the waves. There are also traces in stories of ancestral homelands across the sea. Many peoples remember migrations. Some tell of ancestors arriving by boat, from islands, from the horizon, from lands no longer reachable, or from sacred places now hidden. Such stories can preserve real movement across water, but over time they also become spiritualized. The ancestral homeland may become a paradise, a womb, a place of first teachings, or a realm of the dead. The sea becomes both road and veil. In Lemurian interpretation, these sea origin stories are sometimes treated as evidence of survivor migrations. A people who say their ancestors came from across the ocean may be imagined as descendants of Lemuria, but again, this must be handled gently. Not every ancestral voyage points to Lemuria. Human beings have crossed water for tens of thousands of years, for many reasons, in many places. The true trace here is not a direct line of proof, but a shared pattern. The sea as origin, the sea as loss, the sea as the place from which memory arrives. Symbols form another kind of trace. Spirals, waves, serpents, circles, mountains, stars, trees, mother figures, and sacred stones appear in cultures around the world. Lost continent writers often gather these symbols and argue that they point to a common source. Perhaps they say Lemurian survivors carried them outward. Perhaps the same sacred geometry appears in many traditions because it was inherited from a drowned civilization. There are two ways to hear this. The first is literal and risky. Assuming similarity always means descent from a single lost source. The second is symbolic and more useful, recognizing that human beings everywhere turn to similar forms because they share the same sky, body, earth, and fears. Spirals appear because shells spiral, storms spiral, galaxies spiral, plants unfurl, and human attention is drawn to turning forms. Serpents become sacred because they move without limbs, shed their skins, disappear into the earth, and carry both danger and renewal. Circles matter because the sun, moon, eyes, seeds, and cycles of time all teach circularity. Mountains matter because they rise between earth and sky. Water matters because life begins and ends around it. If Lemuria is the myth of a first world, then these symbols become Lemurian not because they prove one lost continent, but because they belong to the kind of consciousness Lemuria represents. A Lemurian symbol is any symbol that remembers relationship, water as memory, stone as witness, star as guide, serpent as transformation, tree as connection between worlds, crystal as stored light, circle as community, and return. This may disappoint those who want hard evidence, but it gives the myth a wider meaning. The traces of Lemuria may not be fingerprints of one vanished civilization. They may be the recurring marks of humanity's oldest symbolic life. Lemuria gathers them into a single dream, but the dream is made from forms found everywhere because human beings everywhere are born into the same elemental world. Ruins are another temptation. Whenever strange stones, megaliths, statues, or ancient structures appear in remote places, lost continent theories often gather around them. Easter Island's Moai, underwater formations, Pacific megaliths, old temple complexes, stone circles, and unexplained alignments have all been pulled into one alternative history or another. The argument usually goes like this. These monuments are too mysterious, too advanced, or too isolated to have developed locally, so they must be remnants of a lost civilization such as Lemuria, Mu, or Atlantis. This reasoning can be seductive, but it often underestimates the people who actually built those monuments. Human cultures are capable of extraordinary creativity, engineering, organization, and symbolic depth without needing help from a vanished super-civilization. To explain every impressive ruin as a remnant of Lemuria can accidentally erase the achievements of real ancient peoples. A more respectful view allows ruins to remain rooted in their own cultures, while acknowledging that their mystery may still feed the imagination of lost worlds. The real Lemurian trace in ruins may be emotional rather than historical. Ruins make time visible. They show us that civilizations can become silent. A fallen wall, a weathered statue, or a temple half swallowed by jungle reminds us that human achievement is temporary. When we stand before ruins, we feel something similar to what Lemuria evokes: the presence of absence. Something was here. People worked, prayed, feared, loved, and died here. Now only stone remains. Lemuria is the ruin that has lost even its stone. Underwater ruins, or formations believed by some to be ruins, have an even stronger effect. The idea of architecture beneath the sea is almost irresistible. Sunlight filtering down through water, fish moving through doorways, coral growing over steps, sand covering inscriptions. Whether a particular underwater structure is human-made, natural, misidentified, or still debated, the image awakens the Lemurian imagination immediately. It says, the sea is not empty. It may be hiding streets. In reality, underwater archaeology has revealed many submerged ancient sites around the world, especially along coastlines, where sea levels changed or land subsided. These are not Lemuria, but they prove a smaller and more important truth. Human places can go underwater and remain there for thousands of years. Harbors, settlements, ritual places, and shorelines can be drowned. The ocean can become an archive. This fact gives lost continent myths some of their emotional credibility, even when their grandest claims remain unsupported. Then there are the traces found in language and place names. Some writers have searched for similarities between words in distant cultures, hoping to find remnants of a shared Lemurian tongue. This is a dangerous field for speculation because languages often produce accidental similarities, and real linguistic relationships require careful method, not impression. Still, the desire behind such searches is revealing. People want the lost homeland to have left syllables behind. They want a name, a sound, a root that survived the flood. A language is one of the most intimate remains of a people, and when a land is gone, the hope that its name still echoes somewhere becomes powerful. Perhaps the strongest trace, however, is not external at all. It is the recurring inner image of a world before history. This image appears in dreams, meditation, fiction, spiritual writing, and personal longing. People who speak of Lemuria often describe not a conclusion they reached through evidence, but a feeling: warmth, ocean light, great peace, sadness, recognition, homesickness. They feel as though Lemuria is less discovered than remembered. From a skeptical perspective, this is imagination. From a psychological perspective, it may be archetypal, a collective image of lost wholeness, motherland, oceanic origin, and pre-rational unity. From a spiritual perspective, some interpret it as soul memory or contact with a planetary past. Whatever explanation one prefers, the feeling itself is part of the phenomenon. Lemuria survives because people feel it before they argue it. This kind of trace cannot be excavated, but it can be studied in another way. We can ask what people see when they close their eyes and imagine Lemuria. They see blue-green seas, tropical islands, Tall, quiet beings, crystal temples, gardens, warm winds, gentle communities, ancient stars, and the sorrow of sinking. These images reveal the needs of the modern soul. We long for beauty without violence, knowledge without exploitation, spirituality without fear, community without domination, and nature without separation. Lemuria becomes the screen upon which these longings appear. The memory of Lemuria is also preserved in modern spiritual practices. People speak of Lemurian crystals, Lemurian seed crystals, Lemurian healing, Lemurian codes, Lemurian light language, Lemurian meditation, Lemurian star ancestry, and other ideas that belong to contemporary esoteric culture. These practices are not evidence of ancient Lemuria in the historical sense, but they are evidence of the myth's continuing life. A myth remains alive when people use it to heal, interpret themselves, create rituals, and imagine their relationship to the cosmos. Some may dismiss all of this as fantasy, and in many cases, claims should indeed be examined carefully. But even fantasy has meaning. The stories people choose to believe, or half believe, or use symbolically, reveal what they feel is missing from ordinary life. The popularity of Lemurian ideas suggests that many people are seeking a spirituality rooted in the earth, a gentler ancient past, a sense of cosmic belonging, and a healing alternative to technological alienation. Whether or not Lemuria existed, the need for Lemuria exists. Another trace lies in ecological consciousness. The Lemurian myth often returns during times when people feel anxious about humanity's relationship with the planet. A civilization that lived in harmony with nature, listened to the earth, and then vanished beneath the sea becomes especially haunting in an age of climate change, rising seas, environmental destruction, and cultural disconnection. Lemuria's sinking no longer feels only like ancient fantasy. It becomes a symbolic warning. Continents may not sink overnight, but worlds can be lost through imbalance. This gives Lemuria a contemporary relevance that older Lost World stories do not always have. Atlantis warns about technological pride, but Lemuria mourns ecological disconnection. Its trace remains wherever people ask how to rebuild a relationship with land and water before more is lost. In that sense, the most important Lemurian ruins may not be underwater temples, but damaged ecosystems, disappearing coastlines, extinct species, and broken relationships with place. The myth returns because its question has become urgent. Can a civilization remember harmony before catastrophe? There are also traces in the body. This may sound strange, but every culture trains the body to move, rest, work, breathe, and pay attention in particular ways. Modern life often produces tense bodies, shallow breath, restless attention, and a constant readiness for interruption. The Lemurian myth imagines another body, slower, softer, more attuned to weather, season, dream, and communal rhythm. People who are drawn to Lemuria often seek practices that change the body's relationship to time. Meditation, breath work, sound healing, yoga, ocean rituals, gardening, barefoot walking, moon ceremonies, or simple silence. These practices may not come from Lemuria historically, but they function as attempts to recover a Lemurian state of being. They are traces of longing made physical. The body itself becomes the place where the lost continent is searched for. To breathe more deeply, to listen to water, to sleep under stars, to sing in a group, to touch stone with reverence. These are small ways of letting Lemuria become an experience rather than a theory. The trace may also be found in art, paintings, fantasy landscapes, music, ambient soundscapes, novels, spiritual illustrations, and digital worlds have given Lemuria visual and emotional form. Artists paint luminous temples, soft ocean skies, beings of light, underwater ruins, crystal chambers, and islands glowing at sunset. Musicians create soundscapes meant to evoke ancient seas and lost memory. Writers describe Lemuria as paradise, tragedy, warning, and home. Through art, Lemuria gains a body it lacks in archaeology. Art matters because lost worlds are always partly artistic. Even Atlantis, with its ancient textual source, survives today largely through image and mood. Lemuria, with fewer fixed details, depends even more on the artist's imagination. Every painting or story becomes another possible map. The myth remains fluid because no single depiction can exhaust it. Lemuria is not one ruined city. It is a color, a silence, a kind of light on water. If we search for traces in science, the story changes. Modern geology does not confirm Lemuria as originally imagined, but it reveals a planet far more dynamic than earlier generations understood. Continents have indeed moved. Ancient supercontinents existed. India, Madagascar, Africa, Antarctica, and Australia were once connected in deep geological time as part of larger landmasses. Sea levels have risen and fallen. Ocean floors contain ridges, plateaus, trenches, and submerged features. The Earth is full of vanished connections, though not necessarily the ones 19th century Lemuria proposed. This is an interesting irony. The specific lost continent of Lemuria was rejected, but the broader intuition that Earth's geography has changed dramatically was correct. The old theorists imagined sunken land bridges because they lacked plate tectonics. Modern science replaced those bridges with deeper, slower, more magnificent processes. The real Earth does not need Lemuria to be mysterious. It has Gondwana, drifting plates, vanished seas, drowned coastlines, mass extinctions, volcanic islands, and life evolving in isolation over immense time. Reality is stranger than the first hypothesis, though less convenient for myth. And yet, myth continues because science answers different questions. Science can tell us why Madagascar is biologically unique. It can explain how India moved, how continents separated, how sea levels changed, and why there is no evidence for a recent Lemurian supercontinent. But science does not tell us what to do with the feeling that the world has forgotten something. It does not tell us how to mourn drowned places we never saw. It does not tell us how to imagine a civilization built around harmony. For that, people turn to myth, story, and symbol. The traces of Lemuria, then, are layered. There is the trace of an outdated scientific hypothesis in the history of zoology. There is the trace of 19th and 20th century esoteric imagination. There is the trace of real, drowned landscapes and human experiences of migration and flood. There is the trace of island geographies that feel fragmentary and sacred. There is the trace of symbols that express humanity's oldest relationship with earth and sky. There is the trace of modern longing for ecological balance and spiritual belonging. None of these traces alone proves Lemuria. Together, they explain why Lemuria remains. Imagine walking along a beach at the dusk, somewhere in the Indian Ocean or the Pacific. The sand is still warm from the day, but the air is cooling. The tide is coming in. Far offshore, dark shapes of islands rise against the fading sky. Waves slide over your feet and erase your footprints almost as soon as you make them. You find a stone, smooth and pale, and for no reason you hold it longer than you intended. The horizon looks empty, but not empty in a simple way. It looks like a closed book. This is where Lemuria lives now. Not necessarily beneath that exact water, not as a confirmed city waiting below the waves, but in the way the mind responds to the sea at evening, the sense that the visible world is only the surface, the sense that memory has depths, the sense that something in us still searches for a lost shore. A trace does not have to be a proof. Sometimes a trace is a wound. Sometimes it is a longing. Sometimes it is a pattern that reappears in many places without a single source. Sometimes it is a question that survives every attempted answer. The traces of Lemuria are like that. They remain in island chains and flood stories, in crystals and underwater dreams, in sacred mountains and imagined survivors, in the grief of lost homelands and the hope of restored harmony. They remain in the human tendency to look at the ocean and wonder if it remembers what we cannot. They remain wherever people feel that civilization should have been gentler, that knowledge should have been wiser, that the earth should have been treated as alive. Perhaps one day, divers will find another ancient submerged settlement somewhere along an old coastline. Perhaps archaeologists will uncover new evidence of migrations, floods, or forgotten coastal cultures. Perhaps science will continue to surprise us with the complexity of the human past. But whether or not anything is ever found that resembles Lemuria, the myth has already left its mark. It has taught generations to imagine the ocean as an archive. It has turned islands into fragments of memory. It has made crystals into symbols of ancient light. It has given a name to the dream of a civilization before history, before separation, before the great forgetting. It has reminded us that not all ruins are made of stone. Some are made of silence. And so, as the chapter closes, we do not hold up a relic and say, "Here is Lemuria." We stand instead among traces, a wave, a star, a story of flood, a child's question, a stone warmed by the hand, a map with no continent on it, and a longing that refuses to disappear. The land is gone, if it was ever land at all. The cities are silent, if they ever stood. The people have become ancestors, symbols, or dreams. But something remains. Not enough to prove the lost world, enough to keep listening. There are some stories that survive not because they are certain, but because they are needed. Lemuria is one of those stories. It began as a scientific idea, became a lost continent, transformed into a spiritual homeland, and then drifted into the modern imagination as a symbol of everything humanity fears it has forgotten. It is not only a place beneath the waves, it is a question we keep asking in different forms. Was there once another way to be human? That question is why Lemuria remains with us. Long after the original scientific theory faded, long after modern geology offered better explanations for the distribution of animals, islands, and continents, the name continued to echo. Lemuria should have disappeared into the footnotes of 19th century science, a curious old hypothesis from a time before plate tectonics. But it did not disappear. It changed shape. It passed from zoology into mysticism, from maps into meditation, from speculation into myth. And myths, once they touch something deep enough, do not die easily. Perhaps Lemuria survives because it gives the ocean a memory. When we look at the sea, we already feel that something is hidden there. The surface is too wide, too restless, too ancient to feel empty. Beneath it are mountains, trenches, drowned coastlines, volcanic ridges, coral cities, wrecks, bones, and darkness. The ocean is not only water, it is the great blue, unconscious of the earth, holding what has sunk out of sight. A lost continent may not be required by science, but emotionally, the sea seems large enough to contain one. Every wave that reaches the shore appears to have traveled from mystery. It rises, folds, breaks, and withdraws, leaving foam, shells, seaweed, stones, and questions. The ocean never explains itself. It only returns, again and again, as if repeating a message too old for ordinary language. Perhaps this is why drowned world myths appear across cultures. People have always known that water can erase familiar ground. They have watched floods take villages, storms destroy harbors, coastlines move, islands tremble, and rivers change the fate of nations. The sea is beautiful, but it is never harmless. It gives and it takes, and what it takes becomes story. Lemuria is one of the largest of those stories. It gathers many smaller human experiences of loss into one vast image. The continent beneath the waves, a home so completely gone that no road can return to it. A civilization so old that its memory has become mist. A people whose songs, if they ever existed, now seem to move only in dreams. Whether Lemuria was real in the way believers imagine or not, the feeling behind it is real. The feeling of a lost beginning. The feeling that something essential has slipped beneath the surface of history. This feeling is not only about the past, it is also about the present. Modern humanity lives with a strange contradiction. We know more than any generation before us, and yet many people feel less rooted in meaning. We can measure the age of rocks, map the ocean floor, send signals around the planet, and look into deep space, but still feel separated from the earth beneath our feet. We have information, but not always wisdom. We have speed, but not always direction. We have connection, but not always belonging. Lemuria speaks into that wound. It imagines a civilization before separation, a people who did not see nature as dead material, who did not treat knowledge as domination, who did not divide the sacred from daily life. It imagines cities built for silence, temples built for healing, elders who carried memory, children taught by stars and tides, and a society where the human being still understood itself as part of the living world. This may be fantasy, but it is a revealing fantasy. It shows us what we miss. Perhaps the true power of Lemuria is not that it proves ancient humanity was once perfect, but that it reminds us we are dissatisfied with the world as it is. We long for gentleness. We long for wholeness. We long for a way of living that does not leave the soul exhausted and the earth wounded. When people dream of Lemuria, they are often dreaming of restoration. They are imagining a culture in which healing is central, silence is respected, intuition is honored, and the planet is treated not as a resource, but as a relative. This is why the myth can feel comforting at night. Lemuria is not only a mystery to be solved, it is a place to rest the mind. Unlike stories of conquest, betrayal, and war, it asks us to move slowly. It asks us to listen to water, to imagine moonlight on stone, to follow the breath of an older world. Even its tragedy is quiet compared with the violence of many ancient tales. The sinking of Lemuria is sorrowful, but it carries a strange peace, because its people, in the gentler versions, meet the end not with greed or rage, but with memory, preparation, and song. And perhaps this is one of the most beautiful lessons hidden inside the legend. Not everything can be saved in its original form. Lands change, cities fall, languages fade, bodies die. Even the most harmonious civilization, if it ever existed, could not freeze time. The work of wisdom is not to prevent all endings. It is to carry meaning through them. The Lemurians, as we have imagined them, could not stop the sea, but they could send out survivors. They could preserve songs. They could teach children. They could place memory into story, stone, ritual, and stars. They could let the form sink while the pattern traveled onward. That idea matters because every human life contains its own lost continents. places we cannot return to, versions of ourselves that have vanished, loved ones whose voices are now remembered rather than heard, homes that exist only in memory, childhood landscapes changed beyond recognition, traditions interrupted, dreams abandoned. The world is full of small Lemurias, each one resting beneath the waters of time. To live is to survive many sinkings. We may not call them that, but we know them. A period of life ends, and afterward we carry what we can. A family changes, a city changes, a relationship disappears, a belief collapses, a language is lost, a forest is cut down, a coastline is reshaped. We stand on the shore afterward, holding fragments, wondering what can still be saved. Lemuria gives mythic form to this ordinary human grief. It tells us that loss is ancient, but so is transmission. The survivors of Lemuria, whether real or imagined, represent the part of us that continues. They cross the water. They arrive somewhere new. They are not the same as before, and they cannot rebuild the lost world exactly, but they carry its essence. They teach a song. They plant a seed. They tell a child about a homeland under the sea. They learn the new land while honoring the old one. They turn grief into inheritance. This may be the quiet hope at the center of the Lemurian story. Nothing beautiful is guaranteed to last, but beauty can echo. Wisdom can be scattered and still remain alive. A civilization can vanish from maps and still influence the imagination. A lost continent can become a symbol strong enough to guide people centuries later. What disappears outwardly may return inwardly as longing, conscience, and vision. And this is why Lemuria still haunts us. It is not haunting in the frightening sense. It is not a ghost that comes to accuse. It is a gentle haunting, the kind that comes with music heard from another room, or the memory of a dream after waking. It lingers because it is unfinished. We do not know exactly what it was, or if it was. We cannot prove the crystal temples, the peaceful cities, the ancient teachers, or the continent beneath the ocean. But we can feel the question it leaves behind. What would civilization look like if it remembered the Earth as alive? That question may be more important than the lost continent itself. Because even if Lemuria never existed, the need for a Lemurian future may still exist. Not a return to fantasy, not a rejection of science, not a denial of history, but a future in which knowledge becomes gentle, technology becomes responsible, communities become rooted, and human beings learn once again to listen before they take. The myth of Lemuria asks us to imagine progress differently, not as endless acceleration, not as conquest over nature, not as towers rising higher while the ground beneath them weakens. It asks whether progress could mean deeper harmony, cleaner water, quieter minds, stronger communities, healthier forests, more reverence, more memory, more care for those who come after us. Perhaps the lost first world is not only behind us, perhaps it is also a possibility ahead of us, waiting to be built in fragments. The ancient people of Lemuria, if they were only a dream, are still useful ancestors. They remind us that we can choose what kind of ancestry we serve. We can serve the lineage of domination, extraction, noise, and forgetting, or we can serve the lineage of healing, listening, gratitude, and balance. The stories we tell about the past shape the futures we believe are possible. A world that remembers only war expects more war. A world that remembers Lemuria, even as myth, leaves room for gentleness to be ancient and therefore possible again. As our journey closes, let us return one last time to the imagined shore. The sun has gone down. The sky is darkening into deep blue. The first stars appear above the horizon, Somewhere beyond the visible sea, beneath miles of water and centuries of silence, lies the idea of Lemuria, a continent that should not exist, yet refuses to vanish from the mind. The waves move over it, the maps deny it, the scholars question it, the dreamers search for it, the storytellers rebuild it again and again, from longing. Perhaps that is enough. Not enough for proof, but enough for myth, enough to make us pause when we hear the sea at night, enough to make us wonder what histories sleep beneath the surface of the world, enough to make us ask whether humanity has forgotten how to belong, enough to remind us that the deepest ruins are not always made of stone, and the most important discoveries are not always found by digging downward. Sometimes they are found by becoming quiet. Imagine now the drowned temples resting in blue darkness. The crystal pillars are covered in coral. The old streets are filled with sand. Fish move through the doorways of healing chambers. The gardens are gone, but the water sways with living forms. Somewhere, half buried beneath silt, a stone still holds the shape of a human hand. No voice speaks there now. No lamps burn. No footsteps return. And yet, in the silence, there is a kind of waiting, not waiting to be found exactly, not waiting for divers to lift the whole continent back into the sun, waiting to be remembered in the only way lost worlds can be remembered, through the changes they awaken in the living. If Lemuria teaches anything, perhaps it teaches this. Listen before the world has to speak in disaster. Honor what holds you before it is gone. Carry wisdom lightly enough that it can survive the flood. Build not only monuments, but memories. And when something beloved sinks beneath the waters of time, do not believe that all is lost. Some songs travel, some seeds float, some lights remain under the surface. The ocean keeps its secrets, but the human heart keeps searching, and so Lemuria remains. A lost land, a scientific ghost, a spiritual homeland, a mirror of longing, a warning, a lullaby, and a dream of a civilization before history. It may never be found on the seafloor, but perhaps it was never only there. Perhaps Lemuria has always lived wherever human beings remember that the world is alive, wherever grief becomes wisdom, wherever silence becomes listening, and wherever the future begins to turn back toward harmony. For now, let the waves close softly over the story. Let the stars brighten above the water. Let the name fade slowly, like a song carried by the tide. Lemuria, the continent that should not exist, the civilization before history, the memory beneath the sea, and perhaps, somewhere deep within us, the beginning we are still trying to remember. If you enjoyed this quiet journey into the mystery of Lemuria, consider subscribing to the channel for more long-form stories about lost civilizations, ancient mysteries, forgotten kingdoms, and the strange places where history, legend, and dream begin to meet. You can also leave a like to help this story reach more listeners, and share in the comments which lost world you would like to drift into next. Until then, rest well, listen softly, and let the old stories carry you a little farther into the night.